They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
Exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Oh. Hello! hello, folks. How we all doing? Hello, Zero. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, one and all. Hello, Tora. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Non-Binary. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, John Thomas. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hope you're feeling better. I spent most of today in a fugue state. Hello, Jimmy Smith. I'm calling it River Jack's theme song is a certified banger. Thank you. Made by Jazz Dog. Don't forget to hit that like button. Very true, Zero. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Elaine Malachite. About to go to sleep. I'm sorry. I know I'm starting stream very late tonight. But trust me, it did take all of my energy to make it to stream today. Head throbbing like a cartoon. It's painful. Air quality is horrible, as all the harvests are happening at the same time. Major conventions are. Ooh, try and drink some water. Maybe take some Claritin or something. Oof. Hello, Archangel Decab. Hello, Travenoid. Also, I was gonna start stream, but then I was like, if I start stream looking like this, I'll just make everyone else sad. So I went and took a shower. Got myself a little bit more put together. Good night, Charlie. Need some energy? Borrow mine? Thank you, Horizon. Always appreciate it. Sick jacket? Thank you. It's a good jacket. Whew. And water. Because I was not good at drinking that today. Aw. Mike Knowles is the sinister of the lot. The most sinister? Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. Jack is like Minnesota. She's on fire. Hey. Yes, ibuprofen will help a bit. A Jack stream is just what I need to keep me sane for a while I plot my fantasy novel. Hell yeah, let's go. All right.
They are not.
Spoilers. Okay, guys. We're gonna start out today with a few updates. Before we dive into content. So happy I can catch a stream of yours. I'm third shift, so I don't have many people on it this time. Well, Chloe Panda, I sometimes, often, am streaming at this time. Just usually I started, like, 3 hours ago. Hit new deadlift personal record. Finished my protein gruel, so you're doing good? Hell yeah! I have not been doing well on my diet. Because I've been stressed as fuck. Okay. Whew. All right, folks. There is a movie trailer that I want us all to appreciate today, and I figure we'll kick things off doing, you know, stuff and things. Actually, did I tweet out that the stream is even happening? I should probably do that, huh? Should probably at least let people know that I'm live now. Yeah, I didn't. I did not tweet out the stream. Let me fix that real quick. That is not a picture I want to use of myself. Okay, all right. Cool. Cool. And this new photograph machine that I have makes me look kind of like dog shit. Alright. That still looks like dog shit. God. Alright. Okay, I see your game. Being in front of the camera is frustrating as hell. There we go. Fine. It's hard. It's hard to put out like pictures of yourself for public consumption. Gonna be dunking on bad people. Come join the fun. Get in the boat. I know this is thrilling stream content. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. Here we go. Whatever. I look like dog shit, it's fine. Best stream ever. Yep. Andrew S., thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Oh, kicking off this stream with some gusto, I see today, chat. Andrew, thank you so goddamn much. I really, really appreciate it. This is exactly the content I'm looking to watch while trying to clean. Excellent. Priming the stream, Andrew S., being a lord amongst chatters. Even got media breakdown. Let's go. Getting more more recruits for the Green Name Army. All right. Folks, are you guys ready to embark? Are you all ready to embark on a journey of discovery and mystery? Of mystery and discovery, or discovery and mystery, whichever way you want to slice it. 'Cause I'm excited. I'm excited. Good night, Robber Adset. More than ready? All right, I'll stop edging you guys. Whew. Segment button. So, folks, I recently learned, by recently I mean like 5 seconds before the stream went live, I learned about a film that's going to be coming out that is 1000% real. Okay? I cannot stress enough how real this is. And to give you the quick pitch, it's essentially Jesus appears to and trains a Roman gladiator in MMA. And it's called The Carpenter. And it looks incredible. It's also PG-13.
Name?
Warren,
Where are you from?
Cana.
You don't look like you're from Canaan.
I know where I'm from.
You have to weaken them all, and you win the fight. You cannot fight only with your fists. You must use this organ, too.
You're gonna be Shari's champion fighter. Just don't lose focus.
Use whatever time you have to train and heal. No distractions.
What do you do for work?
And his greatest strength
Oh, for who?
is the Lord.
Come. Follow me.
You think it's true what people say about him?
He's not like anyone I've ever worked with.
That's right. The Prince of Peace teaching this man how to send his enemies to meet his father.
Carpenter paying him? He takes care of what I need.
There are many good life lessons to be learned from sport.
Like how to beat the shit out of
Is your
someone.
gift. Can you cultivate it to positively affect those around you? To let your light shine?
Oh shit, parkour.
400 denarii. None of this is ours if you don't keep fighting.
For that money, I would jump in the fight.
You really enjoy it?
It's not just the fight. It's training, walking out of each fight knowing that I defeated whatever they put in front of me.
You are aware of his miracles?
He's a carpenter, son of a carpenter.
No. Look further.
So why help me? I'm nobody.
You're somebody to me.
Guys, this is literally like if the guys from, you know, the Righteous Gemstones Beefy Boy Camp went and made a movie. Wait, are they gay? Guys, it's coming out before the election. It might tip the scales. This looks dope, not gonna lie. I mean, I'm definitely gonna want to watch it. Maybe we'll have a Morby night over on the Discord because it's like a unfiltered documentary look into the early Christian church. I'll go see it if Jesus doesn't come, man. Oh, God. Can you smell what the carpenter is cooking? That's just the varnish fumes. What if that was the twist? Jesus in the entire movie is just a hallucination from like the lacquer that this carpenter was using on his furniture. I would enjoy that. Good night, Elaine Malachite. Jesus was the only white guy in Jerusalem. I mean, no. It's pretty clear to me that the main character is the white guy. Like he literally looks like he's from Ireland. Jesus doing the Undertaker bit? Yeah, exactly. He's supposed to be a Viking? Ah, yes. The classic move. Be a Viking. Abandon everything you know to travel to the Mediterranean in order to become an MMA fighter. Oh, God. He looks ready to colonize them? No. Oh, God. Okay, I just thought that was fun. I thought it was fun and a little silly, okay? You know what? I give the Carpenter a rare rating when it comes to Christian film trailers. I'll probably watch the full movie later at some point. And that is an endorsement that I cannot give to the vast, overwhelming majority of Christian films. So that is 2 thumbs way gonna watch it. I can't say it's 2 thumbs up, but it's 2 but I will probably watch it, and that is a big endorsement. Did you see Republican Jesus? No, but like that it's a bit that's been done to death. That's now been resurrected. Hey, see what I did there? At least it's not another God's Not Dead. God's Not Dead like 6 came out like 2 weeks ago. Sorry, God's Not Dead 5. Yeah.
If we ever forget.
And that one came out back in September, actually. But yeah, God's not dead.
We're one nation
in God
under
we
God.
trust.
Then we will be a nation gone under.
That's right. It's a pro-January 6th Christian film.
Now more than ever, Christians must realize that we are being called to deliver hope to a country that's feeling hopeless.
That's right. He runs for office. We will, you know, I feel like we should have a Discord movie day where we watch all of the God's Not Dead movies, and then I can film like a quick like review video after each one. That could be fun. That could be fun. God's Not Dead is trying to be the next Fast and the Furious franchise, except instead of pushing the message of family, they're pushing the message of fascism. It's a lot less endearing than the first one. Have you seen the latest Tucker Carlson on The Turning Point? I don't know what that means. Kevin Sorbo must be hard up for money. Well, yeah, of course. He's also a hack. Hey, Spectral Player. All right, let's move on to, well, you know, just a quick update. Guys, I have no idea what is going on with Tim Pool. We did a video the other day just kind of going over what seemed to be like a mental breakdown. And Tim seemed to be implying that he had a family, or that he wanted to take time to try and make a family happen. Like, he's being very weird about talking about what's going on in his personal life versus just not talking about it at all. And yeah, this is just a quick excerpt from a recent stream of his since then, which is, I'm gonna say it doesn't bode well for anyone in Tim Pool's proximity.
Mary is here.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Mary. I am usually on Pop Culture Crisis here at Timcast, but I'm happy to be back on IRL tonight.
Now, granted, Mary always kind of looks like she's uncomfortable, but she looks extra uncomfortable.
Ian is also sitting here.
Hi, everyone. Hello,
He's got a
Tim.
guitar. It's
Congratulations, man. Have
Thank
you
you
heard
very
me
much.
play lately? I was playing some art. It's a good night. Big time, brother. That's awesome, man. Really fucking good. And I'm happy to be here. I
appreciate it.
A good time to be alive as a human. It's a great time to be here with you, man. Phil.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil.
Nah, I'm sorry, guys. I've never seen Moonlord this scared. I have never seen Moonlord this out of sorts. He's all but saying, "Please don't fire me, Tim."
Everyone, hello,
got a
Tim.
guitar. It's
Congratulations, man. Have
Thank
you
you
heard
very
me
much.
play lately? I was playing some art. It's a good night. Big time, brother. That's awesome, man. Really fucking good. And I'm happy to be here. I
appreciate it.
A good time to be alive as a human. It's a great time to be here with you, man. Phil.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil.
Mary is.
Yeah. Anyway, Moonlord. Yeah, he's crazy. He believes a lot of crazy conspiratorial nonsense. So people call him Moonlord. God. Give me an hour talk with Moonlord. I can convince him Tim Pool doesn't take off his beanie because it will unleash demon spirits like an Indiana Jones movie. The less cute thing about Moonlord is he's very anti-Semitic. So, you know, they're like he's all fun and games until you start talking about who they are, you know? The horror music doesn't help. The horror music, I think, enhances what's clearly a deeply uncomfortable situation. Anyway, I just thought a tiny little update for you guys without us having to dive into, you know, a 3-hour-long Timcast to try and unravel its secrets. Yeah, Moonlord is one of those people, exactly. Okay. So let's start with our first meaty bit of content. So what is the Tim Pool thing? The Tim Pool thing is that for reasons unknown, he seems to have canceled all of his fledgling projects to expand his media business. Apropos seemingly of nothing, because he says his financial situation is going so well. But usually if your financial situation is going so well, you don't suddenly just axe all of your projects. So, yeah. Non-binary, I have no idea. I don't drink Starbucks. So I don't know. Also, why is that such a important question that you need to at me in Twitch chat about it? Didn't Tim Pool drop just shy of $1 million to buy that land the local skate park was on? Yep. Stream's a little quiet. Maybe the mic, bring the mic a little closer. I mean, I can just turn up the mic. Also, like, I can't have another one of those nights where you guys complain about the audio. I can't do it. I can't, like, if it's gonna be one of those nights, I'm gonna fucking lose it. This is the maximum volume that my microphone can get without me peaking the mic. But it is intriguing. Well, if it's intriguing, go watch we're good news. It's going to be a segment. You can watch that. Hey. Do. Do. There we go. Might be a bit louder now. Nothing wrong with the audio? Cool. I did turn it up a bit. Also, the Shure like audio interface that I'm using just like updated its audio interface, like software. And it's shitty now. So I wish they would stop, but I'm still learning, so trying to make it a bit better. Hello, Dragonfly. Never update anything. Honestly, like one of the repair guys for the place I live came by today to look at my dishwasher, and like basically was like, "Oh yeah, you got like a loose part in there. You got a part that's broken. Unfortunately, like yours is an old model, so like we can't get the parts to fix it, but I jury-rigged a fix that will like work no problem." I'm like, cool. He's like, it might be a little bit ugly, but like, you know, it will work at least. I'm like, I do not care if my dishwasher looks ugly. However, the we had a short conversation about like how every new unit in the building that I'm in, because I have one of the last unrenovated units, and all of the appliances in the renovated units like break down every 6 months. So they need to keep like replacing dishwashers or, you know, insert whatever appliance around every 6 months, or like get parts to fix them. And it's a huge headache for all of them. And he was like, the thing I appreciate about this one is that I know that this is the first time it's broken, and I'm not going to have to be back here for a very long time. My dishwasher is hands. That's nice. Why do landlords always cheap out when they have to repair or replace them so often? Well, John Thomas, here's the thing. It's not the landlords that are cheaping out, or at least not in this case. In this case, it's that all of the appliance manufacturers have embraced, you know, the disposability of products as a feature. You know, they make things to break. Planned obsolescence is a thing where they build their appliances to break like every 4 or 5 years, maybe even every 3 or 2 years, so that you have to buy a new one. And it's really just, you know, for a lot of appliances, we peaked like 40 years ago. So I don't know if we can blame landlords for this one. You know, it's not great. I feed my dishwasher regularly. Boo. I have a blender from the 80s that still works. Yeah. You can still buy robust appliances. Yeah, but you have to like do the research on them, and like I don't think landlords are going to do the research. You have to like go out with the express purpose of finding like an appliance that isn't just going to implode.
Grigor here. I was listening and heard of your mechanical issue. We recently lost a sicka from our big ideas department to retirement. Are you interested in a totally legal and ethical sponsorship?
Wow, Grigor Nyet Russian, the totally unproblematic sponsor of my stream. Why, thank you for the $50 dono, friend. And I would be very interested in learning more about a totally legal and ethical sponsorship. under your, I'm sure, sight unseen, assumption made, legit enterprise. Thank you so goddamn much. Legal and ethical, you just don't see that these days. Money me, money now. All right, anyway. Guys, we're going to jump into our first segment. I have a okay, full cards on the table. We are going to take a look at the Jubilee video that has Ben Shapiro just get bodied for 2 hours straight. We are going to take a look at that. I don't think we can cover the entire video because it's an hour and 40 minutes long, and I don't have that fight in me. But we'll take a look at it. But that's not going to be our first segment, because I want it to be a segment where, like, people can come in and watch and not have to worry about, like, the YouTube screen blacking out while Jubilee is doing its content detection. Yeah, content ID on Jubilee videos really sucks. Got my internet bill reduced by $30 a month because there's a program for people on government assistance. Is that socialism? Why?
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
There you go. Yeah, socialism. If you were approached by some group like Tenet, would you take the money? No. Obviously not. If some company wanted to, like, approach me and offer me $100,000 per video, I would assume that I was going to get murdered in some elaborate insurance scheme. Really? Okay, let me there's a saying called, if something is too good to be true, then it usually is, meaning that there is a hidden cost or string attached. And usually it's bad, which is why it's hidden. Plus that's selling out. Well, again, I'm not opposed to taking sponsorships. I've done sponsored streams for, like, mobile games before on here. And I'm not above taking money for doing labor. I got paid for doing organizing work in the past. Like, I have given talks and stuff. Like, it's a thing. Even $10,000 for a single video, I'd be highly sus, but $100,000? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. If someone was offering me, like, even $1,000 per video, that would seem excessive to me for my given size, you know? If somebody's offering me 100 times that for no additional work on my part, that's not a good sign. If I did win the lottery, the ad reads for Riverboat Jack sponsorship would be beyond, oh god, hiccup. Beyond ridiculous. I'd read those ads. But your content is priceless, to me at least. Oh, yeah. Hellfire acid face. Yeah, I know what you mean. Please tell me there's a video of Jack talking about Raid Shadow Legends. There is. I did one Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Raid Shadow Legends. And I said it like that every single time. Hello, Jobertus Maximus. I've done 2 Raid Shadow Legends streams, people tell me. We played Raid Shadow Legends for Jack. It's true. It was an alternative way to dono to me that day. All right. No, chat. Today, our first segment. We're diving into our first segment today, folks. And here's just like a little prelude, I guess. So, for those of you who are not aware, multiple stories have now emerged talking about how Donald Trump not only idealizes Hitler, but also that he wants generals that will do exactly what they're told, like the generals Hitler had. And the right is not taking it very well, to say the least. Here's Ben Shapiro with his best defense of Donald Trump's Hitler comments, which is a picture of Donald Trump in a yarmulke. I'm sorry, but I'm supposed to now believe that Trump is a Hitlerian Nazi?
Hellos, this is the Foxes you can hear but cannot see. We would also like to sponsor your endeavor.
You're Ascended Kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Because on a personal level, I have some questions. So, he's literally trying to say, would a Nazi wear a yarmulke? And, like, yeah, if it helped him become a dictator, I'm sure one of them would be able to suck it up. I think they'd be able to do that if it meant that they could become a dictator. I think they are creatures of convenience, in fact. But like this is like the level of like, well, I don't think he's a Nazi, because would a Nazi stand with Israel? And then you take a look at where all of the Nazis stand on Israel right now, and they are all incredibly pro-Israel, largely because they view it as an ethno-state, and they want their own ethno-states, and they like that it's doing a genocide of Muslims and, non-white people in their eyes. David Duke is all Jill Stein right now. Yeah, and guess who Jill Stein indirectly supports the election of? It's Donald Trump, baby. So, like, yeah, Nazis are pretty pro-Israel. I mean, like, if you just look at their outreach that they've been doing quite successfully, mind you, for like the past 8 months, many of them have been able to like whitewash their pasts as Nazis. They've been able to make people forget that they're Nazis by just being pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, whichever end of the Nazi spectrum on this issue you wind up on. They are using this issue to ingratiate themselves with different communities in order to achieve their ultimate end. So it's almost like they're ideologically inconsistent, except when it comes to fascism. Weird. It's almost like that's a part of the ideology or something. But I figure, what better way to explore this issue than by turning to breaking points? Because of course, Crystal and Sagar had a debate over Donald Trump being compared to Hitler by John Kelly, one of Donald Trump's former top guys. So let's take a look, shall we, at this descent into horror.
Dave Weigel, there's being a lot here made of Kamala and her attack on Donald Trump in the closing days is all about character. So that has really come into focus with some more recent allegations by General Kelly, former Trump chief of staff. Kamala Harris took advantage of that at a town hall yesterday. We're going to show you more of the town hall later in the show, but we wanted to start with this part specifically. She says Donald Trump is, quote, a fascist. Let's take a listen.
We know that is why Mike Pence is not running with him again, why the job was empty. And then today we learned that John Kelly, a 4-star Marine general, who was his longest-serving chief of staff, gave an interview recently in the last 2 weeks of this election, talking about how dangerous Donald Trump is. And I think one has to think about, why would someone who served with him, who is not political, a 4-star Marine general, why is he telling the American people now? And frankly, I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House. And this time, we must take very seriously those folks who knew him best and who were career people are not going to be there to hold him back.
What she's talking about here is Project 2025, by the way. Project 2025's express design is to eliminate anyone who may hold the president's agenda back by installing spineless yes men who are not loyal to the Constitution or to the country, but loyal to Trump.
Quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. All right, so all of this comes back from to General Kelly, who's the chief of staff, longest-serving chief of staff under Donald Trump. A lot of these comments came to light in an Atlantic article with Jeffrey Goldberg. I will reserve some of the problems with that article for a little bit later and at least just play the audio from General Kelly himself. This was audio that he is allowed to be released from the New York Times talking about this alleged incident. Let's take a listen.
I truly did not intend to send you into a flashback of past streams. Thank you for the audio boost. Part, also, at a past restaurant job, we had no dish machine for 6 months. Then it caught fire.
Oh my God. The dish machine or the business? Either way, thank you for the $10 super chat. And you're very welcome. It's mostly just, there's a limited amount of things I can do about my audio. It's not a robust audio setup, I'll say. But don't worry about it.
He commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too. And of course, if you know history, again, I think he's lacking in that. But if you know what Hitler was all about, it'd be pretty hard to make an argument that he did anything good.
So what would you say when he said to you that Hitler did a lot of good things?
Well, I tell him that. I said, sir, first of all, you should never say that. But if you knew what Hitler was all about from the beginning to the end, everything he did was in support of his racist, fascist life, philosophy, so that nothing he did you could argue was good. It was certainly not done for the right reason. And but he would occasionally say that.
The implication of he would occasionally say that, meaning that he said it on more than one occasion. Like, you have the President of the United States who was on numerous occasions with his top brass talking about how Hitler did things right. And I do have to remind all of you that in the 1990s, and this is something we've known for a while now, okay? Jimmy Smith, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. And thank you from me and the Dono Ghost. But in 1990, Ivana Trump told her lawyer Donald Trump kept Hitler's speeches beside his bed. And
we are fewer than 30 days out from the Iowa Republican caucuses. The rhetoric is ramping up and in some cases getting uglier. During a recent campaign stops in New Hampshire and Nevada, former President Donald Trump stoked fears about undocumented immigrants coming across the U.S.-Mexico border. Par for the course since the day he rode down the escalator and declared himself a candidate for president back in 2015. But the themes and choices of his words this weekend are significant. The former president again repeating language that echoes white supremacists. Trump saying that illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of our country. And on Sunday that migrants are invading from foreign...
By the way, they're poisoning the blood of our country is basically a direct quote from Hitler's speeches.
Prisons and mental institutions. Suffice to say, he offered no proof for any of that. Among others, former New Jersey governor and Trump GOP rival Chris Christie called Trump disgusting and his words dog whistling. The Biden campaign, meantime, responded to those poisoning comments, saying that Donald Trump parroted Adolf Hitler. Now, is that a fair comparison? Let's dig deeper. About 15 years before he systematically murdered millions of people, Hitler put that phrase in Mein Kampf, quote, "Great civilizations died out as a result of contamination of the blood," calling it a poison to the national bloodstream and infecting public life. Quote, "Great civilization..."
One upon a midnight shimpy, while I pondered Trump and BB over many a quaint and curious volume of Jimmy Dore.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. But yeah, it's less common now, though. You can still sometimes hear it in the rhetoric, but the comparison of the you might have heard the term the body politic. It kind of comes out of, or gained a lot of steam from the eugenics movement. And the idea being that, you know, a good and healthy body is a pure body, and that foreign invaders contaminate the body politic. So you get this idea of like the nation as an organism, and, you know, invaders to that organism being infections or tumorous. And this leads in turn to a lot of dehumanizing language around that concept. And that was used to great effect by Hitler in his writings and speeches. And Donald Trump is basically doing the exact same thing in 2024, and people are falling for it all over again. We really did learn nothing from World War II.
Died out as a result of contamination of the blood, calling it a poison to the national bloodstream and infecting public life. Hitler was warning about German blood being, as he described it, poisoned by Jews at his prior event in New Hampshire.
Yeah, and by the way, at the time Hitler was writing, a lot of people viewed Jews as foreign invaders. They did not recognize Jewish people as like fellow citizens or fellow countrymen. They viewed them as essentially a blight, like a plague of locusts that might be forced out of town and, you know, turned into diaspora over and over and over again because Jewish people were that level of marginalized. Like the Romani, similar to the Romani, Mr. Miyagi, but the Romani were much more mobile. You know, they would typically move around, kind of taking their homes with them, as it were. Whereas and this is me oversimplifying because obviously there would be overlap or whatever, but Jewish people would tend to settle down in like a cheap end of town, establish themselves for like a generation or two, and as soon as they started to become a bit more profitable or stable, often would face pretty severe pushback, if not expulsion. So, which the Romani would also face too. Like, I'm not trying to say they didn't. It just manifested slightly differently because of cultural differences. When Donald Trump describes immigrants from Latin America and South America as a poison to the blood of our country, he's doing the exact same thing that Hitler did. And he's saying it in almost exactly the same way.
Last month, Trump also used the word vermin to describe his political rivals. Comments that were condemned by President Biden as well as language you heard in Nazi Germany. Now, is that an accurate claim? Hitler's Nazi party came to power partly by pounding the idea that the German government was being overrun by Marxists, something that Trump has suggested now is happening in the United States for years. When he wrote about rooting out
one of his top guys, Matt Miller, is a huge proponent of this idea.
Marxists and Jews, Hitler wrote, quote, "There was time enough at home at least to exterminate this vermin." The Trump campaign did respond to criticism over his speech this weekend, saying that Trump's speech was great. They previously shot down that vermin comparison this way: "Those who try to make that ridiculous assertion are clearly snowflakes, grasping for anything because they are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome." And they added this: "Their sad, miserable existence will be crushed when President Trump returns to the White House." An interesting choice of words there.
Yeah. They're trying to make it very apparent what they will do when they get into power, and it is bleak for any kind of resistance to any potential dictatorial rule.
Brianna.
Certainly. And here's the thing, Trump's interest in Hitler and Nazi Germany, it's not a recent development. Several journalists have documented it. Michael Bender of the Wall Street Journal wrote in his 2021 book about how in 2018, Trump told his then chief of staff, retired four-star General John Kelly, as Kelly was explaining to Trump who the allies and enemies were in both world wars, quote, "Well, Hitler did a lot of good things," praising the Fuhrer for his economic policies. Now, Kelly pushed back as Trump reportedly persisted speaking positively about Hitler. Trump later denied making those comments.
Yeah, so keep in mind that this was in the middle of one of the most highly decorated generals in the U.S. military having to explain in painstaking detail to Donald Trump who was good and who was bad in World War II.
But in 2022, Susan Glasser and Peter Baker wrote in their book, The Divider, about how Trump, frustrated by his military leadership, exclaimed to Kelly as well, "You effing generals, why can't you be more like the German generals?" "Which generals?" Kelly asked. "The German generals in World War II," Trump responded. "You do know that they tried to kill Hitler 3 times and almost pulled it off," Kelly said. But Trump insisted, no, they were totally loyal to him. That model of the Third Reich, bastardized as it was how Trump wanted the American military modeled, the book claims. But this isn't new as well.
I don't know if Trump's dad was German, but I do know that Fred Trump was almost certainly like a Nazi or an American Nazi or a member of the KKK. He was arrested at a KKK riot, but denied being part of the KKK. So, yeah.
Rewind all the way back to 1990 when Vanity Fair reported that Trump's former wife, the late Ivana Trump, had told her lawyer that Donald Trump occasionally read from a book of Hitler's collected speeches, My New Order, which he supposedly kept in a cabinet by his bed. And a friend of Trump.
Yep. He would literally keep a book of Hitler's speeches next to his bed. You don't do that for a book you just kind of are interested in.
Told the magazine on the record that he had given Trump the book, saying he thought Trump would find it interesting. Now, Trump denied this, saying, quote, if I had these speeches, and I'm not saying that I do, I would never read them.
You ran against him. You had multiple debates against him.
No, we're good. We're good. We don't need that. We don't need Hillary Clinton. We're good. But like, this is a guy who very clearly idolizes Hitler, but also is painfully aware that if he goes public with that, it's basically game over for any kind of political career. You know, his saving grace right now is essentially that he has plausible deniability because his cult won't question his, his word, essentially. So, yeah, just worth remembering on this one.
What would he say when you would lay that out to him?
He'd just, that'd be the end of the conversation usually. Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
Why are some Reddit leftists not taking Project 2025 seriously? Because a lot of Reddit leftists don't take politics very seriously. You know, they view it as a team sport. It only matters to them in the context of their social relationships with other people, in, making them look good or knowledgeable about what's going on. That being said, there's also a branch of online leftists that thinks that, well, things can't get any worse because we're currently under fascism with Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris is a fascist, and Donald Trump is a fascist, and so the fascism really can't get any worse than it is right now. And I need to really clarify here, it absolutely can. If you think what we are under right now is fascism, well, then I guess Donald Trump represents super fascism. Because what we're living under now is like neoliberalism. Like that's what Joe Biden brings to the table. Donald Trump would bring fascism to the table. And that is an incredibly different beast. You can go out right now and protest against Joe Biden. In a Trump America, he's going to make that as hard as possible for you by blackbagging you if you're a protester. And we know that because that's what he did last time. He wanted to do it, but people in positions of power stopped him from fully implementing this idea. They're not going to be there to stop him this time. Yeah, neoliberalism sucks, but it's not fascism.
If he was left to his own devices, would he be a dictator if he didn't have people around him?
Oh, I think he'd love to be. I think he'd love to be just like he was in business. He could tell people to do things and they would do it, and not really bother too much about whether what the legalities were and whatnot.
All right, so there you go. Do we want to react to this, Crystal, before we play this? She made a big moment about this. Is a press conference yesterday at the vice presidential residence. We were on pins. We're like, oh, what is it? It could be something big. She's going to come out. She's doing a press conference. She almost never does a press conference. Didn't end up taking any questions. It was only like maybe a few minutes recounting these comments. But what we seem to take away is that because that article had come out from The Atlantic, there was not as much media coverage, I think, as the Democrats would have liked about it. So she was trying to force the conversation, both with, I think, the fascist term and then also trying to get people, I guess successfully, for us to talk about it, because that is her closing argument now with 12 days to go. It's full-on character, January 6th, dictatorship. I mean, listen, I think it's been tried before. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm curious what you think.
Well, it did work in 2022.
I mean, yeah, but he wasn't on the ballot. So, and that's what I just keep going back to.
So let me just say,
he wasn't on the ballot.
My own political bias is that this is not a smart strategy. That is my bias, is to buy into the research that Matt Karp brought us on the show that shows that, the most effective messaging with swing voters in the state of Pennsylvania is about populist policies and progressive economics. I do have to say, I think her closing ads that Weigel referenced when we just talked to him focused on taxes and Trump being for the billionaires. I do think that that is an effective pitch. And so my political bias is to look at this and go, listen, people who think this, who think Trump is a fascist, in my opinion, accurately, they are already in your camp. You're not really persuading anyone. But, I have to say, I was wrong in 2022. So I do have some humility about my own assessments.
Yeah, and I'm gonna kind of pick up here, because I actually think it is a good strategy, largely because what Kamala's campaign seems to be focusing on in the lead up to the election is eroding Donald Trump's base of support. And by shining a light on the fact that, he had Hitler speeches on his bedside, according to his ex-wife, that he had, he repeatedly talked about how Hitler did things right while president, I think that is also good. I think it spurs turnout for sure. I think people hear that and they're like, oh, there is skin in this game. There is a meaningful distinction here. And also, I think it reaches boomers who might be in Trump's camp otherwise, and it makes them go, wait, really? He's saying things that Hitler said in his speeches? And among the boomer class, they grew up watching World War II reruns, reruns of Looney Tunes from, the war days. They grew up watching, the great cinematic masculine heroes of the past play courageous World War II commandos or flying aces or whatever. They grew up inundated with this media, and being able to associate to Trump's core base, which is the elderly, mind you, being able to make this association gives a lot of older people who might otherwise be either politically disengaged or just kind of like, oh, Trump was so great last time, we're gonna get him elected again. And then they're like, oh, wait, what's all this about a fascism? He was saying Hitler quotes. Oh, my stars and garters. Well, I can't even bring myself to vote for him anymore. And, then they don't vote. Or they vote, their conscience and go to the polls, but only vote everyone down ballot of Donald Trump. Or, this might not be an ideal strategy to, mobilize younger voters. But I think that Kamala Harris is kind of, and her campaign at large is gambling right now that they already have younger voters, for all intents and purposes, as wrapped up as they're going to get. And so instead, what they're focusing on is degrading Donald Trump's base of support, which, by the way, has been working. Let me just pull this up here. Where can I find this? God sinner.
Between new meds and my father ranting about Harris, it's nice to catch yours and other leftist streams. It has been painful last few months, but y'all help me feel like I can breath. From Caracal. P.S. Did I miss Ted fanfics?
You did not miss Ted Cruz fanfics. We might break that out again during Election Day because it's going to be a long stream. But thank you for the $20 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, YouTube chat. You guys coming through for me today. Let's see. I want something recent. All of these are from past month here. Where can we get this? Oh, God. Where could this be? Okay, we are not getting what I need with this Google search. Thanks, Google search engine, for being so much worse than you used to be. Let's see. No. Yeah, I think Kamala knows what she's doing. Yeah, like there's a strategy here. I think it's not. It's not the. Let me put it this way: it's not the strategy I would go with, but I do think it has. It has an upside. I do think it might be successful here. Can I find this here? Yeah, here we go. This is the segment I was looking for.
Looking at different voting groups and what some of the polling shows us with them. Today we have a really important one for Donald Trump. With me, CNN senior data reporter, professor of numbers, Harry Etten. When we talk about Donald Trump, from the beginning of Donald Trump as a political figure, non-college white voters who did not go to college have been one of his key demographics.
It's been a key demographic for him. It's been his base. And this is what's so interesting, because we've seen so many groups this year moving in Donald Trump's direction. So you would think his core group, his base of support, would be doing the same. But in fact, it's moving a little bit away from him. So this is Trump's margin with non-college white voters. Unlike most voting blocks, this group is not moving towards him. It's actually moving slightly away. So you go back.
Like, I mean, I feel like you almost don't need like the words on this one, guys. Donald Trump's key demographic is white dudes. You know, white dudes and, you know, white ladies who haven't gone to college. And in that demographic has slipped by 4 points from 2020 to 2024. It slipped by 6 points from 2016 to 2024. That is a huge number of people. That is a huge number of people. And like, it might not, like 4%, like how many people could that be? Here, let's take a look here. All right. Trump non-college white vote 2020. Okay. take a look here. Pew Research. Yeah. White voters without a college degree were critical to Trump's victory in 2016 when he won the group by 64% to 28%. Now, I'm going to look up what is the total white non-college vote 2020. I want to know, well, like, how many votes does that translate into? Let me see if I can find that. I mean, guys, what we're looking at here is, like, seriously, like, hundreds of thousands of votes either switching or just evaporating for Donald Trump. And he only won in 2016 by, like, a slim margin, okay? Let's see. Turnout surged. Okay, all white. So God. Here, let's take a look. Yeah. All right. White non-college. So, white in non-college. What was it in 2024 or 2020 rather? Come on. Okay. God. Okay. White non-college. Democrat versus Republican. So white non-college in 2027. 2020, rather. God. Was 37%. So just using that as a baseline, guys. Like, if it actually shifted by as much as it has in this one demographic, like, Kamala Harris wins handily. Like, if it's even a 2% change in this one demographic, Kamala Harris wins. And we're looking right now at a 4% change. We're looking at a 4% change. At a 4% change on this, okay? Rather, a 3% change. Like, you know, we get into wacky territory where like Florida might flip. We get into some really wacky territory, guys. If Trump's college or non-college white demographic drops, we get into some really wacky territory. Thank you for this, Gamer G. I'm going to play around with it more.
Most voting blocks, this group is not moving towards him. It's actually moving slightly away.
Hey, Nero
so you go
Sledge.
back 8 years ago, he won him by 33. You go back 4 years ago, he won him by 31. Now what we look is we see that in the latest average of polls, he's only up by 27. Now that may not seem like a lot, but given that we're seeing these double-digit gains,
What demographic? White non-college age or white non-college voters.
Among black voters or among Hispanic voters in some of the polls, the fact that we're seeing this core group of supporters actually moving away from him, not just off of the 2016 baseline, but...
No, this is from N10's aggregate, which, like, this guy is like CNN's polling whiz. He's actually fairly good at what he does.
The 2020 baseline as well, I think that's a rather interesting development.
Shrinkage, as Donald Trump might say, based on what he said the last few days. Why could even a small difference with this group matter?
Why can a small difference with this group matter? Because look at what percentage of the electorate that they make up. So we can look nationally, right? Look at this. Non-college white voters make up 40% of the electorate. That's more than college whites at 29%. All other groups, voters of color at 28%. So this is something that we've seen throughout the board, right? Which is that Donald Trump is making huge gains with groups that make up a smaller percentage of the electorate while he's losing a little bit. But these groups that he's losing a little bit of make up a much larger portion of the electorate. But more than that, you know, we're talking about the US of A where they make up 40%. Why don't you go to those key Great Lake battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin? They have...
By the way, just to put this in perspective, 40% of the electorate is 61,840,000 votes. It is tens of millions of votes. So if you change that by even, like, you know, 1% when it comes to turnout, you're looking at colossal sea changes in what the political landscape is. So this is why I think Kamala Harris has been focusing on peeling off boomers and peeling off this core non-college white demographic. You know, and it's frustrating because as leftists, we want the language to reflect our politics. But we have to understand the game that she is playing right now is not intended for us. It's intended for people who are low information voters.
Outsized import in those Great Lake battleground states. Non-college white voters, look at this. They make up the slim majority of voters at 51%, way more than college whites at 30%, way more than all other voters at 16%. So if you're seeing movement in the Great Lake battleground states among non-college whites, that could be a very big development, John.
Are we seeing movement in the battleground states among non-college whites?
Nothing quite like a leading question, my dear friend. Yes. We are. We're seeing the same pattern in the Great Lake battleground states.
This, by the way, I think is a good bit of info to have that gives me a bit more trust in the numbers that they're putting together here. This is like when you're able to like duplicate a pattern like this, it makes the data at least seem higher quality. Let me put it that way. Hey, Ellie Moob. So the pattern repeating both at the national level and the state level is good news, and it also could mean that we're going to be seeing a big shift when it comes to swing states, but particularly in this, you know, working class non-college white demographic.
that we're seeing nationally. That is small
It gives me
movement
confidence,
among
exactly,
non-college
Kupisha.
white voters. Again, you see it back in 2016, Donald Trump won him by 25. You see a small movement in 2020, Donald Trump winning him by 22. And look at that, what we are.
But again, it's a shift of like 3% from 2016 to 2020 and 3% from 2022 or from 2020 to 2024. Like, that is a shift overall of 6%. And he didn't win the last election, guys. He came close, but he didn't win. And if he's slipping in one of the largest demographics by an additional 3%, he's basically doomed. He's a dead campaign walking, you know? Which I think is incredibly heartening. Good night, Andrew S.
Today. Again, Trump is ahead, but his margins are smaller. And when you have a shrinking margin for Donald Trump among his core group that makes up the majority of voters, it can make up for big shifts among smaller groups of the electorate. And this is why Kamala Harris is still in the ball game right now. It's because even though she's losing big league among groups that make up a small portion of the electorate, and she's making it up among groups that make up a big portion of the electorate, even if the movements are small. But it's clear here.
That is very interesting. That is.
Yep, I agree. That is very interesting. All right. However, let's get back to this. We got sidetracked a bit.
So let me talk about the political strategy a little bit, and then, you know, we can also talk a little bit about the substance here. On the political strategy, Weigel mentioned something that hadn't really occurred to me, which is that it's her, you know, doing
the subtext. No, I mean, it's just text. The text of it is that Donald Trump is losing in the key demographic he has always had on lock. And if he loses that much more, or even as much as what we're seeing in the current polling, like, he's done. But that's the thing, Star Bunnies. The point being made here about the polling is that she might be losing with certain groups of people. She might be losing support from those groups. But she's gaining when it comes to that much larger demographic. That's the calculation she's made. That's why her campaign is going in the direction it is. It's because they're banking on peeling off this support from Donald Trump on his key demographic. So it's not losing overall. No, that's the thing. She is losing in core demographics, you know? But she's not losing in the biggest one, and that biggest demographic, winning that over is a huge, huge deal that basically kills Republican chances of getting the White House. And she's losing support among Arab voters for sure, like, or Middle Eastern voters, or Muslim voters. But, like, they're a much smaller percentage of the population of the country. So the calculated risk that she's taking is that alienating these groups, you know, they're going to be posed the question of whether or not they're going to vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, and most of them are not going to go vote for Donald Trump. And if she can peel off like 3 or 4% from Donald Trump's white non-college demographic, then she basically wins. She like it's over. Like, she won. But best case scenario would be to go into the election, you know, with the support of all minority groups, and also peel off Trump support. But, you know, she's decided to play a dangerous game, I guess. And if those white non-college votes go down ballot, that's the thing I would be curious about, Dragonfly. I wonder if it translates to down ballot Dem for white non-college vote, or if they just, I think it's much more likely they just don't show up at all. But if she's actually getting converts out of that group, then it's a completely different ballgame for the Senate. Absolutely.
Doing this big press conference yesterday at the vice presidential residence, her plan to do the,
Michaela Rose,
the
420.
big closing speech in the ellipse where January 6th occurred. This is, yes, it's about the message itself, but it's also about, I look presidential. You can imagine me in this role.
Oh, the headline says he'll rule like dictator.
And they feel like that is still a question that remains for some voters who don't like Trump, but are not sure that they're ready to vote for Kamala Harris. And that kind of...
Well, John Bogardus, the breakdown that we just saw of where this shift is happening is both on a national level, but also is reflected in the swing state demographic. So it looks like swing states are also seeing this, lowering of support among the white non-college age demographic, why do I keep saying college age? The white non-college demographic. I really hate these calculated risks. Me too. I would love to be so much more confident.
Landed with me as like, oh, that's an important part of what they're doing here. Trump is trying to go hang out with the bros. And
there's also the fact that the COVID demographic shift that affected 2022 a lot. Yeah, crazy grape. Absolutely. First of all, thank you for jumping over to the Riverboat site. But also, yeah, COVID decimated the Republican population. So like we're seeing multiple shifts when it comes to how big Donald Trump's base of support is and his support when it comes to one of his largest supportive groups. And that is definitely going to buoy Kamala's chances in the coming race.
Say, look, I'm not the scary, dangerous character that they're painting me out as. Here I am hanging out. Like, how scary can I really be? And her focus in the waning days is envision me as president. And look, we haven't ever had a female president before. And she has been knocked rightly at plenty of times as kind of a lightweight. So that kind of landed for me as part of the thinking going into this. In terms of the messaging, their theory, which again goes against my own views and instincts on these things, but hey, you never know, maybe they're right. Their theory is that there exists a quote-unquote shy Kamala voter who is kind of like the Nikki Haley voter, right? Who is a conservative woman who has voted Republican most of her life, whose husband is likely voting for Donald Trump, and who is in a lot of circles in her community where everybody is basically a Republican and supporting Trump. And she really can't come out publicly and say she's supporting Kamala Harris, and maybe needs a little bit of a reminder of, this is who this guy is. Remember January 6th? Look at the people who served with him. Mattis, Milley, now Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crystal's bringing up an additional point here of like bringing in Republicans to basically say, hey, Donald Trump is a fascist. Hey, he's a threat to our democracy. Hey, he's taking away your right to, control your body. Hey, he, like getting Republicans to do the punching as opposed to Kamala Harris going out and doing the punching is helping to peel this support and make inroads with these, people who would otherwise vote Republican, but and are surrounded socially by other Republicans, but just can't stomach the idea of voting for the guy that took away the right to their, to their uterus. Like I think that this is another aspect of this demographic shift that's going to help Kamala Harris.
All coming out and saying, hey, I was in the room with this guy. Like, I actually saw how he operates. And yeah, your worst fears that he is actually a fascist are true. And by the way, yes, okay, plenty of bad things did happen last time around, but the Republic did not end.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, Alan Vindel. The thing is, it's hard to argue with the fact that, like, the demographic shifts around Donald Trump's support are happening. And if you are Kamala Harris's campaign team and you think you have any shot of peeling away an additional 1 or 2% of that core demographic, you're salivating at that prospect, and you're gonna do anything and everything you can to facilitate that, which has led to this unholy alliance, I think, with like the Cheneys, for example. This is, you know, it's an inelegant way of trying to do that with, you know, the short amount of time they have. And so I think that, like, while this sounds insane to us, to an extent, I kind of attribute that to us living in kind of our leftist bubble, as opposed to, you know, what Republicans are out there thinking, right? If you're a median voter who's leaning Republican, right? What do you believe in? You know, what's gotten through to you in this election cycle so far? You might still be on, like, Bud Light is bad, but you can't remember the reason why. You might remember that Kamala Harris is a woman. Donald Trump, you know, we had some good times with him, but, you know, he's saying some weird stuff now. You know, it was pretty weird when he danced on stage the other day for 40 minutes. How are you seeing 3D chess moves, but not other left streamers? I mean, the thing is, I believe that Kamala Harris's campaign team is out of touch, but they might be out of touch in a way that allows them to see, you know, we don't have access to their internals, which they, you know, each campaign does internal polling of its own that they rely on. And so they're trying to appeal to lowest common denominator Republican voters that are leaning towards Kamala Harris. And those people do exist, and they're banking on the fact that 1 or 2% of those people will move over. And that 1 or 2% represents hundreds of thousands of votes. Every percentage they pull off of that demographic is hundreds of thousands of votes. Okay? Here, just to hammer this home, right? We established that in 2020, the number of white non-college voters was 61,840,000, right? Okay.
They're not out of touch, they're out of time. Thoughtful face.
Let's just say, for the sake of ease, 61 million. What is just 1% of 61 million? That is 610,000. If you strip an additional 1% of the vote from Donald Trump, you strip 610,000 votes. If you strip 2%, that's 1.2 million votes right there. With the margins he was operating on in 2020, there is no way he survives 1.2 million people less turning out to vote for him, even if those votes don't translate into Kamala Harris votes. Even if it just translates into people not, 1 or 2% not showing up to the polls. That is, again, game changer. Big Roy, thank you for the $10 super chat. They're not out of touch, they're out of time. I have seen Nick of Time as well. Great thriller. Here we go.
But guess what? This time, we're not going to be there. It's going to be all the loyalists. They're going to use, Schedule F to dismantle the administrative state. So whatever institutions and checks and bulwarks were...
It's not 3D chess. It's just that they have internal polling. And one of the things that they've been seeing is this degradation of support in this key demographic. And it's not 3D chess. They're just trying to continue that or accelerate that process as much as they can before Election Day. It's not 3D chess. It's actually a very simple plan.
Inhibitors were there last time are going to be gone. And it's just going to be, there's a whole project, concerted project. That's the real takeaway from Project 2025. There's a concerted project to make sure that none of those restraints from last time are in place. So that's their theory of why they're leaning into this messaging, because they think, number one, Kamala needs to put herself in these sort of...
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is they probably look at, minority groups that have been put off from voting for Kamala Harris, and they have essentially decided that they're a lost cause and that outreach to them will not work or will not be a use of their time that will help them electorally. And unfortunately, I think that they obviously should. I think that obviously she should come out in support of a ceasefire. But, and an end to arms to Israel. But realistically, we're not going to get that. We're not going to get that. If we do get it, it's going to be like day one when she's president, not announcing it in the lead up to the election. I was saying, well, maybe she'd announce the week before the election. I don't think we're going to actually see that. That was really wishful thinking on my part. But what I do think we'll see is flexibility begin to appear as she prepares to take the presidency, largely because I don't think she is ideologically a Zionist, unlike Joe Biden. I think she is currently a Zionist of convenience. I don't think that she is ideologically aligned with Zionism, but I've been wrong before, so maybe I'm wrong on that one. But my hope is that if she wins, we will quickly see her using her powers to put pressure on Israel, because it is a losing prospect. And I have a feeling it is an... Let me put it this way. Supporting Israel in the long term is a losing prospect electorally. I don't think it's not going well right now in this election. It's not going to get any better going forward. And I also think after this election, we will Democrats largely will not be under threat from AIPAC, and we'll begin to see like a decoupling process take place between Democratic politicians and those particular vehicles for funding.
Of like presidential settings and prove herself there as this like tough, credible leader. And number two, because Trump's approval ratings have ticked up a bit, you need to
So you think she's just towing the line for now? I mean, I think that she's always just towing the line. I don't think Kamala Harris is ideologically really anything. She's a politician that goes with the wind, and like, I think that is ultimately good for where we're at right now. I think that like her being easily influenced by public opinion is going to be a through line of her presidency. And my hope is that she will be influenced by public opinion to bring an end to the conflict between Israel and Palestine.
Remind people of what it was that they found most disturbing about him last time that he held the office, and make the case that next time around he would actually be worse.
Yeah, and I think that's the only interpretation we can come away from. I feel.
Do you think Kamala will change the stance on Israel? I think that it's possible. I don't know if she will. I'm obviously just speculating. I have no secret info that other people don't have access to. But given her performance as a politician, going back as long as we can see it, and now, like, she's pragmatic. She goes with what is successful, kind of like Obama. Obama was not supportive of gay marriage until the second the Supreme Court legalized it, and it became popular. And once it became popular, Obama was very pro-gay marriage. In a similar way, I think that we're going to see that play out with Kamala Harris. On a variety of issues, but I think that that also includes Israel. If Kamala wins, do you think we can rest for a minute? No. God, no. If anything, once Kamala wins, we have to protest harder. We have to organize harder. You know, like that will be the time, you know, when she becomes president and you can stand up at one of her appearances and protest for Palestine, you should. Because how she reacts to that and how she reacts to increasing pressure when she's in office will be extraordinarily telling, and we need to push her as hard as we can once she's in office. Because that will be when we can exert the most, political pressure on her. She will have the most political capital to actually do something about it, and as a result, we should push her hard. Yeah, let me put it this way: the night of the election, we can take it easy. Once the Electoral College weighs in, we can breathe a long sigh of relief. We can take the next day to recuperate from our hangovers, and then we can get down to brass tacks, critiquing and protesting Kamala Harris. Also, that is kind of the Star Buddies is spot on in YouTube chat. You never get to rest again. Once you become a leftist, that is true. You never get to rest again. Because to rest, to be complacent, to check out, those are kind of luxuries, you know? And they're luxuries we can't really afford because we're not in a dominant position. So let's continue pushing for the best we can get, even after Kamala is elected. Because we need to thwart fascism's rise, and we need to get someone into a position of power who will actually maybe be willing to change a stance on the genocide in Gaza. And if Donald Trump wins, that's absolutely not going to happen. He's literally just going to throw a brick on the accelerator of the death engine, okay? If Kamala Harris wins, there is a slim chance we might be able to do something about it. And I'll take that slim chance over none at all.
So distanced from this campaign. Usually I can feel and understand why people are doing what they're doing. Back in 2020, the Biden basement strategy criticized it a lot, obviously, on empirical merit, but it was the correct strategy, right? It was obvious. This one, I just don't get it. I mean, I understand the 2022 thesis. I understand that coalition, they really believe they can bring it out. But in an era where Donald Trump increased the amount of votes that he got by almost...
Is it okay to rest between panic attacks? Yes. And also, if you need to just stare at a wall for a while and dissociate, go for it.
Almost 10 million in 2020 has always had a track record of driving out these lower propensity voters and shaking up the political establishment. Maybe there's not evidence for it, but there's been so many polling misses, and there's still so many things that could happen. I mean, nobody saw the Latino shift in Texas and elsewhere happening back in 2020. It was a shock on election night. It was one of the biggest shocks I experienced. I don't know. I mean, maybe. You know, it's one of those where, is it really going to land? It just seems so played out, so driven home by the media. To me, I mean, I called it on Twitter the Jennifer Rubin campaign. To me, it really is the apotheosis of this Jennifer Rubin, media critique that the media actually doesn't talk enough about how Trump is a fascist. I saw yesterday, it was Van Jones was Kamala has to be flawless while Donald Trump is lawless. And yet, yeah, I know. But went on his Instagram and he's it's feeling like 2016 again. You got to get out there and vote. We're looking down fascism in the barrel. And I mean, the whole country experienced 2017 to 2021 when Trump was actually president. None of that stuff happened. Their argument is, well, it'll be different this time.
Well, none of it happened. Well, yeah, they didn't have a concerted plan by all of the major lobbyist groups and think tanks in Washington to solicit an entire administrative network to replace the existing bureaucrats on day one. Yeah, it is different. It is actually different this time.
Around, but
they got the poster boy for Project 2025 into the vice president's seat. What are you talking about? It is certifiably different.
people look back on those years actually quite fondly. And then even with Trump people himself, a big criticism, including mine, would be that he did have people like General Kelly, Mattis, and others who didn't agree with him on anything, and who at many times actively thwarted a lot of his better orders, like to withdraw from Afghanistan or whatever. So I just look at it as very different from theirs. Of course, they're not trying to win me over. That coalition, I just keep thinking, aren't these people Harris voters already? Aren't they already Democrats? Like, who is being convinced by this? But look, if they win by 1 in all the blue wall states, I'll say it right here, they were right.
I mean,
Can I just point out one more thing that is symptomatic of this demographic shift that I've been talking about throughout this this video? The Democratic Party views Florida as being in play, and the only way you get Florida in play is by peeling off this core demographic of white non-college graduates. You know, that is the way you get Florida into play. And hey, guess what? That is in fact what you see happen when you shift just like 1 or 2 percentage points more from that particular demographic. You suddenly get Harris winning Florida by 0.5%. You know, like it is possible that what we're seeing right now is a sea change. I don't think that we'll see Blexis, blue. I don't think we'll see Texas going blue, but I do think that Colin Allred has a really good shot of unseating Ted Cruz. I do think that we can start seeing Texas turn officially purple, and that is going to be really cool to see. So that's really what I'm trying to convey here. I mean, like, this is pretty astounding from back in September. Florida is in play, said DNC chair Jamie Harrison. Florida, Florida, Florida. For the first time in 30 years, you have Democrats running in every seat in the state house, the state senate, and at the congressional level. Yeah, Donald Trump only won the state by about 3 percentage points in 2020, which, again, if he's losing on his largest demographic by 3 points, currently, if they can shave off another 1 or even 2% of that support by election day, you just won Florida. So that is exactly what the Kamala Harris plan has been. Didn't Florida used to be blue? Yes. Florida has gone red the last couple of elections, but Florida was considered a purple state for a long time. It's been historically kind of this swing state. So I think that we have a shot here to see some really big changes. We could be looking at like Kamala Harris sweeping with like almost 350 electoral votes, which would be crazy. But we'll see. Fingers crossed for that outcome. Okay, let's actually get to this content. I've been talking too much about these numbers.
Difference between 2020 and now is that in 2020, January 6th hadn't happened.
Yeah, true.
So it was...
I mean, in 2020, January 6th hadn't happened, and COVID was actually just starting, and like a lot of demographic shifts have happened between 2020 and 2024 in regards to COVID, in regards to, election denialism becoming so widespread and rampant. It's going to depress the conservative voter turnout. We still had Roe in 2020. Like, the sea changes in like voter behavior and attitudes toward a Trump administration, it's gonna be big, and I don't know that any of the polling right now really captures how big that could be.
You could point to, like, Trump did weaponize the Department of Justice against, launching investigations against John Kerry and against Comey, and it's not like there was nothing you could point to, but there was nothing as shocking as what happened on January 6th. And, you know, and now we've learned more and more details about, no, he really was serious about, for example, calling the military in to shoot protesters in the legs during the Black Lives Matter protest. He really was serious about.
And also, he's now going on the campaign trail and talking about how we need to have a national crystal knocked where the police can, you know, do one terrible violent day of violence to round up immigrants.
About these plans to attempt to like use the National Guard to seize ballot boxes. He really did try to overturn the election using these fake elector slates. We really did watch a crazed mob run around the Capitol calling for his own vice president to be hanged, and him sit back and, you know, allow it to happen, if not be actively like in support of that sentiment. So, you know, that is a significant shift from where we were back in 2020, which even in 2020, obviously he lost. So even before people had.
Hey, Amber Brains, thank you.
I like you, Crazy Grape. You seem like good peeps. Also,
Amber Brains, thank you for gifting a sub to Crazy Grape.
Had that incredibly jarring experience. So again, my instinct is similar to yours, Sagar, and it was in 2022, to be like, I don't know why you're focused. Like, to me, I think this is important, right? I think actually the argument is correct that, you know, all of any sort of institutional guardrail and check that was in place that checked his worst instincts last time around, they have made a concerted effort to dismantle those. You also have a Supreme Court decision basically saying, hey, whatever you do in office, basically you're immune. Like, you can do basically whatever you want. So it is a different landscape in that regard. That resonates with me. My instinct is to say you were better off when you were framing him as like weird versus this, you know, giant threat. You're even better off when you're leaning into bread and butter issues, inflation, which we have to say too. I mean, she's closed the gap with him on economics, so some of what she's saying is landing. But I can't be so certain about it because their analysis was more right in 2022 than mine was. And I think what Weigel points to is they've effectively already baked into the calculus, like, we're losing Arab American voters. We're just gonna try to make it up somewhere else. We're not going to hit our margins with Black men in particular. We're also going to try to make that up somewhere else. And they're saying, all right, well, where do we make that up? The largest group of voters in the country is white people, and white women in particular are the single largest demographic group. So if we can pull in another couple percentage points there, then it's enough to make it work, especially in the blue wall states. And, you know, I can't say definitively that they're wrong about that.
Again, extraordinarily possible. It just seems like such a tremendous gamble. Like, I would, you know, if we're gambling and we're looking at margins and ways to win, it just seems totally different, both the way I would do it and others. I mean, I guess why I come back to it in terms of...
Yeah, like the criticism I would levy on Kamala Harris's strategy here is that it completely neglects to energize her own base, you know, her own base of support that she is reliant on to like get people knocking on doors, to get people phone banking, to get people text banking, you know, the youthful energy that like allowed, you know, Obama to come in on a groundswell of support. Like, she's missing that because her campaign has leaned into this peeling off conservative voter strategy, which is probably in their mind viewed as the safest option. I think that they're trying to go with a safe option rather than what would be a risk rhetorically, I guess. It would be a risk politically to make an alliance with, you know, the left, which is what you would need to do to get that groundswell of support.
why it's all baked in is we have heard this all so many times. And by the way, I would point out this whole Atlantic article has some serious issues. Let's put A6, please, on the screen. Nick Ayers, who I covered at the White House and was the deputy chief of staff while General Kelly was also the chief of staff, says, quote, "I've avoided commenting on inter-staff leaks or rumors, but General Kelly's comments regarding President Trump are too egregious to ignore. I was with each of them more than most, and his commentary is patently false." There is an anecdote in the Atlantic article which alleges that Trump didn't want to pay for this soldier's funeral. The sister of that fallen soldier says that is absolutely not true. The reporter who was in the room during their meeting says absolutely not true.
Who hasn't decided by now? Can't be many. Oh, Zero. Honey, if you're here, you cannot judge what the median voter is capable of. The median voter barely knows that it's the election year. The median voter doesn't know any of the finer points of politics. You know, this is like walking into a Baptist church and thinking that, oh, everyone here knows what transubstantiation is. Everyone here has a really deep theological grounding in what the Trinity represents, right? No, none of them do. If you say the word transubstantiation to most people in an average church, they're just gonna blink at you and be like, "What? I don't know what that means. I've never heard that word in my life." In a very similar way, the median voter has no idea what's going on in politics. And that's why name recognition is huge when it comes to politics. The reason your local politicians really want you to get those yard signs out is because they rely on you generating on those things generating name recognition, so that when the median voter goes to the polls, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I saw that yard sign. I recognize that name. I'm going to vote for them." Like that, literally. Okay? And so when we're talking about this, the median voter has no idea what's going on. If you are here, you know more about politics than 90% of the people in the United States. Okay? I guarantee you.
Now, okay, all these people have certainly an incentive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Nick Ayers, it was like some never Trump, Mike Pence type guy who I covered at the White House and eventually left. He is not in any way some sort of MAGA warrior. So when the guy says it's a lie, I tend to believe it. At the end of the day, only General Kelly and Donald Trump actually know what was allegedly said in some private conversation. You can make up your own mind.
Can I ask you though, we weren't there. I wasn't it is just like a he said, he said. Does it strike you as outlandish though that Trump could say it? It's, to me, it's not that crazy or unimaginable given some of the things he said in public that he could have said something like this. And so, it doesn't blow my mind to imagine him being I want some generals like the German generals.
Yeah.
That's sounds very much like something Trump would say.
But doesn't that kind of lose when he's even listen to what Kelly says? He's like, I want somebody who takes orders. It's like, well, okay. I mean, for example, let's think about what may be the context. Maybe when Trump was like, hey, you need to withdraw from Syria, and James Mattis and the Pentagon hide the number of troops in Syria and don't withdraw them and execute a lawful order. Well, which side would you rather have? The person who actually obeys the commander-in-chief or not? That's what I mean.
But why you got to go to Hitler's generals?
Okay, the point is about, by the way, I've been trying to avoid this discussion, but, what's his name? Kelly brought up, he's like, oh, did you mean Bismarck's generals? Did you mean the Kaiser's generals? Or did you mean Hitler's generals? There is a discussion to be had about who the best generals were between Bismarck, Kaiser, and Hitler or whatever.
Yeah, because, that's definitely what Donald Trump was interested in doing.
Don't forget, Heinz Guderian was never prosecuted by the Nuremberg trials. He was the chief of staff of the Wehrmacht under Hitler. So all I'm saying is that if you actually look at so-called like the context of I'm trying to issue orders or whatever, yeah, don't you want a general officer who does obey like the whatever the order, a lawful order at least from the president? Probably.
So you also would like Hitler's general.
Trains and bullshit. I'll learn mine the honest way. But thank you for the offer.
No, I didn't say I would like Hitler's generals, but I'm saying it's a stupid.
You're backing him up.
What I'm saying is it's a stupid and a contrite way of being like, oh, it is evidence that he would like pursue a Holocaust or some sort of.
He's literally Sagar. He's literally right now campaigning on his big promise, which is to round up 20 million people for mass deportation. And gee whiz, wouldn't you know it, there's another political figure that campaigned on rounding up millions of people for mass deportation. And you know what? They started that process, and you know what? They got halfway through it and said, oh, wait, it's actually really expensive to deport millions of people. We need a cheaper solution to this problem because we can't keep them in these ghettos and concentration camps forever. So then they did the Holocaust. You know, Nazi Germany, that place.
Of like ridiculous in the most smearing way. We have to be adult in the way that we can talk about that conversation.
Of course. So like we have to be adult in the way we talk about this conversation. You are carrying water right now for a man who is literally campaigning on doing step, I don't know, 3 of the Holocaust.
But what I just pointed out with the Syria thing is a perfect example of why I like Schedule F. I'm like, yeah, it's good. Get them out of there. These people actively subvert the commander-in-chief. Bigger than Trump, too. This is a Biden problem. This is an everybody problem.
The last time we discussed this, you know, you said you had you thought Trump would be basically a dictator if he could. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I said Trump would pursue many of.
Yeah, I guess this is part 2 because in the debate that Crystal is referencing, like Sagar did in fact say like, yeah, undoubtedly Donald Trump would be a fascist dictator if he could be, but like our guardrails are strong enough to protect us from that. And now like he's trying to switch his position and be like, oh, it's ridiculous to call him a fascist.
The most outlandish things if he could, but I have enough faith in American institutions that that's not going to happen.
So to me,
yeah, but what they're saying is he's a fascist dictator, Sagar, and your response to that is, yeah, well, he can't be a fascist dictator because our system precludes him from being a dictator, and that's stupid. Because he'll break the system. We've already seen him try to do it and get away with it. And now the Supreme Court is in his pocket. And that's a really bad combo, man. He has Project 2025 to get only yes men around him. And I need to remind you all about this story. Because people keep forgetting this. Trump discussed using a nuclear weapon on North Korea in 2017 and blaming it on someone else. This is also a story from John Kelly. Like, Donald Trump is a guy who's going around talking about how Hitler did some pretty cool things, and how he wishes all of his generals were like Hitler's generals and just did what he told them to do. And he's also talking about wanting to start nuclear wars. And he's doing this in office with the most powerful people in his cabinet. The only reason, by the way, that he wasn't able to do this is because his generals stopped him.
The issue with that analysis to me is that you can't on the one hand say like, oh, well, the institutions held last time and he was held in check by the way, some people like Kelly and Mattis, et cetera, and Milley. But also, I want none of those people in this administration, and I want them to actively destroy the institutions that did keep him in check last time. And also, it also leaves out the fact that the landscape is different since you have the Supreme Court decision that basically says you're immune for acts that you take in office. So to me, that's kind of trying to have it both ways of saying, yeah, well, the institutions held last time, but also I don't want those institutions around this time to hold him in check.
Very easy to explain. In terms of, what is it? Like, what did you reference? Like shoot people in the leg or whatever? Yeah, that's not going to happen even under so-called Schedule F. But they
What are you talking about, dog? He already had Border Patrol kidnapping protesters off the street. What do you... Oh, it's not going to happen. Police would never abuse powers given to them by the president.
The example I gave of, hey, you need to withdraw from Syria, and then they fake the numbers, specifically in the Pentagon, and then give them false information to the commander-in-chief and don't carry out that order, I think that needs to go. That's what I'm talking about.
But why...
I don't think that those are actually mutually exclusive at all.
Why are you so confident that if you... So last time when, when Trump was like, why can't the military just come in and shoot protesters in the legs or something? That was, what he said, which I believe that he said that. You had Milley in place to be like, you can't do that, right? And the whole goal of the, Project 2025 and many of the most organized conservative efforts in the meantime is to make sure that you don't have someone like Milley in place who can say like, no, we're not doing that, that you have quote unquote loyalists. Like that's Trump's #1 goal. You see it already, in the choice of like J.D. Vance as vice president. The #1 goal is to make sure that the people who are in place this time will do whatever he says, whether it is appropriate, lawful, moral, or not. And so that's why I don't think you can have so much confidence that like if he's, wants to go in that direction next time, you're going to have someone in place who's going to be like, no, you can't do that. And the context of John Kelly, the quotes that we played for you, the audio we played for you, that was in an interview with the New York Times. He apparently, this reporter had been trying to get him on the record for a really long time. And he didn't want to do it, didn't want to do it. And then what he says triggered him to come out now is Trump's repeated comments about using the military against the enemy within. And for him, a bright red line, which it should be for all of us, in my opinion, in American public life, is turning the military against civilian populations. So when you know what he tried to do last time, when you know what he's saying publicly, when people who know him way better than we do and have been around him and seen him in action way more than we have, when all of them are saying this, like, it's, whether you want to use the F word fascist or not, like, this guy is a wannabe dictator and really could be very dangerous next time around. I can't hand wave that away given what we've seen him already do at this point.
I understand, but it just substantively seems very different to me than, okay, let's say the theoretical chain of command for you need to go shoot people on American streets. You would need the general to carry it out. You would need to pass it down to the National Guard, and the individual soldiers would actually carry that out. Call me crazy, too optimistic, don't think it's going to happen.
But we did see protesters quite viciously attacked out front of the White House during the Black Lives Matter protest.
Those were by the D.C. police, not on the order of the president or the National Guard.
It was the National Guard. There were federal law enforcement officers there. It was right outside the White House.
Yes, but it was done by the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
You're forgetting it was done in the service of enabling that.
She's so over this, like, fascist ghoul doing apologia for January 6th.
Bizarre Trump photo op with the Bible.
Yeah.
So that was done at Trump's behest. And that it was at a time, yes, I know plenty of the protests were violent. It was at a time, they were completely peaceful. And, they were viciously attacked. So to say it's impossible and I can't imagine it happening, et cetera, given what we've already seen, I just don't have that confidence.
And that's fine. People can vote the way that they want. There's a big difference to me between D.C. cops and local cops tear gassing some people to get them out of a square or whatever so Trump can take a photo op and literally trying to shoot people and occupy the country.
There's a difference between gassing people and shooting people. I mean, I guess but not that big of a difference.
Like, if you believe that, then frankly, I have my whole voting guide today. Go vote for Kamala. If you don't believe that and you think it'll work its way out in the way that I laid out in terms of the president's going to issue an order and we're going to actually see the deep state or whatever maybe come to heel and execute these orders, then you should.
Yeah, what you just described there is a dictator. Wait, hey, Sagar and Jetty, what is a dictator?
See the deep state or whatever maybe come to heel and execute these orders, then you should vote for Trump. Or
like he's literally saying if the president gives an order, we might finally see, you know, people carry it out. And I need to really remind people that that's not the role of the president is not to give orders and make things happen immediately. That is not the role of a president in our system. That is the role of a dictator if our system is truly broken.
Don't, you know, it's up to you. But my point is that it seems very clear that there's obviously like an Overton window within what we're talking about here, and that this idea of literally shooting people or enemy from within camps of U.S. citizens is not going to happen. If you believe it's going to happen, then don't vote for him.
You know, that's a really interesting, very specific turn of phrase. Let's listen to that one more time, shall we?
About here, and that this idea of literally shooting people or enemy from within camps of U.S. citizens is
camps of U.S. citizens. Just a quick look at this here. You know, I seem to recall another group of people who were non-citizens at the time who were put into highly concentrated camps. But they would also fall outside of the exception that Sagar is trying to make here, which is you're not going to see camps full of U.S. citizens. Just camps of those criminal elements from outside of our society. And, well, wouldn't you know it, this is an excerpt from the World Jewish Congress here. The 1935 Nuremberg laws effectively excluded Jews from German society. They were deprived of their German citizenship and prohibited from marrying or having sexual relations with individuals of German or German-related blood. So, I'm just pointing out here that even if you were to apply Sagar's wording here, he would, if you just kind of put him back in time, the wording he chose would not have applied to Jews put in concentration camps for extermination. And I'm not saying that if you asked Sagar point blank if he would support the Holocaust that he would say yes, but I am saying that the rhetoric he is employing is the exact same rhetoric that Nazis used in 1935.
It's not going to happen. If you believe it's going to happen, then don't vote for him. I really don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the argument that I think is very clear. I think that's how the government should work, specifically both within the bounds and then also, you know, disobeying so-called unlawful orders. What I saw when I covered the White House is that General McMaster, General Kelly, and General Mattis willfully undercut the President of the United States and tried at every turn not to execute his foreign policy. My criticism of Trump actually would be that you're such a fool that you allowed them to do so for 2 years and that you didn't use the full force of your office to say, who are you? Get out of here. The guy comes in and says, I want to withdraw from Afghanistan. McMaster's like, no, you need to surge in Afghanistan. And Trump signs that off. So
who would be the new victims? The new victims in our case would be migrants, immigrants. They would be the undocumented and likely many of the documented as well.
That's my criticism of Trump, but that's not the criticism that media and Kelly and all these other people were. It's very much like, oh, you need to trust me, because I was some 4-star general. And that, that's another thing. What, these 4-star generals, like, what, you think they're the greatest people in the world? I covered the Pentagon. They're some of the biggest liars out there. Go look at the way that they all talked about Afghanistan. Like, why would you trust exactly what everything these people say?
Do you really think they'd stop there? Absolutely not. But those would be the first victims. And if use your imagination if you need to figure out more.
This isn't even about General Kelly per se, but it's like anytime some general on CNN or whatever is like talking about his past service and how we're supposed to revere them, I just can't help but think the Afghanistan papers, and I read about him, every single commander of the U.S. forces in Afghanistan lied to the American people. So what credibility do you have with me? So I guess it just comes down to like what you really think is going to happen within this specific situation, and also whether you find these people as eminently credible and you want them to run the country.
So
for me, absolutely not. I don't want these people to run the country.
What do you make, though, of the fact that so many of the people who, who supported, voted for Trump last time, who were lifelong Republicans, who were, as comfortable enough with his leadership that they were willing to serve in his administration, that they all have very similar things to say?
I make of it exactly what I just said. I think that they're they're deep institutionalists, that they have a committed internationalist worldview, having covered and even been in off-the-record conversations with General Kelly, with General Mattis, and all these other people. They saw their role as very specific. We need to protect the republic from Donald Trump. I don't think that these people should be, quote unquote, protecting a Democratic elected leader from anything, or the republic, quote unquote, from a Democratic elected representative. They, like, for example, Mattis saw his entire
Why, like, okay, hypothetically, Sagar, let's enter the world of imagination, okay? So if you can conceive of it, imagine an election between someone who's like, I will fundamentally keep things relatively the same, maybe with some slight improvements, and the opponent of this election, the opposing side, it's a duopolistic system, is an out-and-out fascist. Like, they goose-step, they wear the Nazi uniform, they're heiling Hitler, they're doing all that stuff. Do you think that the fascist one that's dressing and Sieg heiling, do you think that one should, that in that case, like, generals shouldn't come forward and say, hey, for the good of our democracy, don't elect this guy because he will end our democratic system? And like Sagar, is that's kind of the position you're taking here, which is that, oh, these figures just shouldn't have any say in any political agency whatsoever. And it's like they can use their freedom of speech actually to advocate for what they believe in. They have that right too. They just happen to believe that America is under threat from a fascist taking power and are doing their best to avert it, as should we all.
Higher role as stopping Trump's blunt America first instincts. And don't forget, resigned over what? Over the Syria withdrawal order that eventually came to a head. General Kelly, same thing. General McMaster, same thing. They saw their role as
How about
basically...
Mike Pence?
So, what's up?
How about Mike Pence?
Well, Mike Pence is a different story. And actually, I think that criticism is pretty legitimate. I mean, I've never sat here and been some stop.
But that's the thing
defender.
is what they're saying is honestly very similar to what Mike Pence is saying. And, I would have put a lot more stock in the argument you're making prior to January 6th. And, we were very lucky that at that time, there were still a few people to tell Donald Trump no, that it wasn't even, worse than it ended up being. And it was a horrifying day. It was bad. Like, the attempt to steal an election was really bad. So I just can't be so blasé at this point of like, oh, I don't want anyone around who is an institutionalist. I want Donald Trump to be able to exercise his most unchecked impulses this time around. I just can't at this point.
I get where you're coming from. I laid out my January 6th position.
But it didn't change your
What, the January 6th
Your
thing?
analysis at all?
Oh, of course, but what happened then was the result of the democratic process, right? Well, let's look at the current landscape of January 6th and whether it can happen again. The Electoral Count Act is passed. The vice president can no longer have any ambiguity on certifying the election. 5 out of the 7 swing states are ruled by Democrats, which would require certification under the Electoral Count Act, so that's not going to happen. Number 3, Rudy Giuliani and all of the other legal associates who helped Trump do this are literally bankrupt. Rudy was ordered yesterday to turn his Mercedes over to the Department of Justice. Jenna Ellis had to plead guilty. Sidney Powell had to plead guilty. They're all completely bankrupt. What's his name? John Eastman has basically been run out of town. I believe he's either been disbarred or not. I forget. Rudy's been disbarred. Every person who's been connected to that has suffered massively at the hands of the state, and Trump himself is under federal indictment, and it's not like he didn't pay a price for it. So do I think it's going to happen again? No, I absolutely don't. This is a case of genuinely institutions coming together, I think in a totally legitimate way, of trying to constrain the universe where anything like this could happen. So that's what I would say. I'm not that worried about that playing out like this again. If you want to say an extraordinary circumstance of something different, okay, maybe. You know, again, I think within the bounds of the system, people have really learned their lesson from January 6th. And if they haven't, then I think they're going to pay a big price for it. So that would be my response on a lot of that. Like, just mechanically, a lot of the things that happened last time.
Again, what his counter to this is that, oh, they're just not gonna do the same, you know, alternative slate of elector scheme that they tried last time, which, yeah, of course they're not. They have a different plan this time. Project 2025. Like, the best he has is to, like, obfuscate and, like, point in a different direction and be like, the real villain is that away. And then he, like, takes off running in the opposite direction.
Time cannot happen again. And if they want to sue in state court and lose every single case like they did last time around, be my guest, I guess. You know, you want to waste some legal fees? Fine.
It just feels like you're talking about, you know, okay, the exact set of circumstances that led to the exact situation of January 6th have been somewhat mitigated, so we don't have anything to worry about. And when I think about that, about the events of January 6th and Stop the Steal and all of that, it's less about, okay, can that exact sequence of events happen again? I don't know. Probably not, because he's not president right now.
Yeah,
so that makes things that.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously the exact set of circumstances cannot happen. However, we're currently in a really scary time when it comes to elections. I compiled this. Let me see if I can grab this here. Wasn't here. Is it this one? No. Yes, here we go. Here's a very short video from ProPublica about one of the things that the Republican Party is doing right now to try and kind of favor Trump.
I'm Phoebe Petrovic. I'm a reporter for ProPublica and Wisconsin Watch, and I am here in beautiful, dreary Monroeville, Pennsylvania for the Courage Tour. It is sort of a mashup of a Christian tent revival and MAGA rally.
I decree the church will speak the truth. I decree it will be a fair election.
I'm here because I'm investigating how pro-Trump allies are recruiting people who had doubted the 2020 election results to become poll workers this time around in the 2024 election. They're focusing on battleground states like Pennsylvania. The Courage Tour has also come to Arizona, to Michigan, to Wisconsin. And this one was really unique because Senator J.D. Vance, who is running for vice president on the ticket with Trump, was there at a town hall today and spoke a little bit. And I am hoping to chat to some folks.
So can you first tell me your name?
It's Greg Pontonen.
And so you signed up to be a poll worker?
I just did. They approached me and they said, would you like to sign up for paper balloting? And I go, well, that sounds interesting. I think we probably need that. And I go, yeah.
So did you yourself have concerns about the 2020 election?
I do have some concerns about the 2020 elections. And, you know, social media has been hacked into, banks have been hacked into, misinformation comes from Russia, it comes from China, it comes from, various countries. It's very easy to do that. I could see that happening in our election.
Can you just tell me your name, sir?
Sure, it's Bob Mateo.
And how did you get here?
I drove here.
How long was the drive?
It took me about 12 hours, about 10 hours, nonstop.
Oh my God.
Yeah. For me in New Hampshire, or I should say my town in New Hampshire, we're looking for Republican volunteers, people that are willing to go and kind of, well, we're looking for them to count ballots, be ballot counters, but also be stationed at the polls as well.
Like, what's your view on the 2020 election?
I'm disappointed in the results.
Okay.
There are red flags. I don't like, I believe there are red flags.
So it's been a couple of weeks since my investigation at the Courage Tour rally, and I want to share some of my takeaways. So the Republican and Democratic parties have historically recruited poll workers, and almost every state in the country has a legal requirement that says that there must be some amount of partisan balance at the polling places on election day. What's different that we're seeing here are groups that are outside of the parties making a really concerted effort to recruit poll workers themselves. So the Line of Judah is one of those groups. We saw them at the Courage Tour, and they say that they want to be the Christian version of the NRA.
Yeah, so really what we're seeing here is a very precipitous rise in Christian nationalism embedding with the Republican movement. And one of the scary things is that it's getting embedded on the local level, on the nitty-gritty level of poll workers. And that could be a vector of some underhanded dealings in the upcoming election. My gut reaction to this is that planting these poll workers in swing states is part of a drive to then legally contest the results in each of those swing states in an effort to essentially have like 5 or 6 Florida scenarios. Florida from the year 2000, from the 2000 election, where Florida was decided by the Supreme Court to have gone for George W. Bush. And despite the fact that I believe subsequent recounts showed that Al Gore actually won Florida, which would have would have been a different course of history there. So I think what we're looking at is laying the groundwork for possible legal contests to the 2024 election, just with the testimony of poll workers themselves and having more poll workers on hand to, throw wrenches into the whole shebang. So it is some pretty not great developments. Usually I'm fine with people becoming poll workers because most people who become poll workers just do so because they believe in our democratic process. But stacking poll workers with Republicans from Christian nationalist recruitment efforts seems like a very ill omen to me.
They're traveling to swing states with the Courage Tour with Lance Wallnau to recruit conservative Christian poll workers. Many of the groups that we looked at had connections to Donald Trump and his allies. So take the Line of Judah, for example. We found a business filing filed with the Tennessee Secretary of State that said that an attorney working with them was Miles Terry, whose business or law firm partner actually represented Trump during his first impeachment. To read the full investigation, head to the link in our bio.
Lance Wallnau did not respond to multiple calls, emails, or a list of detailed questions. Joshua Standifer, founder of Line of Judah, said via email, "Our objective is to encourage Christians to engage peacefully, ethically, and legally within the system."
Love and solidarity, comrades.
Yo, Manic Anti-Fascist, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate that. Any suggestion that we are encouraging inappropriate behavior is simply false and part of an ongoing effort to discourage Christians from participating in civic processes. Ah, yes, the ongoing effort of discouraging the most prominent religious belief in America from engaging in the civic process. Miles Terry did not respond to calls or requests for comment. Okay. But yeah, there are concerns. Let's go back to this. We're almost done with this this exchange here.
You know, makes things different right there. But is that indicative of the type of thing that he can foment when he's at his worst? Yes. And is that indicative of, you know, when you put that together with what many people who were in his administration, including his own vice president, who stood by him through everything up until the very end, what they say about his worst impulses, you know, I think that is very troubling and should be taken seriously. And then, you know, the last thing I'll say, and we can move on to Kamala's town hall and take a look at what she's saying in her closing pitch and also some of the latest polls. But the last thing I'll say is also, you do have a different landscape now with the Supreme Court really saying, like, you have carte blanche. And so even that theoretical institutional check of, you know, the highest court in the land is now effectively gone. So if you're taking that away, you're taking away any of the people who were, like, you know, institutionalists who were writing memos to him saying, you know, like Don McGahn writing memos to him saying, listen, you cannot just turn the Department of Justice into your own like toy to prosecute your political enemies. You just literally can't do that. You take those people out of the picture, and you know, I think it is a dangerous situation and one that people should take into consideration. Now, I'm not telling people how they have to vote.
Honestly, Crystal's doing well here, and I don't really see how she could have. I mean, I don't understand how she puts up with Sagar. I would be losing it by this point. Like 30 minutes of going back and forth about whether or not a guy whose chief of staff called him a fascist is in fact a fascist.
Or that this has to be their number one issue, etc. But, you know, to factor in the people who were in the room with him, who saw how he operates and how he thinks, and to take into consideration what we've seen happen and his own public comments, you know, I don't think it's like deranged or insane to take those things very seriously given what we've seen at this point.
I don't think it's deranged.
Does she always not look at him? I think she's avoiding eye contact because she's mad.
Deranged or insane, people can make up their minds for themselves. Hey, if you like that video, hit the...
And no one did, because you were in it. God. Sagar is really just a Weasley little fascist. And honestly, if you find people buying into this rhetoric of like, oh, America's institutions are so strong, you know, they can survive another 4 years of Trump. They did before, they can again. You're talking with a fascist or someone who is at the very least ambivalent about fascism itself. Because frankly, like, his arguments were bad. And if you know anything about Donald Trump, you know that he's a fascist. And, you know, we'll probably go over fascism again. You know, maybe I'll do a segment just reading the essay fascism and put that up on the YouTube, and maybe that way more people will actually have read the very short essay that Umberto Eco wrote defining fascism. And it's a useful bar. It's a useful bar to have because most people have no idea what fascism is. Everyone has done Echo, though. Have they? Because, again, the median voter has no idea what fascism is. To the median voter, fascism is something from, you know, World War II movies. It's not real in a tangible way to the median voter. But Yeah, Donald Trump's a fascist. If you're assisting him in taking power in any way, shape, or form, you are complicit with fascism, and it will immiserate not just the United States but the entire world. The entire world will pay that price if a fascist is allowed to become the president of the United States. So, get out there, knock on doors for your local candidates. Do phone banking, do text banking. It's really, really important work that we need people to volunteer to do. And please just talk with your friends and family and get them out to vote. Either early voting, vote by mail, or on November 5th, because we need as many people out there as we can get. Let's do this. Now, folks, we have been going for almost 3 hours now. That was a very long segment. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. And you know what, folks? I'm gonna ask YouTube chat. I see we have 83 likes. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. However, I know that there are 230 people watching the stream right now, almost 240 people. Please, let's get that number up. I think we can hit 150 likes. I think we can do that. Hit that like button, babies. And folks, please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is ultimately brought to you by viewers like you. I do not make enough money off of ad revenue to keep this show afloat. So please consider dropping those subs and donos so that I can continue making content and pay my rent. It's almost rent time. Oh God, it's almost rent time. My mom doesn't seem like she's going to vote in the main. Might be a blessing or a curse, depending. YouTubers begging me personally for likes makes me feel powerful. Good, you should feel powerful. Hit the like button or the dono ghost will steal your toenails. True. And it will return them one by one if you actually make a dono. Unironically, too many people think fascism is when the Nazis do socialism at people. Yeah. Yeah. Those are rookie numbers. We need to pump that up. Hey. No, Jack, go Dami Mommy on him. I mean, my outfit is really good. It's a really good Dami Mommy outfit. I feel like it speaks for itself, but, you know. Like the streamer, you get rotten shimp in the mail. It's true. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5
My work is
tip.
gatekeeping condiments.
Gatekeeping those condiments? Hell yeah. And, Irascended Kitten, thank you for answering the call for subs and donos. Do we got any more Oilers out there? Oilers? It is like 2:30 in the morning, so it wouldn't surprise me if there aren't. Jack is the Dami Mommy of the Strims tonight. Damn straight. I miss being rich and making it rain. Ms. Milena, you make our hearts rich. Do. My rabbi's oldest son, age 7, said that he's running for governor. When I asked him his platform, he said free healthcare and kosher pizza for everyone. Not gonna lie, that's a compelling argument right there. I've never had kosher pizza, but I assume it's good. Yeah, Code Mode, I started late, so you guys are getting a bit of an odd hour stream. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Kids got my vote? Hell yeah. All right. Okay. God, you guys, you have no idea how badly I want What's a Girl to Do episode 8 to come out. You guys,
They're censoring everything having to do with the actual reason for the season. Hey, that rhymes. Clever. How would you like it if we ignored you on your birthday, replaced it with some generic holiday like Happy Day? Happy Day, everyone! Happy Day. You spread such joy and love. Oh, happy bush, oh, happy bush. You are our favorite shrub.
Hello! It's my birthday.
That is so offensive. Did you ever once consider how many people are not celebrating birthdays today?
Jesus?
Bad day?
You have no idea.
Actually, I know exactly how you feel. Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. I am so glad you were born.
It's really more politically correct to say happy holidays. Well, yeah, it's probably not the best time or place to bring this up, but the term politically correct was first coined in the former Soviet Union to quash religion and silence dissent.
Is that so?
Yeah, they actually used it to send people to gulags.
You're right. This is not the right
no one likes
time
this.
or place.
I like it.
If
It's
you'll
so
excuse
bad.
us, we have some people to greet. Sure.
It's
Candace,
so
Linda,
bad.
Care to join us?
I have no idea what season it was.
Well, that went well.
It was something.
Fun party.
What's a girl to do? Amazing stuff. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
Thank you for streaming Odd Hour. At 3:30 and I got till 6 till I get off work. From Caracal.
Well, God Sinner, thank you for the $5 super chat. And you know what? I think we might actually be going that long because I have had a lot of energy drinks to enable me to have this level of energy and presence at 2:30 in the morning. So there we go. Jack, I can't sleep. Well, then buckle up for the ride, bucko. Okay. Let's go out of that. Now, next up, guys. Oh no, did I think I accidentally exited out of it? No. 1 second. There we go. Now, guys, I don't know that
they are not locked.
I don't know that I can handle that much of this vid, and frankly, I think Jubilee will probably also not want me to handle that much of this vid. But that being said, we're gonna watch Ben Shapiro get dunked on by 25 people. So we're about to watch Ben Shapiro get dunked on by 25 people, and I'm here for it. At the very least, I'm here for it for approximately 10 minutes. Let's take a look, huh?
Kamala Harris's attempts to put DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion at the center of her policies is destructive.
God, I dislike Jubilee.
How's it going, dude?
Morning.
Where do I get one of those hats?
Oh, my boy made it for me.
Nice.
So yeah, first of all, we're standing on stolen indigenous Tongva land, right? This is.
Are you moving anytime
indigenous
soon?
land? No, but
Why?
the fact of the matter is I'm born and raised California. We're talking
Yeah, but
about
it's stolen land, so why don't you
diversity,
give it back?
equity, and vision. We should.
So why don't
We
you?
absolutely
You
should.
could do it today, right now.
Great.
So
We
do it.
should, but that's not my point here. The point is you're saying that diversity, equity, inclusion.
Not a great rhetorical flourish to start with.
Is destructive.
Yes.
Right. So when we look at this country that is built off the backs of slavery and white supremacy, taking the lead, building the roots and foundations of everything that you.
You know what? Maybe we'll just make this small. Maybe I'll make this small and play like I don't know. We'll play RimWorld in the background. How about that? Sorry. Let me move this around. Sorry. There we go. Okay. I think this should work. It's much smaller now.
You know and believe today, it's ironic to see a Black and Indian woman who's rising up to the occasion against society, pushing them down. And this isn't just the fact that they're Black and Indian and a woman, it's the fact that
Can you give me an
those
example of how society
demographics-
pushed Kamala Harris down, please?
The demographic of people is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you suggested that Kamala Harris is being pushed down by society.
I'm not suggesting that, no.
I mean, that's
So my point is saying that
Sorry, you've been voted out by the.
Yeah, that wasn't great. I feel like he didn't really get to fully finish his point. But he was taking too long to get to it, unfortunately. What's a girl to do?
Majority, please return to your seat.
Good to meet you. Whoa. Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. So my opening question to you would be, why is that a destructive thing? Why is that a bad thing when for a long time in this country, I feel personally that white men have had an advantage over some communities that have been discriminated against. So why would you say that that is a destructive thing and not, maybe making up for lost time?
Sure. So let me explain what I mean by diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the basic theory of diversity, equity, and inclusion is spelled out by people like Richard Delgado, who's sort of one of the founders of, for example, critical race theory, is that essentially disparities equal discrimination. That if you see any disparity between one group in the United States and another group in the United States, that is the result of some exterior discrimination. It is not the result of individuals within that group acting differently. It's not the result of cultural differences. It's not the result of aggregated differences within individuals within that group. And that to me is a failure of logic. It also is destructive in that it separates group from group, particularly in the United States, on the basis of race, which is not the best way of actually bringing Americans together or forming policy that is the best for all Americans.
Do you think there's room for nuance, perhaps, though? Like, yeah, maybe not everybody, but there certainly has been a large sect of people that has had it harder because of the color of their skin or their sexuality or their gender identity. Could you acknowledge that maybe there's, a middle ground there where it's not all, but there is some people who certainly have had a disadvantage?
I will say that history has consequences, obviously, and that if you are talking about historic marginalization of particular groups, that has consequences. The problem is that when you design policy in order to rectify for cosmic injustices or historic injustices, you actually have to try and measure out whether underperformance, say economically, is due to those historic injustices. If so, how much? What is the corrective policy that is actually aimed at achieving best opportunity for all? The diversity, equity, and inclusion policies that are directed at separating race from race and then benefiting one race, for example, at the
Man, I'd love for someone to pull out like a Martin Luther King Jr. quote to Ben about DEI in particular. I think at one point he said something along the lines of like a society that has done something special to harm the black man must now do something special to help him. So it's something along those lines. And that was kind of one of his justifications for like DEI programs, affirmative action programs. And Ben Shapiro here is trying to have it both ways. He's both trying to say that, well, yes, historically speaking, there is discrimination against other groups, but you really have to, you know, like do a lot of data and like soul searching to figure out whether or not the disparity that you're seeing is actually due to that discrimination, or if that demographic is well, naturally deficient, we'll say. Now, of course, that's like, when I say naturally deficient, Republicans are keyed into kind of this eugenics-based idea of, you know, black people don't do as well in society because, you know, they're biologically inferior. Ben Shapiro doesn't want to say that because he knows that if he says that, it comes across as something a white supremacist would say, because it is something a white supremacist would say. And so instead, he tries, whenever this issue comes up, to talk about how, well, it's not black biology that keeps the African American community down, it is black culture. This is the argument he always goes with, as if black culture is not informed and shaped by the historical systematic oppression that the African American community has suffered under for centuries. You know, like the culture comes out of the economics, and like that's not really separable in the way that he's trying to make it seem like it is. If you want to correct you know, failings in the economy of like one demographic, then you have to actually take economic means to rectify it. Like it's not that complicated.
Expense of another, ignore the fact that there are individuals within those groups, that history does not fall on everybody equivalent, that frankly, genetics and intelligence don't necessarily fall as an individual.
Oh, Michaela Rose, you can subscribe to me on Twitch, you can subscribe to me on YouTube, or you can subscribe to me, best of all, over on riverboat.gg.
Level, right? You and I, we don't look the same. We might have different heights. We might have different qualities. You know, that is just the way that you know, God or nature has bestowed skill sets on everybody. What exactly is the government supposed to correct?
See, that's the thing. He likes to flirt with this idea that God or nature has bestowed certain groups. God or nature.
And if you took this entire group and you separated it in half, just draw a line anywhere. It's a circle, right? Anywhere you draw a line, you're going to get disparities between the two groups on either side of the line, without regard to race, without regard to sex, and without regard to, for example, sexual orientation.
But does that mean that hasn't played an effect in that story at all?
I'm not going to. No, you'd be a fool to claim that, that again, past injustices have no effect on what's happened today. Thanks so much. Watching guys gear up to run is really entertaining.
I'm sad that that guy didn't nail Ben harder on this particular point. Like, when Ben leaves himself open to being cornered into like naturalistic versus cultural issues, the dichotomy that he himself likes to play into here, you really need to nail him down on getting an answer of like, you need to nail him down on the cultural issue.
That was so nice, everybody. Thank you.
So you believe that certain economic disparities between racial groups are caused as a result of economic, no.
Ooh, yes, she's bringing it up.
Cultural differences?
Sure.
And so what is the backing on this? What would you say contributes to your belief in that?
Okay, so not all cultures, for example, value studying in school the same. You can check this by the amount of hours that kids of particular cultures study. So, for example, Korean Americans study a lot more than, for example, Latino Americans in terms of the number of hours that kids.
Again, a lot of this is shaped by the economic forces behind those groups. A lot of Asian folks, for example, are immigrants.
Dono Ghost says Ben Shapiro is bad and should feel bad.
True. Spectral Pyre, thank you for gifting a sub to Code Mode. But the immigration tends to select for wealth. So people who come into America tend to have more money than people who are just kind of entering the system from within America. You know, so when you have an immigrant family, there is an economic scenario that is more common, and that scenario is that they tend to be wealthier. So they have more resources to, spend on their kids studying for standardized testing. That's a big thing that you can do if you have money. You can spend it on tutoring. You can spend it on, study groups. You can spend it on materials. You can spend it on all kinds of different things to improve your child's performance. So it's not, this isn't really the point that Ben thinks it is. And I hope she's savvy enough to catch it. I think she might be.
The kids study. It would be hard to suggest what to attribute that to other than sort of parental guidance and what exactly the priorities are of the parents. This is true, by the way, between white people. Okay, so when I talk about disparities between groups, you can talk about white Appalachia, and there are very different values with regard to studying than there are for, say, upper-class white Americans who are living in Brooklyn, right?
I wonder if that difference is less due to culture and more due to the economic conditions of rural Appalachia versus the economic learning conditions of upper crust society white New Yorkers. I wonder if it's less the studying and more the money. Because I get the feeling that even if you study quite a bit, you're gonna be very disadvantaged in rural Appalachia.
Right, that's not the exact same thing. So cultural differences are not just racial differences. I think that anybody who attempts to sort of clumsily map that on and pretend that that's all the same, that's obviously not true. But cultural differences do explain an enormous amount of group disparities across incomes. To take a perfect example, if you look at single motherhood rates, they're not equivalent across groups. Those are going to have massive differences with regard to outcomes for children. So if you're talking about cultural differences, again, cultural is just it was a rough way of saying how people act within a group on a large scale. And that is going to amount to some generalization, but that generalization is going to tend to, shall we say, concur. It's going to correlate very highly with outcome.
But culture is acclimated over time. It becomes a thing over time. And so do you not think that these historical disadvantages that certain ethnic groups have been through over time has created this culture in which they're unable to put themselves ahead? You do say that Asian Americans are more likely to study, yes, but we have to take into account that after the Chinese Exclusion Act, Asian Americans were given a certain type of reparations which allowed them into the country.
This is also a good historical point. This is also really good. This is good.
And in order for them,
you can tell she's nervous, but she's doing really, really good.
They were given visas, which allowed them to come into the. Yes, they were given easier processes into visas. Yes, which allowed them into. No, it's a form of reparations, which they were once excluded from coming in, and so giving them an.
Also, I don't know that the reparations were for the Chinese Exclusion Act. However, the U.S. government has paid around $1.6 billion in reparations to those who were Japanese American families who were the victims of the internment camps during World War II. So, there's definitely meat to what she's saying here.
easier opportunity to attain these visas, allowed them into the US. And mainly the individuals who were able to attain those were people with higher educations, which is why it may seem that Asian Americans within the country who come in typically with higher incomes as well as higher educational backgrounds, it may come off as that they are more studious than Latino Americans. But what we have to take into account is that Latin America and Hispanic people have faced a lot of tremendous setback due to historical atrocities. It's not their culture per se. What you see within...
Is there any individual agency in here, or is it all historic circumstance?
Everything is based off of history. Everything acclimates...
I mean, this is the thing, right? This is where he starts to try and, like, get twisty, because he knows he's kind of over a barrel on this culture issue. So instead, he's trying to be like, but personal responsibility, though. And the argument here is less, like, personal responsibility. Well, not less personal responsibility. The argument here is actually that by knowing and understanding your current conditions, that allows you to make more informed decisions about how to move through life. Like, being able to understand your situation in the general society allows you to figure out how to move in that society in a way that is beneficial to you. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to be harder for you if you are from, or if you are, say, an African American versus if you are, say, white. But, like, it is going to be harder. So, like, what he's trying to do here, though, is shift the conversation away from how historical and systematic oppression can make things harder for certain groups. And instead, he's trying to put it squarely on the motivation of individuals, which is, of course, malarkey. Like, the situation here is not, oh, well, individuals just need to take a bit of responsibility. No, the situation here is, well, actually, it's harder for people to navigate society, and therefore fewer numbers of people in those othered groups succeed than they would otherwise, like than they would with the absence of this oppression. So, like, Ben has been doing this tap dance for like a decade now. Like, Ben is kind of backed into a corner here.
Everything is an accumulation of history.
So to take the single motherhood example, for example.
So, like, she's not doing a great job of, like, immediately rebutting his points, but, like, I think she's doing very well considering how nervous she's coming across here.
The way...
That was fun anyway.
Is that the guy from TikTok?
Whoa.
Man, TikTok guy really wants to get on there.
Hey, how's it going? How are you? Good to meet you.
So your basis is saying that culturally, people don't have the same advantages, right?
I'm saying that not every culture sort of initiates the same action within groups.
So in part, you're saying that you're part of each culture. You know what goes on in each culture to say these things.
No, I'm saying that I can analyze the activities of a particular group with reference to their actual behavior.
So if you go into my culture, we're told that we can achieve anything through hard work. We have to work 10 times harder. But you're not part of our culture, so you're explaining something that doesn't have to do with you. But in turn, you're saying that that culture, unfortunately, does not value the same thing that the next culture does.
So revealed preference tends to be a better way of doing social science than subjective perception. So revealed preference is how people act in the world. So for example, if you have one group of people who say, we really, really value our kids studying, and then their kids don't study at all, that would be a revealed preference.
Okay.
Everybody has
so
has
then
a
when you
reason
have
to say their
people
kids study.
who say in corporate America, you have people who value nepotism versus actual studying hard. What is that called then?
Okay, so the idea that people generally value nepotism over studying hard, I'd like to see the evidence of that, given the fact the vast majority of wealth in this country is not created through nepotism or through inherited wealth.
But
well, here's the thing, Ben. Let's see. The Washington Post did a piece on this about a year ago. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me just take a little click on this. Let's get this bigger for you guys. How inheritance data secretly explains U.S. inequality. All right. Hate to be the bearers of bad news, but you're probably not going to get an inheritance. Hopefully, this information doesn't surprise you as much as it did our kids. By kids, we mean the dog. A little over 1 in 5 U.S. households had received an inheritance at some point in their lives as of 2022, according to the Federal Reserve's remarkable survey of consumer finances. The inheritance rate jumps to 2 out of 5 if you only look at folks in their 70s, who have more time for their parents and favored aunts to meet a regrettable but timely demise, who have had more time. But even those folks are in the lucky minority. By 74, almost 2 in 5 will have inherited at least once. Every 3 years, the Fed asks 4,500 Americans an astonishingly exhaustive, almost 2-hour battery of questions on income and assets, from saving bonds to gambling winnings to mineral rights. One of our all-time favorite sources, the survey provides our best measure of America's ghastly wealth disparities. Since 1992, the number of people getting inheritances from parents has nearly doubled as bequests from grandparents and aunts and uncles have remained flat. Your 50s will be your peak inheriting ages, which makes sense given that on average 65-year-old in the U.S. can expect to live to around 83, and your parents are sadly mortal. Cool, thanks. So, essentially, going down here, white Americans retain a massive wealth advantage. White folks are about 3 times more likely to inherit than their black, Hispanic, or Asian friends. The gap closes slightly when you account for the fact that the typical white American is older than their peers, but remains vast enough to help explain why the typical white family has more than 6 times the net worth of the typical black American family. And this disparity continues largely because that is like wealth accumulates over time. You know, wealth tends to create more wealth. That's how capitalism works and consolidates, you know? And so over time and on a societal level, that leads to incredible statistics, you know, terrible statistics like that disparity. So it's also very true. Let's see if I can pull this out. It's been a while since I looked this up. U.S. wealth mobility lowest. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I believe it was this. Was it this one? Oh, nuts. Okay. See if I can get this study specifically. No. Let's take a look here. Was it this one from 2022? Read the full report. I think it was from here. Yeah, this is from 2022. This would check out. So over here, you have this report from the Brookings Institute. Oh, wait, no. Is this it? This is from 2015. Oh, okay. We'll go with this one. Wealth inequality in the U.S. is high. Inequalities between generations are of increasing concern. We also found large wealth mobility gaps by income. Because income is an important input to wealth accumulation, unsurprisingly, we find that people with high incomes across their prime wealth accumulation years also tend to have more wealth and more upward wealth mobility. People in the bottom third of income distribution and at the 10th percentile of the wealth distribution in their 30s can expect to rise to the 18th wealth percentile by their late 50s. Meanwhile, people in the top third of the income distribution at the 10th percentile, blah, 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 blah. Let's see, I need to find this. Was it in here? Where was this? Ah, here we go. We'll take a look at this one. This is from Stanford on economic mobility. Intergenerational mobility on average is significantly lower in the United States than in most other developed countries. However, mobility varies widely within the United States, and we now turn to examine this regional and state variability. We begin by constructing measures, yada, yada, yada. Basically, on the global stage, we are one of the most advanced and least economically mobile countries on the planet. That's the unfortunate reality that we are in. It would be really great if I could find the exact study that I was looking for. But I don't think we're going to find it. Bah humbug. All right, whatever. Whatever!
Donald Trump was giving nepotism, was he not?
I mean, he's one example among a bajillion people who are very, very wealthy in this country. I'm very wealthy now. I certainly wasn't born very wealthy.
But then you can't speak on Donald Trump's experience, can you
that
not?
happens to be the case. Okay, I mean, you can laugh at my particular history, but I grew up in an 1,100 square foot home in Burbank, California, with 4 siblings in 1 bedroom.
In Burbank, hold on. In Burbank, I'm sorry, but in Burbank versus growing up in South Central, being told that you have to excel 10 times harder than the next person, but then you're not part of the culture, to say that you can actually come to these disparities is kind of far-sighted.
The idea that you have to work 10 times harder coming from South Central based on, for example, test scores is obviously not true. We've had affirmative action programs in this country for solidly 40 years.
But now affirmative action is gone. It's out the door.
Thank
Now
God, it was a bad
DEI
program.
is present. DEI is actually saying that we need to have diversity, equity, inclusion. So you're actually putting a footing in the door for different races, different genders, different women, different men, everything. So now you're saying that because this program is gone, this one isn't.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah, like a jackrabbit.
Thank
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Hi,
how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So, I kind of want to shift the conversation about DEI a little bit away from culture because I don't know if that's.
Oh, this lady. This lady was on one of the other ones, right? She was on. Yeah, she had the good boots, I think.
It's necessarily like a helpful conversation to have, and I really want to talk more about representation. So 1 in 5 Americans currently is Hispanic. This country, like it or not, is not a homogenous country. We are a very diverse country.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not think that our legislators should be representative of the overall population?
I don't see a way that you can have a quote-unquote representative legislature with 435 members of Congress in a country of 340 million people, because you can divvy that up however you want. It's not by race. You could do it by sex. You could do it by gender. You could do it by sexual orientation. How exactly do you decide what is quote-unquote the representative group? And also, I don't believe that individuals ought to be represented based on group identity. So, for example, I'm Jewish. Jews are actually overrepresented in Congress. I don't think that we ought to decide exactly how many people in Congress are Jewish based on the Jewish population of the country. I think that's actually a pretty silly way to do representation.
Well, we don't have to do it systematically, but fundamentally there is an issue with the fact that we are not fully represented. Like, the entire population is not represented.
I mean,
We have
that's not true.
never
We
had a
vote.
black female president. I still have to pay taxes.
We've never had a
The
Jewish
whole
president. Who
concept is
cares?
no taxation without. Well, we have had a white male president. We've had like 45
Well, I mean,
of them.
whether Jews count as white or not has been sort of an object of debate for
You do.
quite a while. We do. Okay.
You do.
So, I mean, it depends according to whom, and that's a pretty recent development.
Honestly, like, Ben Shapiro has a point here. Like, if you ask people who are racist, like, super racist, right? If Jews are white, they'll tell you no. They'll tell you that no, Jews are not white. They are their own separate thing. And that is unfortunately like a prevailing idea among racist conservatives. And it's weird because there are definitely Jewish people who are like white passing for this in this circumstance, and I think that like it's a difficult topic to wade into here, but like, yeah, the same way like Italians are also white but kind of not at the same time, because like their demographic has been treated as non-white in the past. They're like, who does and does not qualify for whiteness in America, regardless of the color of your skin, has been something that's been in flux since the, coining of what it is to be white as a social construct, right? So like, it's a complicated issue that, yeah, yeah, the polls, the checks, there's a whole list of people who have been considered white and who have been considered not white. And again, if you talk to like a super racist, they'll be sure to educate you on who they think is white and not white and why. And usually it involves eugenics and skull shapes.
Development. Okay, so
basically everyone. It's a religion.
Judaism.
Do
is
you
also
not
ethnicity.
agree that you are a white man?
I mean, I think that it depends on the context in which you're discussing it.
So
Meaning
what
that
are you, Ben? Are you not a white guy?
I mean, I'm a man of Jewish ethnicity, which is sometimes grouped with white and sometimes not. I mean, that's the more accurate way to put it. But
he's not wrong. I do like that this rhetorically has him on the back foot, but I don't like the fact that he is correct in his statement and is still on the back foot. No, he's wrong. No, guys. This is a topic that gets talked about in op-eds. That this is constantly being discussed. Both, it used to be that this topic was only really discussed in like alt-right circles, but like now it's unfortunately become a more mainstream talking point. Whether or not Jews are white or if they qualify as white, it's a thing.
when
what
we're
else would
talking
you be
about
grouped with?
Jews, who are which is an
But it's-
ethnicity, I mean,
So
yeah.
you're not white at all.
I mean, again, it depends who's doing the grouping and how. I've seen Jews grouped with white and Jews grouped with not white. Are we just pretending that doesn't exist? That's a reality. However, as far as your generalized point, which is that we are supposed to identify people by group identity, that if we don't have a black female president, somehow black females have not been represented. So Barack Obama was in no way representative of black females because he's not a female.
No,
he
was representative,
So
but
he was
that's
half
the point.
representative. How do you do the math on this, and why?
You shouldn't do the math on it completely.
Like, as just an additional thing, here's Association for Jewish Studies. They talk about it in here. This was recorded seemingly right after Charlottesville, but I want to get like a date if I can. Doesn't list it on here, unfortunately. But it also tackles, like, are Jewish people white? And, yeah, here we go. For American Jews, at least those born after World War II, the scene in Charlottesville also felt surreal, as though a Nazi rally from an old black and white newsreel had sprung to life in full color in the present. Jews will not replace us. Who exactly is the us? The us is obviously some definition of white society that doesn't include Jews. This is Eric Goldstein, a professor of history and Jewish studies at Emory University and author of the book The Price of Whiteness, Jews, Race, and American Identity. It's a narrower definition of whiteness from which they are casting the Jews out, which is not unique in American history, but it is a departure from a kind of longer tradition of including Jews and other groups within the white category. Yeah, this is a whole long thing. And so, like, I just want to be clear, like, this is like a thing. I think that optically it's not great for her to be jumping into this particular point. I don't think it's a great rhetorical move. But let's see where she goes with it.
Statistically, but the fact
You shouldn't
is
do the math on it at all. You should treat people as individuals.
underrepresented.
You should treat people as individuals.
Well, if you don't even want Kamala Harris to attempt to create DEI initiatives in office, then there isn't even going to be a conversation about it.
I mean, I don't think there ought to be a conversation about why we ought to be represented by race or by sex. I think that we are each individual people with individual ideas, and if that person represents my ideas, I don't care what sex, race, or sexual orientation they are.
I mean, to an extent, yes.
No,
but there
entirely.
is an issue with the lack of empathy in office. We need to be able to empathize and legislate for the people that are living in this country.
I was not
Do you
aware.
not believe that?
I was not aware that empathy is relegated to particular race solidarity.
No, but I mean, it's easier to be empathetic towards people whose experiences you can fundamentally understand based on your identity. Like, do you not believe that people have an inherent bias
So first of all, I'm
based
not
on
sure.
identity?
I mean, we can start with the empathy itself. I'm not sure that empathy is always the best basis for actual public policy, because when you have group solidarity and empathy based on group solidarity, you're going to attempt to actually benefit the group with whom you have solidarity. So that actually cuts against
But
generalized
that's like a
public
fundamental
policy.
thing that just exists, which is why we need representation in government. Okay, cute. Thank you.
Yeah, I see where she was going with that one, but like, I don't think she had the time to really flesh it out in the way she would have wanted in this particular setting, because Jubilee is not about facilitating conversation. It's about getting those sweet the YouTube short clips. Let's go.
Wow, he got it this time. All right, nice. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Doing all right. How are you, Ben?
You know, it's been a day.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like an interesting setting being surrounded by 20 people that disagree with you.
I mean, the truth is I grew up in LA and then I went to law school in Cambridge, so,
So
I'm
you
a
have a lot
little
more
used to
than
it.
20.
It's yeah, I've been here before.
Anyways, let's talk about DEI. Do you think that Trump should have won 2016? I'll wrap it in. It's conceptually relevant. I'll demonstrate the relevance.
Okay, sounds good. By what measure? Do I think he did win, or do I think he should have won?
Do you think he should have won?
I mean, yes, I'm happy that he won. If the question is, am I happy that he won? I'm happy that he won.
Okay. Well, I'd say that Trump won 2016 because.
By the way, I did not vote for either candidate in 2016. That's a decision made in retrospect.
Awesome. So,
Monica
I
G,
think that
thank you for
Trump won
becoming a member on
2016
YouTube.
because of a modality of DEI. Essentially, what I'd say is the Electoral College, right, strives for inclusion of smaller states with lower populations by overrepresenting them in the overall vote. Like, you could correct me if I'm wrong, or the SAN fact checkers can. I'm pretty sure that over the last 25 to 30 years, Republicans have won the presidency given the Electoral College, not given the overall popular vote. So if you're against DEI, if you don't want inclusion on the basis of race, inclusion on the basis of gender, or even what you're saying earlier, we could even say inclusion on the basis of class, why do you want inclusion on the basis of population, rural areas, states,
We should actually use a better
in the
example. Why don't you just ask if I believe in the U.S. Senate? Right,
The U.S.
is a better
Senate, this would
example.
also apply to the U.S. Senate.
Right, okay, so let's use the U.S. Senate because the U.S. Senate is actually even more unrepresentative of the general population than the Electoral College, which is at least a rough approximation.
It'd just be funnier to hear you say that you shouldn't have voted for Trump in 2016, but we could talk about the Senate as well.
That's a different subject, but I'm very happy that he won, even though I didn't vote for him. I mean, we can talk about Trump later.
Yeah.
We've already done a bit. Well, I'm sure we'll do more. As far as the idea that every elected body has to be elected based on population as opposed to based on the area of geographic distribution or the states that actually pre-existed the federal government. Okay, the way that the Constitution of the United States was created was as a contract between sovereign states, which is one of the reasons why, for example, you have a United States Senate as opposed to just a House of Representatives. So is that a form of DEI? That seems like a stretch to me. The kind of DEI that I'm talking about specifically would be separating human beings based on inherent characteristics, like, for example, race, as opposed to suggesting that the United States Senate, which is obviously unrepresentative of the general population in many ways,
seemingly my point is
somehow
this
bad.
is
That's
just
a check and balance, right?
Well, seemingly my point is that this is another modality of DEI. I've like no problem with you explaining to me, right, why the Senate or the Electoral College would be given the U.S. Constitution and like some contractual agreement that they had between the sovereign states. That's fine. But what I'd say is that your claim here would just imply that the Constitution upholds DEI within our electoral processes.
If your claim is
so, do you think that the Constitution upholds DEI in the sense of including smaller states with less representative populations?
That is a true stretch of the meaning of DEI, but I get your point. I mean, if the idea is that the only thing that is not pure DEI in a democratic context would be sort of popularly represented votes, then I think you can make the case that basically you should get rid of every representative institution. We should go to a pure democracy because.
Well, I'm not making a case for what we should replace it with. I'm making the case that it would uphold DEI. We could talk about, right, what other systems should function in the case of the Electoral College or in the case of the Senate, but that's a completely different conversation than are these systems upholding DEI.
So again, I think that you're definitionally stretching DEI. If DEI is the basic idea.
You know, I do enjoy this pasty, like what Dean is just so white. Like I'm a white lady. But Dean is so white. Like he looks like a Victorian ghost. He looks like a frail Victorian child who wasn't allowed to play hoop and stick as a kid. And I think he's doing well. I think that it is always fun to put a conservative in a debate into the same position they try and put you into, and then they have to argue your point back to you, and then you can just agree with it. You know, like I feel like that's what's happening here.
Idea that all disparities equal discrimination and must be rectified by government interventionism, which is sort of the definition, then stretching that to mean the Electoral College seems like you're going pretty far afield to defend a very broad concept as specifically badly applied.
Wait, 1 second. I don't think that we need to say that DEI is equivalent to disparities equal discrimination. We could just see that DEI is like a qualm for disparities in general, right? And what we apply here in this certain modality when we're talking about the Electoral College, when we're talking about the Senate, is we're trying to qualm the disparities of the lack of population in rural areas. We're trying to qualm the disparities of smaller states compared to larger states. And seemingly, you haven't really given me a response to this apart from calling it a stretch, but I do appreciate you for
No, I mean, it seems to me like the argument that you're making is that in order for there to be calm and sort of conciliation inside the United States, particular racial groups have to be given particular benefits. Okay, because that was the argument with regard to the states in the United States, right? When the Constitution was formed, the way that you came to an actual agreement in the Constitutional Convention is states were not going to sign on unless they got particular guarantees of the interests of those particular states, right? So if you're claiming that that's DEI, then the response that I would have is right, because that's how you have to come to an agreement. So if you're going to make the parallel argument with regard to DEI in, for example, the racial context, you then have to make the case that the only way that you can have conciliation in the United States is for particular racial groups to be given specific racial benefits, and otherwise the country is going to split apart. which is an argument with which I generally disagree, even if I agreed with the way the Constitution was formed.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see like your parallel here, right? I think that DEI could exist in multiple modalities. My argument in a nutshell is nothing more than the fact that we see disparities existing in rural areas compared to metropolitan areas. We see disparities existing in the size of a state and its overall population, and you're qualming these, and you're
Right, but the DEI
losing the
DEI response to that would not be
like through like an over representation.
And the DEI
and I understand that your argument is, but my single-handed point here is that you would say, in some sense, that this is a reconciliation to introduce more, not diversity, inclusion in the sense of a state to state in their population. I mean, so if you'd make the concession that this is DEI, would you say in the same sense that we shouldn't have
I don't make
other
the concession
DEI
that falls within the definition of DEI that I've used. And if your claim is that I'm now in favor of, for example, subsidies to rural areas at the expense of urban areas, I'm not actually.
So do you think that DEI would only apply in the context of race?
No, it could apply in the context of class. It could apply.
Okay,
in the
if it could apply in the context of race, class, and identity, why can't it apply in the context of a state's population and their representation in our government?
I mean, if they were to receive special bennies at the expense of other members of the population.
Special what, Ben?
And their representation in our government.
I mean, if they were to receive special bennies at the expense.
Special bennies. Special bennies. Gotta get some special bennies.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
What a silly little guy. What?
Of other members of the population.
They are. Yes, like Alabama or Arkansas are literally receiving special benefits insofar as a greater level of representation in our Senate and in electoral processes compared to people in California. I mean, for instance, that's my buddy Parker over there. He lives in California, right? And I live in Colorado.
Senate work, dude.
So I literally have more representation person for person in the sense of Parker's vote compared to my vote, because individualistically speaking, I'm from a state that has more representation, and the same thing could be said for multiple other states across America, especially in the Senate. There's two senators that represent me and everyone else in Colorado, and there's two senators that represent him and the millions more people.
How are you getting from
California.
point A, which is that California has 2 senators and Colorado has 2 senators, to point B, which is that we should have incredible racial carve-outs on the basis of group identity at the behest of the federal government? That is a very, very large stretch. And to get from point A to point B on the basis of the constitutional structure seems like you're going pretty far afield. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you know, the rubber band only goes so far.
That's the end of this claim.
That's great.
I appreciate you, man. Hopefully we can talk more.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay. Abortion stance. What are the other topics here? We got abortion, border policies. You know, I'm interested in I'm interested in Ben Shapiro defending a mass deportation movement. Let's hear him contort himself into knots trying to defend that.
Kamala Harris's border policies will turn America into an unsafe and bankrupt nation.
I will let some of my colleagues here in the circle really talk about why they appreciate Kamala Harris's right shift when it comes to border policy, trying to deter the amount of people that are coming through the southern border. That's not something I'm particularly passionate about. So I'm more inclined to talk about specifically why you, somebody who purports himself as someone who's uber capitalist, want to remove the labor pool from this country, which always increases to business and economic growth.
Right. So I'm not interested in removing the labor pool from the country as a general rule. However, I don't believe that it's an economic benefit to the United States to bring in a low skill, low education labor pool that is drawing significantly from public benefits. For example, there are very good data to show that there's huge reliance on, say, emergency rooms, educational facilities. Based on the Center for Immigration Studies, there's a net cost to low-wage, low-skill immigration coming into the country.
So you're in favor with emergency rooms just deterring people based on what they look like or what might be perceived as someone with a lack of citizenship?
No, I'm very much in favor of limiting the amount of illegal immigration to zero and then allowing a fair bit of legal immigration.
So you're more interested good
benefits
in
available.
decreasing the pool of people and population in this country so there are less emergency room visits? Or are you more in favor of actually documenting these people so we're able to track like exactly who is coming through?
Let me put this
I'm
simply.
kind of
It's
lacking
not,
what
it's,
your
about-
argument is.
it's not about number. It's about the people who are coming in. I believe that everybody who comes into this country should come in through a legal mechanism, and that the United States ought to be able to select the people who are coming in, who are the best, brightest, and most useful to the American population, because that is the prerogative of any nation.
So do you think that the way that we do allow people in through our legalization process, especially with how much egregious obstacles people have to go through, might incentivize people to come through non-legal means?
I mean,
on average, it takes about 10 years for somebody to gain citizenship in this country. And if somebody is fleeing political persecution, I really find it interesting how conservatives always like to talk about the response to certain behaviors instead of what the root cause is. When oftentimes United States foreign policy is what creates the destabilization of countries, which is why people try to come to places where they can't get economic benefit.
I'm not
I mean, you're
blaming
lacking,
anybody-
your employee.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. All right. Hold. More like Jubilee, exactly. I'm impressed we lasted this long. True. Same. Where's the website URL? Michaela Rose, it's just riverboat.gg. You can just type that into your chat. It's right on screen. Just type that into your URL bar. Fuck Jubilee, true. Based and good-pilled. Hold the shimp. Shimp together strong. It's okay, Michaela Rose. You don't have to apologize. Shimp together strong. You know, sometimes shimpin's easy. And you know what? Other times, shimpin' ain't easy. Ya tub sucks. True. The harvest times will come. The shimp will flow freely like wine at a winery. Is she coming back? Shimp together strong. We're so back? Hell yeah, we back. Side chat watches the YouTube stream, so it gets struck too. Yeah. Okay, but I guess that was our sign that we got as much out of that as we could. We got as much out of that as we could, and then we got clapped. Put it off screen, audio only. I really don't want to do that. Anyway, that segment was fun. I think that most of those people did a really good job dunking on Ben Shapiro. I think Ben Shapiro's typically wrong on almost all of his points, but he had some moments where he sprinkled in some honesty or some additional historical context in an effective way, which is frustrating. He's a slippery opponent. Like a well-oiled Greco-Roman wrestler. Then you can't watch Ben be uncomfortable? Look, why watch Ben be uncomfortable when we can hear Ben be uncomfortable?
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
Anyway, I'm hitting that button, baby. We did it. Folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, we've been going for 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours, actually. 3 hours, 45 minutes. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch like Druid Dancer 12 just did. Or hit the follow button. I already said the follow button. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. And consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because that's what allows me to continue doing what I do. I could not do it without you guys. I would not be up streaming at 3:30 in the morning if it weren't for you fine folks. keeping me alive with your steady stream of oil. For people interested, bed gets torn apart by a trans guy. Oh, fuck yeah. Oof. I want to sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Oof. Okay. Moving right along. Oh. Whew. I need trans guy rep. Here's a link to where you can watch it. I'm not going to stream any more of that Jubilee video. Jubilee is from the devil. Oh, God.
The foxes you cannot see would appreciate more squirrels.
Whew. Sorry, my nose started tingling and now it's running. I don't know why. Let's see here. Oh, God. Why?
The devil wants nothing to do with Jubilee.
Whew. TJ Durza, thank you for the $6.66. The devil certainly doesn't want anything to do with Jubilee. Whew. Monica G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you so goddamn much. You got the lurgy? I don't know. I've been fine all day. I need to blow my nose again. Hello. Hey, One Hand Wonder, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Oh, Key Descended, I'm sorry I missed you. The foxes you cannot see would appreciate more squirrels. Well, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate that. Okay. Whew. Let's press on. Okay, folks. It's time to dunk on Charlie Kirk. You guys ready? Ready for a bit of a change of pace? We don't dunk on Charlie as much as we should. Okay? Okay. Woke up the other day and thought I was coming down with COVID or something until my eyes started itching and I took an allergy pill, then was fine. I already took an allergy pill like an hour ago. All right. Hitting the segment button. So, folks, there's a guy named Charles Kirk. And he still likes to pretend he's in college, even though he's way too old. And it gets him into some weird scenarios, like, I don't know, getting a bunch of conservative college frat guys to surround queer people and ask them questions. Anyway, here's a video he put out called College Queer is All Talk, No Facts, which is on his actual YouTube channel here. And it really does seem like he's just calling this person a queer in a derogatory way. So, I haven't seen it yet. Let's see
Hi.
how this goes.
I don't
Hello.
really have a specific question. What is something that you like to debate about?
Anything? What's on your mind? I want to make it more fair for you. I'm not here to pick debates. I'm here to try to teach. So, what do you tend to be more conservative or liberal?
More liberal.
Okay. Tell me how you got to that way, and tell me. This is not a trick. I'm not here to debate college kids. I'm here to try to teach. If someone debates me, I'll debate back. But
I mean, it's kind of just what aligns with my morals. I'm myself. I'm a queer person. And I know that you have a lot of stuff that you wouldn't agree with me on. But I think it's important to actually debate the topics and not just
I like their cute Hello Kitty and Friends sweatshirt.
spite. So
I totally agree. Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
When I grew up, calling someone queer was like a slur. Can you tell me what that means? I mean that sincerely. And how is it different than just saying you're lesbian or bisexual or gay?
So it can be different for everyone because gender, sexuality, it's a spectrum just like anything else. And for me personally, I like everyone.
No, but what does queer mean, though?
Queer, it's just a label.
What does the label mean?
It's different for everyone.
I mean, you can just say it's a catch-all term for, you know, gays, lesbians, trans people, you know, gender and sexuality preferences. Like, that's maybe sexuality preferences is like a outdated term, but I'm old. Let's do just gender and sexuality catch-all is kind of what queer means.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know, but that doesn't.
I hear people going, "Oh my God."
No, I just want I want a definition. I mean, I'm not trying to put you as a trap, though. I mean this because when I grew up, if I called somebody queer, I would get in trouble. Just give me like a working definition.
Yeah, so queer is just something that you identify as with your sexuality. It can be related to gender too.
Right.
Usually it's kind of aligned counter to the dominant cultural narrative of, you know, what norms should be. Queer is kind of aligned against or in opposition or outside of what is considered normal would be queer. So it's anything outside of kind of the heteronormative idea of society. God Sinner, thank you for the $5
If you told me
super
that
chat.
is the actual size of his face, I would call you a liar.
But how do you know once you achieve queer? Like, what is the, like, can you give me saying that anybody can be it doesn't tell me what that thing is. That makes sense, though? Like, it'd be like saying you become an adult when you feel like you're an adult. I mean, you have to say that there is an objective.
I'm glad that everyone's having so much fun.
Well, they're
with this.
laughing because
Is Charlie this stupid? Yes. Like Charlie is having a really hard time understanding a broad categorization.
I'm trying to glean like what it means.
Yeah.
Because when someone says queer, that doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, so that's what a debate is for. For
Debate back.
thank you. So, it's literally just a identity.
Right. Okay. But right. But like, what is that identity? For example, if I were to say I'm a conservative, let me give an example.
Yeah.
A conservative is someone who believes in small government, strong borders, American exceptionalism, the Constitution. How would you then give a definition of queer?
Wait, but you can have conservatives that adhere to those in varying degrees. You know, conservative is an overarching label that applies to many different conservative ideologies. In much the same way, queer can apply to many different kinds of genders and sexualities. So, like, you're just not understanding a broad categorization, Charlie.
That someone looking at could say, oh, that is queer, like connect the dots.
So, I'm gay, right?
Okay, no, that's good. So,
Yeah.
but then, so what's the difference then gay and queer?
The whole point of it is that it has a different definition for everyone.
No, I know, but what?
I mean, this is like really the only environment in which these kinds of conservative types can thrive anymore. They need to get someone who's coming in relatively unaware of what they're about to talk about that they can then get really pedantic and nitpicky about. Because this person already answered his questions. You know, they were right. Like, queerness is an overarching label that applies to, you know, a lot of people in different ways. It's not really a label that can be nailed down super well because the dominant culture shifts and changes with time, and thus does queerness shift and change with time.
What is the difference then of gay and queer?
No, I get more.
Yeah, Charlie is just being like a pedantic butt. Because, again, they've already answered this question, like, within the first 10 seconds of their answer, you know?
Forgot to put from Caracal on last message, so here's another 5. From Caracal.
Well, Godsinner / Caracal, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I still appreciate the second one.
Questions, right?
Yeah, sure.
When did I say I was good at it?
No, guys, I'm not. I mean this because I think that in society, just so you know my perspective,
So,
they're not
what?
chanting at you, just so you know.
No, I have a real question.
Okay.
I have a real question. What are your favorite policies that you want implemented from Trump? Like, if he were to be elected?
I think we should drill our natural resources to bring down the price of oil and natural gas. I think we should broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. I think we should try to end the Israeli war as quickly and as humanely possible. I believe we should secure the southern border, cut taxes for middle-income earners, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax.
See, this is a dangerous question to ask Charlie, because he's basically just going to ramble off everything in the most positive light possible, because, like, Donald Trump's quick and humane end to the conflict between Israel and Palestine would just be to wipe Palestine out completely to a child.
Tax on overtime, no men and women's sports. Those are just some of the policies off the top of my head.
Yeah, so I agree that taxes should be lowered because the taxes are extremely high, especially.
Well, yeah, of course, this person's not at all equipped to talk to someone whose entire life is dedicated to being a propagandist. Like, the reason he does these speaking tours on college campuses and the reason he does these, like, debate me, bro, is to get these clips, you know? Like, that's the entire thing. Like, he's deliberately going out there to find people who are ill-equipped underprepared or ignorant on different minutia about politics. Because again, most people don't pay a ton of attention to politics, and that number gets a lot bigger when you're talking about, you know, high school aged, fresh out of high school, or college aged people. You know, like that's a particularly vulnerable demographic set for his particular tactic here. It's why, like, Ben Shapiro and Milo Yiannopoulos were able to use this to great effect. Steven Crowder as well, you know. But yeah, the people you see on Jubilee are all social media influencers for the most part, who like do talk about politics all the time. The people in these videos are just, you know, college students doing their thing and getting like sidetracked into this while going about their daily activities. So, yeah, like this is a matchup that is deliberately set for Charlie to excel at.
Here, and I know you brought up earlier that it's way more expensive now to have housing than it was even like a couple years ago, and I think it's super important to talk about that, because it's really impossible for especially college students to be expected to have housing after they graduate.
So, totally agree. So why is it that when Trump was president, an average house you could get at $75,000 combined income a year, now it's $130,000 a year? Why is that?
So I will say that I don't agree with everything that Kamala Harris stands for, and I'm not that knowledgeable about it. That's why I'm having the debate, so I can learn.
Okay. Pro tip. If you are not someone who knows a lot about politics, do not participate in events like this, because he's just relying on you to create content like college queer is all talk, no facts. Like, this is not a scenario that is set up for your edification, unfortunately.
But I also don't agree with Trump. So
On what though? What?
I just don't.
Can you give me?
Yup, boo me!
I'm not. Don't. No, guys, don't.
I love that they don't give that many fucks though. Like, I love their attitude.
No, please.
Yes!
Don't boo. Don't boo.
you, guys.
Please don't boo. What's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor, thank you for coming up. Can you give me 2 things that you don't agree with Trump on, or would you like me to try to win you over for Trump?
So you're not going to be able to do that, but I appreciate it.
Well, then you're not open-minded.
Well, then you're not open-minded. I'm open-minded. It's just the arguments for Trump are bad.
So, well, first of all,
If you say that there's nothing you can then hear to be won over for Trump, then you got to give me a good reason, at least 2, why you don't like Trump.
he's racist. Yup, boo me. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so let me ask you a dumb question.
Again, what kills me inside is that I have like decent answers for most of what he's replying with, like, or what they're demanding of this person. Like, give an example. Okay, he didn't want black people on the floors of his casinos because he thought they looked unprofessional, and this was widely known by the staff that worked at the casinos, and they have attested to it in numerous reports on how his casinos operated. That's just one.
Can you define what does it mean to be racist?
Do you want me to look up a definition?
No, I want you to. You said he's a racist, so you must have a definition of racism in your mind. Tell me what that definition is.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make you guys wait on this. Ooh, zero knowledge.
Guys, please don't heckle. I want to try to understand, because these words have a lot of meaning.
Yeah.
But you can't get. I know it's hard on the spot. I just want you to think about it, because if you say Trump is a racist,
These words have a lot of meaning, says guy who used a slur in the title of his video. You might be like, oh, but Jack, queer's not a slur anymore. I think you can still use queer in a derogatory way, and I believe this video definitely falls into that category.
You should be able to easily give a definition of what that word means.
So it's hatred towards another race, right?
So when has he ever exhibited?
Again, hatred towards another race or racial characteristics, as well as deep dislike or, repulsion to another race. Because again, a lot of racists will be like, I don't hate any race of people. I just think they'd be better off over there, separate from us.
That. Give me clear and specific examples.
You got one? Well, yeah, I heard someone say he told. Yes!
Okay, but let me just help you out here.
Uh-huh.
What, you think he's a racist because the media has told you he's a racist? Because you can't give me an example off the top of your head, and even when you phone a friend to the audience. I'm not criticizing you. Maybe the media is lying to you.
See, this is the other thing, right? Like, if you don't have an answer off the top of your head in this particular thing, he will film it, and then he will, editorialize about your lack of knowledge. Like, yes, you see, the reason you don't have an answer for that is because you've been lied to the entire time. When really the reality is you just didn't prep for this like he did,
Maybe the man who's being called a racist is actually someone that's trying to improve lives of all Americans.
I think this is fun, guys, so...
Okay, so let me just ask one final question.
I mean, I think debates can be good, Ethriel, but, that doesn't mean all debates are good. Debates can be really good and really rich in information and rhetoric in ways that move people and sway them to new and interesting positions. I think debates can be good. This is not a good debate. This is Charlie Kirk taking advantage of someone, and a large group of college students, really, who are not prepared to deal with his media training. He has been through a decade now of media training specifically geared towards making college students look bad for his aging boomer audience.
For you,
yeah.
Which is, you say you are liberal,
yeah,
right? And you say you lean to the left.
Yeah.
Are you open-minded to have your mind changed on your core political principles?
On my core political principles,
or philosophical?
If it's a fact, then sure.
Cool. So can I give you a fact I want you to think about? Kamala Harris, as she's been in charge of the border, we have 300.
See, this is why you need to know. This is why you need to know stuff, because as soon as he says Kamala Harris, as she's been in charge of the border, and it's like, if you know anything about our government, if you've been paying attention, if you know how the vice president works, you know that she's not in charge of anything to do with the border. She has no power over the border as vice president.
20,000 missing children right now in this country that were all sex trafficked or labor trafficked across the southern border.
Citation needed.
Do you agree that that should probably get more attention?
I think any type of issue like that should get attention.
Have you heard about that before me mentioning it?
Not really. Like I said, I don't really know that much.
No, but hold on. But you knew enough to say Trump was a racist. Why do you think you don't know that there's 320,000 missing kids in America? Why is that?
It's not really presented in the media. The media is so focused right now on the battle between conservative and liberal.
But isn't that a core part of the battle, that the liberal vice president has allowed 320,000 kids to go missing?
So how has she allowed that exactly?
That's a good question. She's in charge of the border. she has stopped DNA testing at the border. So if a kid comes to the border, 12 years old, and someone says, I'm their father, there's no DNA rapid testing that takes 90 seconds to make sure that's actually the father. Most times it's a pimp that is selling the girl into sex slavery in the interior of the United States. Kamala Harris specifically got rid of that policy.
You know, I'm just spitballing here, but, well, shouldn't one of the big problems we be addressing in this entire equation are the people who are buying children for sex? Should we not be going after the demographic that is creating a market for these sex trafficked children? Because that seems like something we could and should be doing. Oh wait, Donald Trump was photographed multiple times with Jeffrey Epstein, and they had a close relationship over a decade ago, where Donald Trump said that he and Jeffrey both like him young. Maybe the Republican Party is not too interested in going after the people buying children for sex, I guess.
So it was in place before?
Yes, when Donald Trump was president, it required DNA testing, and families would remain together, and they were not granted asylum.
That's not true. Families didn't remain together under Donald Trump. It's literally why there's now an entire government program to reunite families that were split apart under the Trump administration.
Into the interior.
Many of those children got bought by American families, and now, like, their real parents don't have them anymore.
Country, and we had remain in Mexico, the lowest border crossings in American history. Under Kamala Harris, we have 10 million people coming illegally.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Border Patrol apprehensions. Yeah, nah, dog. Something tells me that we didn't have the lowest number of border crossings under Trump, but okay, son.
Legally into America.
Okay. Next person.
All right, I want you to think about these things, and maybe one day you'll remember this conversation, and you'll think back that maybe conservatives have been right all along. Thank you.
God, like, if you're gonna go into a scenario like this, you do not make Charlie Kirk look like some sage dispensing wisdom. Because his point was so abysmally bad. They only talked to college students because they were just kids when Trump was in office. Well, that's part of it. But, like, this was a thing before Trump, too. Like, they talked to college kids because college kids have less of an idea of what's going on, generally speaking. But, you know, it's what allows them to get clips like that. I feel bad for that person, because they came in trying, but, like, I think they were under the impression it would be more of a good faith back and forth, and it's political propaganda doesn't work that way. It will rig the deck in his favor every single time it can get away with it. Damn. I feel for her, or them. I felt weird with pronouns that entire video. I'm not sure if they identify as like they, them, she, her. I was trying to default to they, them. Charlie Kirk can only really seem like a sensible, astute adult when he's arguing against, you know, college students who aren't as hip to his shenanigans. So, anyway, moving right along. You can't go into something like that unless you're extremely prepared. Yeah, and unless you live and breathe politics, don't go into that. That clip felt like Jubilee at home. True. Let's take a look here. Also, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube stream, and please consider liking the stream as well, because we are up to 126 likes on the YouTube stream. I think we can hit 150. I believe in you guys. We need 24 more likes. I think you got that in you. And please consider dropping those subs and donos, because those will allow me to keep on keeping on. Yeah, here's an easy one. Trump said Obama was not born in the U.S. Because he had an African father. Yeah. There you go. The birtherism thing. I do live and breathe politics, and I don't think I would have been prepared. Yeah, it does take a special individual to step into the ring for sure. Let's see here. All right. Guys. Guys, are you ready for Michael Knowles to talk about October 7th at the Young America's Foundation, and very specifically for a talk titled The Past, Present, and Future of Holy War? So, buckle yourselves in for some real genocide apologia, because it's about to come thick and heavy. Let's go. Wow, look at all these rebels. You can tell they're rebels because of the guitar. Oh boy.
Very kind. Wow. Well, there we go. Let's go. Is that the first time that's ever been chanted on the Berkeley campus? Amazing. That would have been the last thing I'd expect to hear chanted. But here, we've got the creme de la creme of UC Berkeley in this room. This is good stuff. Well, thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here at UC Berkeley. Thank you to all the students for the invitation. Thank you to YAF, as always, for hosting. And thank you to the Logan family for sponsoring this lecture series. Today marks the one-year anniversary of the Hamas-led massacre of Israelis, which killed some 695 Israeli civilians, including 38 children, 71 foreign nationals, and 373 security personnel. Hamas called the terror attack Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, which refers to the Muslim mosque that now sits atop the Temple Mount in Old Jerusalem.
Question, do you really need to specify that it's a Muslim mosque? Are there mosques of other religions? Good night, Ms. Milena. So like can you have a Christian mosque? Is that a thing? Because I've never heard of that.
Many people seem confused about the meaning of the October 7th attack. That is especially true on this campus, which hosted not only protests, but a full-on encampment demonstrating against the State of Israel in the months following the attack. The encampment only dispersed after the university administration agreed to consider divestment from the State of Israel. The campus protesters appeared to be confused about two chief questions. They actually are confused about a lot more questions, their gender, what end is up. They have a lot of confusion. But specifically on this issue, they are confused about two chief questions relating to the October 7th attack and its aftermath. First, many of them deny that it's an act of terrorism. This is the simplest error to dispel. On October 7th...
I mean, yeah, it is an act of terrorism. Like, I feel like that's pretty, yeah. Is it an act of resistance against oppression? It is also that. Like, it can be more than one thing. It's not necessarily mutually exclusive, but like, yeah, it was a terror attack.
2023, Hamas targeted civilians to achieve a political end. That is the most basic definition of terrorism that there is. The civilians were not killed as an unintentional consequence of military action, as happens even in just wars. Rather, they were the intended targets, which is never justified. Contrary to the cynical slogan that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, reasonable people since at least Aristotle and Cicero have been able to distinguish between just and unjust military action.
Sure, but I think Cicero would also maybe not necessarily agree with, like, the Geneva Conventions, for example. Like, what is and is not a justified military attack has been debated since the dawn of time. And so, like, saying that people would uniformly agree over a period of 1,000 years about, like, what is and is not justified, that's a bit of a stretch there, Michael.
The second cause of confusion among the campus intifada concerns those political ends that Hamas hoped to achieve. The campus protesters, who have been miseducated by the increasingly secular, historically illiterate, and philosophically ignorant West, seem to believe that the October 7th attack was primarily about territory, the nationalist aspirations of these supposedly indigenous Palestinian Arabs, whose right to political self-determination, the protesters say, has been denied as a result of the illegitimate establishment of the State of Israel in 1948.
Yeah. It is actively being denied now by the State of Israel. Hamas was funded and propped up for a decade or so prior to this by Benjamin Netanyahu, specifically as controlled opposition, to thwart any attempts at a two-state solution. It was specifically backed in order to create this radical faction that could not moderate into a state government. That was specifically part of the political calculation here.
From the river to the sea, therefore, Palestine will be free. Historically speaking, none of those claims stand up to scrutiny. There has never been a nation-state known as Palestine. Even if there had been, Palestinian Arabs would not be the indigenous heirs to the Levant. which was Byzantine before Muslim Arabs invaded and conquered the land in the 7th century. Now, Jews had lived as a nation in the Levant, eventually becoming incorporated into the Roman Empire until the Jewish-Roman wars of the 1st and 2nd centuries. That is a deeper historical tie than the Muslim Arabs can claim.
Okay, so if we're going to play that game, who has a deeper historical tie to the claim of America, Michael? Is it Americans? Is it you know, your Swedish grandma who emigrated? Is it your Italian grandfather, great-grandfather who emigrated? No, it's indigenous people, Michael. But something tells me when it comes to the United States, you're going to sing a very different tune. Something about like, but the land was conquered, you see.
But even the Jewish argument from indigeneity falls flat in precisely the same way that all indigenous arguments fall flat. If historical occupation does not persuade modern Americans to give Mount Rushmore to the Lakota Sioux, or to the Cheyenne or the Crow or the Kiowa, from whom the Sioux took the Black Hills of South Dakota, then historical occupation, likewise, does not suffice to claim the Holy Land as a nation-state for the Arabs.
Then likewise it shouldn't suffice for claiming it for Israel either there, Michael.
Or the Byzantines, or the Romans, or the Jews, or the Canaanites, or the Hittites, for that matter. None of whom, by the way, even conceived of the modern nation-state before it appeared in the 17th century.
Though I'm gonna throw this out there, Michael. Something tells me that we're not talking about Hittites in the Middle East at the moment. Like, you're listing off a bunch of groups that currently don't exist anymore because of the march of time. And we do have one or two groups still there, and those two groups being, you know, the Palestinians and the Israelis. So, like, this is all just kind of sidestepping the actual point here, isn't it?
As a way to restore political order to Europe, which had been embroiled in more than a century of war following the Protestant Revolution. The more sophisticated campus protesters make arguments that go deeper than the land and the sea. They will argue that
that the land and the sea, that Palestine will be free, like, that's a slogan, Michael. It's not an argument.
Palestinian Muslims must have a nation-state in order to protect some vague notion of human rights, which ironically does not exist in the Muslim tradition, but derives from the Western conception of natural rights, which derives from the Christian natural law tradition. This is not
natural law isn't a Christian tradition, man.
Not to say that Christians invented rights.
That is exactly what you were implying, you disingenuous fuck. Michael Knowles is one of the biggest weasels the Daily Wire has on their payroll.
The natural law is written on every human heart. We understand the natural law intuitively, and from first principles, we derive notions of rights.
Yeah, your human rights are just vibes, really.
What is ironic about the leftist protesters' babble about human rights with regard to Arab nationalism in Palestine is that... Yeah, there we are. Maybe the Intifada broke into our audio display. No, we're good. What is ironic about all this babble about human rights with regard to Arab nationalism in Palestine is that the Muslims entirely reject the supposed rights that the leftists exalt.
You know, what's interesting here is that he's not identifying them by their, ethnic group. He's identifying them instead by their religious group, thereby trying to kind of smooth out any potential differences between Palestinian people and Hamas, the organization that is, for all intents and purposes, the only governmental structure in Gaza. So, like, by using this broader label, he is able to label both civilian and combatant in the same way and hold them both as culpable.
If a queer for Palestine ever actually traveled to Gaza, he would be thrown off of a rooftop.
Sorry, what?
Ever actually that the leftists exalt. If a queer for Palestine ever actually traveled to Gaza, he would be thrown off of a rooftop.
Well, I mean, I think at the moment they'd probably be blown up by a bomb from Israel. I don't think there's a whole lot of time for throwing people off of rooftops right now for anyone in Gaza.
The campus babble about human rights is silly, but it is more sophisticated than the argument about the river and the sea, because it at least approaches the real...
Also, just as an FYI here, one person was critically injured in a stabbing at Miami International Airport, police say. CNN, tell us more. This was back in July. Let's see. The investigation so far indicates the male suspect and victim were on the 4th floor of Terminal J. Without provocation, the subject attacked the victim by stabbing her multiple times and attempted to throw her over the railing. The victim was able to escape the attack and ran down the stairs to the 3rd floor level, which is where the officers found her. Important piece of information about this story, by the way. So, this must have come out right afterwards. So, this is from that event. Surveillance shows trans teen running away after being stabbed 18 times at Miami Airport. Now, let's see. The 17-year-old was sitting on the floor eating when 29-year-old Alexander Love attacked her with a long knife and stabbed her 18 times. Love is also accused of trying to push the teen from the 4th floor. So, you know, I guess even in America, someone who is queer can still be the target of being stabbed multiple times and thrown from the top of a multi-story structure. So, it's really not unique, Michael.
Key to the October 7th attack.
Are they okay? Yes, they survived.
Which is religion. Hamas did not name the attack Operation Nation State. It wasn't called Operation Human Rights. They named it after a mosque. And modern Westerners, I'm not just...
Yeah, because Hamas is a fundamentalist religious organization, yeah. Much like you are a Christian fascist, they also incorporate their deeply held religious conviction into their political movement, to the detriment of everyone else.
Talking about the campus intifada at Berkeley or anywhere else, Westerners, including our benighted political elite, don't take the religious motivations for the attack seriously because they no longer take religion seriously.
It's not, but the primary motivations behind the attack are not religious. Like, there is no feasible way in this scenario where Hamas is able to do like any kind of genocidal activity. There's only one side here that is capable of doing that, and it's Israel, and they're doing it.
If they did take religion seriously, if they understood the religious history of their own civilization, they would have known that October 7th was not the first October 7th. Today marks the one-year anniversary of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. It also marks the 453rd anniversary of the Battle of Lepanto, during which Turkish Muslims attempted to conquer Europe. One of the many times Turkish Muslims attempted to conquer Europe.
Okay, but the only reason you are connecting these two things is because, well, they were both they were both Muslim. Like, that's it. That's it. That's the only thing he has. Oh, but by that measure, did you know that there were like 13 Christian invasions of the Middle East? And now to this day, there are still Christian invasions of the Middle East into Afghanistan and Iraq. Wow. That all of those invasions must have happened for exactly the same reasons. You see how this is a flawed reasoning? Like, you see how this is not actually like a point being made? This is like a guy pulling a parlor trick to try and look deep. Also, Real Radham, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks.
Having already conquered once Christian lands in the Levant and North Africa, as well as lands in Persia and Mesopotamia and even parts of India in the 7th century, Muslims next set their sights on the Iberian Peninsula, destroying the Christian kingdom there and establishing a Muslim state in present-day Spain and Portugal by the 720s. Within a dozen years of that conquest, Muslim forces had marched through Gaul, that's modern-day France, and they made it to within 150 miles of Paris, before they were rebuffed by the Christian leader Charles Martel. Charles the Hammer. It's a real strong name for a real strong guy. Had the Muslims defeated the Christians at the Battle of Tours, Europe today would be Muslim. The way things are going, Europe might end up Muslim anyway, but for very different reasons.
He's saying that because of mass immigration due to wars in the Middle East.
There would be no UC Berkeley, which again, I'm now convincing myself maybe it wouldn't have been the worst, but it would have been bad. It would have been very bad. Because there would be no universities of any kind.
Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Who invented universities? Fatima al-Fihri, the founder of universities as we know them today. Are you kidding me? Ah! It was the world's first university. The world's first university was founded in Morocco under the Muslims that lived there. You stupid European-centric fuck. This is why you shouldn't be able to get any kind of history degree without having to study other areas of the world, because when you do get that kind of a degree, I think Michael Knowles has some background in history here. Michael Knowles, degrees. Let's see, what did he get a degree in here? I know he has a couple degrees. He went to Yale, got his bachelor's. Yeah, he has a BA in history and Italian from Yale. Okay, but here's the thing, because I know that this is a common... I have a minor in history, not quite the same, but I know it's a very common thing for people to focus on just one area of the world in their studies. And by the way, if you're focusing on Europe for your history degree, you really need to know what the hell is going on in the Middle East in order to fully understand a lot of the stuff that happens in Europe for the sake of your degree. Okay, like just full on, full stop. And one of the things that you need to know about Europe and Greece in particular, and the Muslim empires of the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages, is that to a large extent, the people who like preserved and passed on knowledge and created educational institutions were the Muslim empires. Like, the only reason we have most of what we know about like the Greek Empire and like, or not Greek empires, but like of ancient Greece and like the philosophers and the plays, that's because the academics of Islam preserved those things while Europe fell apart following the disintegration of the Roman Empire. So like, he's literally just incorrect here.
There would be no great cathedrals. There would be no Caravaggio. There would be no Bach.
It's true. There would be no great cathedrals. Except, you know, there would probably still be a lot of really, really big and impressive buildings that, you know, are roughly the same size. You know, like, I don't know. I'm just throwing this one out there. Like, there would still be really pretty buildings, okay? Like, it would be fine. You'd be okay.
There would be no modern science. There would be no Western civilization whatsoever. Curiously, just a little historical footnote, the Nazi armaments minister, Albert Speer, once said that Hitler was actually dismayed when he learned about the Battle of Tours and when he learned about the Muslim loss, because he considered Islam better suited than Christianity for the German spirit. So, you know, that's one endorsement. You probably don't want.
I mean, it's interesting here because when I look up that quote, the quote that I find is not Hitler being dismayed at not being Muslim. Instead, it is Hitler, wrote Speer, viewed Christianity as the wrong religion for the Germanic temperament. Speer wrote that Hitler would say, "You see, it's been our misfortune to have the wrong religion. Why didn't we have the religion of the Japanese, who regard sacrifice for the fatherland as the highest good?" Also, he went on to say the Mohammedan religion, too, would have been much more compatible to us than Christianity. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness? Yeah. He can, however, amid his political associates in Berlin, Hitler made harsh pronouncements against the church. Yet, quote, he conceived of the church as an instrument that could be useful to him. Let's take a look again at Albert Speer, the guy that Michael Knowles just quoted. Around 1937, when Hitler heard that at the instigation of the party and the SS, vast numbers of his followers had left the church because it was obstinately opposing his plans, he nevertheless ordered his chief associates, above all Göring and Goebbels, to remain members of the church. He too would remain a member of the Catholic Church, he said, although he had no real attachment to it. And in fact, he remained in the church until his suicide. So, you know, despite his belief that, oh man, it would be better if, you know, for our nation building, if it was, you know, our countrymen were, you know, Muslim or, you know, practiced like ancestor worship or, you know, and it deified a monarch. He remained a member of the Catholic Church, Michael. seems like a pretty big thing to overlook in your talk. But then again, you are a Christian fascist. You're, a fascist Christian nationalist. There we go. So it's not that surprising.
You don't want him in your column. But anyway, as I was saying, Europe nearly fell to Islam again on October 7th, 1571, at the Battle of Lepanto, when Pope St. Pius V sent Don Juan of Austria and the Holy League to counter the invading Muslims. The Christian naval forces were vastly outnumbered, but they were spiritually well armed. The sailors carried rosaries, and they flew powerful banners on their ships. Pope Pius V had given an image of Christ crucified to Don Juan. Admiral John Andrea Doria flew as his ensign one of 5 copies commissioned of the image of Our Lady of Guadalupe, which had appeared in Mexico only 40 years prior. This image, believed by many, including me, to be a miraculous image, led to millions of conversions. You might have seen this image recently because President Trump posted it to Truth Social on the feast of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin, and he posted the comment, "Happy birthday, Mary," which is a very, very Trumpy way of acknowledging the day. The Muslim forces, led by Ali Pasha, flew a 16-foot banner of a double-bladed sword. As Father George Rutler has observed, the Christian fleet sailed coincidentally, or providentially, really, in the form of a cross. The Muslim forces sailed as a crescent. After 5 hours of bloody battle, during which the wind suddenly changed course, 180 degrees, started blowing to favor the Christian fleet, the cross defeated the crescent. Without the Christian victory on October 7th, which Christians have celebrated for 4.5 centuries as the Feast of Our Lady of Victory and the Holy Rosary, the West would no longer exist. Turkish Muslims again tried to conquer Europe in 1683 at the Battle of Vienna. The Christian forces, led by Jan Sobieski, were out.
By the way, this happens often in naval battles throughout history where, like, the wind will change mid-battle because, you're doing a multi-hours long battle and wind doesn't just generally blow in one direction for several hours. And but this happens all over the world, and the victors, the people who win as a result of the wind changing, often attribute their victory to, like, divine intervention. So, like, this, again, not that exceptional.
Outnumbered by more than 10 to 1 by the invading Ottoman forces. And yet, on September 12th, 1683, the Christian forces won that battle that had begun in earnest the day before, after mounting the largest cavalry charge in history. The victory was so improbable, 10 to 1, that Sobieski rewrote the words of Julius Caesar. Caesar famously said, "Veni, vidi, vici."
Why does his first name have to be my dead name? Keep looking around the factory thinking I was called. From Caracal.
Oh, Caracal, I'm sorry. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it.
Or if the pedantic classicists are to be believed, he said, "Weni, weedy, wiki," which I think is ridiculous, but that's what he said. Sobieski changed it. He said, "Venimus," no, it's not the stupid classical way. He said, "Venimus, vidimus, Deus vincit." We came, we saw, God wins. The victory at Vienna was not only improbable, but decisive.
Yeah, also, it's not so much that God wins, it's mostly that you guys get to, keep and expand your feudal territories. It's less to the God goes the glory and more like, heck yeah, we have more lands to pillage. Huzzah.
For the foreseeable future, though not forever, Islam would have to give up its dream of conquering Europe. That victory reverberated, that very battle reverberated some 341 years later, when Islamic terrorists chose September 11th to attack the United States, the leading nation of the West, and at that time, the totally unchallenged global hegemon. Now I know, we're broadcasting this on YouTube, so I know It has become fashionable in certain quarters to deny that the people who called for, confessed to, and even boasted about committing the September 11th attacks did in fact commit them. But for the purposes of this discussion, it actually doesn't even matter that they did. The fact that Muslim militant groups, and even many Muslim civilians, celebrated the attacks, which stood to bring them no material gain.
Yeah, this entire speech is basically white supremacist Nazi wank. You know, like that's all this is in a nutshell. Like, oh, did the people who've been heavily, like, affected by U.S. imperialism for the past century and had their democratically elected leaders assassinated, or their entire country and homeland be fucked with by the U.S., either in direct or indirect invasion, they celebrated when they saw something bad happen to to us? Wow, I can't even begin to wrap my head around that. Like, yeah, history has, organizations and states that commit heinous acts, and typically the people on the receiving end of those heinous acts aren't too upset when misfortune befalls their oppressor. Like, I'm not surprised about this. Like, that's not really a testament to, like, them being evil. Like, the same way, like, if if a nuclear bomb misfired underground in North Korea and misfortune happened there as a result, I don't know that, like, a lot of Americans would feel a ton of remorse about that, you know? Like, I still remember the day that, like, we sent in SEAL Team 6 and the United States got Osama bin Laden. Like, I remember that day, and I remember thinking how ghoulish it was that there were people gathering outside of the White House to dance and, like, celebrate the fact that we killed this guy. And it's like, yeah, it's not a unique trait to Muslim people to celebrate something bad happening to someone you perceive as an adversary.
And in fact, significant material impoverishment and death suffices to prove my point, which is that Muslims rightly understand these conflicts. September 11th, October 7th, the original October 7th, Tours, Lepanto.
No, you're the one doing, like, red yarn Pepe Sylvia shit right now. You're like, yes, the Muslims of today are attacking the West because of what happened 400 years ago in Tours, in France. And it's like, no, bud. No. Stop. This is some Pepe Sylvia shit.
Vienna and so on, primarily as conflict.
And, like, I mean that even in the sense of, like, yeah, history has effects. Like, obviously, like, what happened at Tours, like, affected European history. But it's not like it is the direct causal link, or, like, the idea of Tours is on the minds of the people, like, doing this. But, like, if Michael Knowles really wants to dig into the nitty-gritty here, then, like, one only has to point at him and laugh for saying that the world wouldn't have universities if not for Europe. That if Muslims had won in Tours, that there would be no more universities, despite the fact that they invented the university 800 years prior to that battle.
Conflicts of religion. The increasingly secular West refuses to believe it. Many in our liberal establishment, following Karl Marx, believe that all of history ultimately comes down to economic factors. They believe that events such as September 11th or October 7th occurred primarily because terrorists don't have enough money. This thesis falls apart.
It's not because terrorists don't have enough money. It's because the Israeli government deliberately propped up Hamas and pushed out or assassinated leaders of any other like political groups that might have been able to oppose them for like 15, 20 years. And the people there have been trapped under Hamas's thumb ever since. And if, God forbid, I say sarcastically, Israel ever decided to stop putting its thumb on the scale here and like actually allow like the UN in to like hold overseen elections, like or some third party to oversee the fairness of elections, like we could turn things around. It's not inevitable that this happens unless you just sit back and do nothing, in which case violent outbursts are inevitable. Israel knew this, by the way. Israel's military leadership knew that keeping people in the inhumane conditions in Gaza was not going to be tenable forever, and that attacks like what happened on October 7th would be the inevitable result. There are reports from inside Israel from years ago indicating that something like this would happen eventually, and lo and behold, it did. And Benjamin Netanyahu has bragged about keeping those conditions in place to forestall any kind of two-state solution. Because again, this is not a circumstance that is the product of only one group of people.
Pretty quickly, when one discovers that Osama bin Laden came
Yes, TJ Durza, it's basically a gigantic effort to manufacture consent for the current genocide.
One of the wealthiest families on earth. Osama personally inherited $25 to $30 million of his family's multi-billion dollar fortune. The man did not suffer for lack of cash. As the economic explanation flops,
the economic explanation absolutely continues to be valid. It's why Israel controlled the economic prosperity of Hamas for decades.
Secular elites concoct ever more fanciful theories. In 2015, Barack Obama and Bill Nye the Science Guy, both of those experts, blamed global warming for Islamic terrorism.
Yeah, you can actually pretty easily see the connection there, Michael, if you think about it for like 5 seconds. Gee whiz. Hey guys, let's take a short mental journey together, okay? Now, imagine you live on a planet and there is a special gas that is emitted by all living things on the planet. Let's call this gas warm gas. So all these creatures are breathing out this warm gas. And then one of those creatures finds that, the bones and the insides of old creatures could actually be burned, creating a lot of warm gas, but also a lot of, productive things. So they start burning the warming gas, which goes up into the atmosphere. And over time, more and more of that stuff that was underground gets burnt up into warm gas. So there's more warm gas over the planet. Now, this has the effect of warming the average temperature of the planet. Hence the name warm gas. I know, it's very technical. But now, follow me if you will. Imagine that some places on this planet are hotter than others. And that leads to the creation of deserts. Now imagine you live in a desert/arid environment. Forlorn79, thank you for gifting a sub to Real Radhom. Now imagine you live in a kind of a harsh, arid, or desert environment, and the planet starts getting hotter. Warmer, due to all of this warm gas. And the desert keeps getting hotter. And the arid areas keep getting farther and farther away because the arid areas are turning into the desert areas, and places that once had greenery are now arid and slowly turning into that desert. And water is becoming harder and harder to find because the warm gas also heats up the water, and warmer water means more of that evaporates and turns into more warm gas. So what I'm trying to get at here is that if you live in an area like that, the conditions you live under are getting harsher and harsher, warmer and warmer. It's getting harder to survive there. And due to the harsh conditions that are becoming harsher, well, that can spur more and more radical action to try and get resources for yourself or your people. You kind of see where I'm going with this. The warm gas is CO2. I wasn't being subtle.
Now, I have traveled through the Middle East. It's hot. It's kind of hot in here. It's been hot in the Middle East for a long time. It's a little bit uncomfortable. At no point during my travels did the heat make me want to blow things up or invade Iberia. It just never happened. Now, in fairness, the global warming explanation for Islamic terrorism gets closer to the truth than the purely economic explanation. It's similar to the right-wing explanation of this, that the terrorists hate us for our freedom. Those of a certain age will remember hearing that in the 2000s. Both explanations are better than the claim that terrorism would cease if the Afghanis only had iPads or whatever.
Here, just throwing this out there, okay? This is from the Brookings Institute. Upstream dams in Iran have shrunk the Tigris tributaries, cutting off flow of the Diyala River in Iraq's northeast. Lake Hamrin, the main water source of Iraq's Diyala province, which borders Iran, has lost nearly 70% of its water, embroiling the province in a humanitarian and environmental calamity. You know, maybe the place you live suddenly losing access to 70% of its drinkable water might radicalize you to take some pretty severe steps in order to survive. I don't know that for sure. I'm speculating a little bit. Yet climate change threatens every country in the region. Aid groups have warned more than 12 million people in Iraq and Syria are losing access to water, food, and electricity because of rising temperatures and record low rainfall. Because again, when it gets hotter there, it stops raining as much, and the rainfall is pretty key to there being, life that's possible in regions like this. Desertification, i.e. the process of fertile land turning into desert, is sweeping across the region in Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and Iran. The cost of water in Jordan has increased by 30% over the past decade because of the lack of groundwater, meaning that Jordan has to import more and more water from other places. The Middle East's wealthier nations are also at risk. Outside of the fragile countries in the region, the UAE has the highest per capita consumption of water in the world, but risks depleting its freshwater resources in the next 50 years due to population growth and higher domestic water use. We're looking at existential threats to the continued existence of, civilization in these locations. So it's not so much that, just being hot's gonna make you want to do a terrorism like Michael Knowles is trying to suggest. It's that resource scarcity can spur people to take desperate measures. It's the same way, if someone in the inner city is struggling financially, they might turn to, say, dealing drugs in order to make money and escape their, poverty. People in the Middle East or in other regions that are facing critical resource scarcity might turn to violence in order to provide for their people. It's not that's what happens.
Both explanations point to certain, albeit vague, religious intuitions. In the case of global warming, the intuition of original sin and the apocalypse. In the case of our freedom, the intuition of a conflict over the relation between reason and will, as well as between will and grace. Both explanations ultimately
he worked in a tiny reference to what I'm sure is his favorite television program.
Fail in their timidity. They won't just come out and state the obvious. The conflicts are religious. Our secular elite.
I mean, the conflicts have an aspect of them that is religious, yeah, but that's not the only or even the main issue at play.
Denies the importance of religion in human conflict. And worse yet, when they do acknowledge the importance of religion, they take the side of our historical enemies. Once again, Barack Obama, the secular elite par excellence, exemplified this impulse in 2015. On one of the rare occasions in which Obama acknowledged terrorism, he took the opportunity to criticize Christians for things that we supposedly did like 800 years ago.
Bro, you literally in the course of this talk referenced a battle that happened over 400 years ago and tried to draw a direct connection between that and October 7th. You literally called it the original October 7th. You've made that direct parallel here.
He said, lest we get on our high horse and think this is unique to some other place. Remember that during the Crusades and the Inquisition, people...
He's trying to do an Obama, but he's slipping into doing a George Bush.
...committed terrible deeds in the name of Christ. Now, we can be certain that Obama himself would have had a hard time remembering these supposedly terrible deeds of the Crusades and of the Inquisition, because with that...
Michael, are you about to say that the Inquisition and the Crusades weren't that bad?
One statement, he made clear that he knew absolutely nothing about the Crusades or the Inquisition. And unfortunately, Obama is not alone in his ignorance. Most people today, when they hear the term Inquisition, which no one expects, thinks of some... I was waiting for groans on that, but I'll take the laugh. That's good. Most of these people think of some legendary campaign to torture and kill Muslims and Jews and, I don't know, any other non-Christian. In reality, the Inquisition has never had any authority over Muslims and Jews.
I mean, like, I'm sorry, you can't claim that the Crusades didn't do, like, an obscene number of war crimes. Like, the one that is in particularly infamous was during the Third Crusade, right? And it was King Richard the First. I believe the lion from the Disney's animated Robin Hood film beheaded 2,000 prisoners of war in front of Saladin's army. So yeah, it's not great, not good stuff.
The Inquisition is an office and a judicial process within the Catholic Church to combat heresy among Christians. It was
also infamously, just as a side note, many of the Crusades also involved killing people within Europe. Many people when they think of the Crusades, they think of, armies going to the Middle East and then doing killing. But oftentimes the Crusades were absolutely devastating to Europe itself, because the marching armies would pillage, villages, small castles, etc., in order to feed themselves or enrich themselves. And they would also participate in ethnic cleansings or massacres of local undesirable populations, which included, by the way, Jewish communities, Romani communities, etc. So they also did that. There was also the Children's Crusade. Which was really not great. Let me see here. Yeah, then there was the Children's Crusade, which marched through France, made its way to a port where two French merchants, Hugh the Iron and William of Poscares, offered to carry any children that were willing to pay a small fee by boat to the Middle East. Those children were subsequently taken to Tunisia, where they were sold into slavery by the merchants. So that's how the Children's Crusade ended. So valiant.
Established in the 12th century to maintain and defend the integrity of the faith against heretics. The most controversial offshoot of the Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition, was founded in 1478, independently of the Holy See, specifically to secure the Reconquista, by which the Spanish had finally managed to retake Iberia from Muslim conquerors. This is not to say that there were not errors and failures of the Inquisition, as there are in all human endeavors. But ironically, the effect of the Inquisition was to restrict rather than to expand religious strife by curtailing the ability of mobs.
You know what he's not going to bring up here, by the way, about the Reconquista? He's not going to bring up the fact that, like, he's trying to portray it as, well, the Reconquista was just the process of getting back control over the Iberian Peninsula and forming the modern nation state of Spain. Except that the Reconquista, and by extension the Inquisition, were founded specifically to hound and persecute anyone who remained on the Iberian Peninsula that still practiced Islam or Judaism. Both of those religions were banned on the Iberian Peninsula.
And demagogues to
thanks
commit
to the
unjust
Reconquista.
violence. The Inquisition continues to exist to this very day as the dicastery for the doctrine of the faith. The Crusades are even more widely and perhaps more egregiously misunderstood than the Inquisition. Most people today seem to, even people on the right, even many Christians, seem to think that the Crusades were an unjust war of aggression in which Christians invaded the Middle East in order to displace Muslims from their lands.
I mean, that is very specifically what their goals were. That's actually very specifically what the stated goals of the Crusades were, to take back the Holy Land. That was specifically their goal.
In fact, the Crusades were a defensive war that began because the Seljuk Turks had invaded Christian lands.
You know what's really funny about this? If you're going to try and argue that the Crusades were a defensive war, okay? If you're going to try and make this argument, and you shouldn't, it's a bad one. First of all, the Crusades took place over hundreds of years. It's not one war. It's more like 13 small wars that wound up killing anywhere between 1 and 9 million people. Most estimates range between 2 to 3 million. But yeah. So let's just take a look here. Let's just take a look here. I'm gonna type in the sacking of Byzantium. Yeah, sack of Constantinople. I wonder what led to the sacking of Constantinople. It must have been the crusading armies coming to stop the evil Muslims from sacking the city of Constantinople, one of the last great bastions of Christendom between Europe and the savage Muslim invaders. Oh, wait. The people who sacked Constantinople were the crusading armies of the Fourth Crusade. Oops. Not a very good defensive war, Michael. When the Crusaders are the ones sacking Christian cities and capitals. Oh boy. Yeah, a lot of these crusades, by the way, just wound up with Crusaders screwing over Europeans.
Then brutally persecuted the Christians that they found there, and then threatened the capital city of Eastern Christianity, Constantinople. No longer called Constantinople, by the way, so you see that they meant business. The decisive moment that caused the Crusades occurred on August 19th, 1071, when the Seljuks defeated the Byzantines at the Battle of Manzikert, capturing the emperor and marking the beginning of the end of the Eastern Roman Empire. The Byzantine defeat at Manzikert led to the eventual Turkic conquest of all of Anatolia, obliterated what remained of Greek and Christian civilization in the East, and posed an existential threat to all of Christendom. The loss at Manzikert led the Byzantine Emperor Alexius to request help from Western Christendom at the Council of Piacenza in 1095. 8 months after that council, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II declared a crusade, which is a word that just means the state of being marked with a cross. That's all it means. He declared it to help besieged Christians in the East. The crusade was to begin on August 15th of the following year, which is the Feast of the Assumption. Unfortunately, while
As a
the mostly
pagan,
French...
I find this funny because it is just Abrahamic on Abrahamic violence.
I mean, true. It's not very funny, but it's a little funny. But here's the thing, right?
No, just needs. That's all it means. Which is a word that Pope Urban II declared a crusade. Remained of Greek and conquest. The Byzantine defeat at Manzikert led to the eventual Turkic conquest of all of Anatolia, obliterated what remained of Greek and Christian civilization in the East.
And they were the only ones who continued to preserve it into modernity.
And posed an existential threat to all of Christendom. The loss at Manzikert led the Byzantine Emperor Alexius to request help from Western Christendom at the Council of Piacenza in 1095. 8 months after that council, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II declared a crusade, which is a word that just means the state of being marked with a cross. That's all it means. He declared it to help besieged Christians in the East. The crusade was to begin on August 15th of the following year, which is the Feast of the Assumption. Unfortunately, while the mostly French nobles and knights who had waged the crusade made their preparations, a demagogue named Peter the Hermit led a mob of undisciplined and mostly illiterate lunatics on a chaotic journey to beat the knights to the Holy Land, the location of which they didn't know, by the way. So they were just sort of wandering aimlessly, stealing stuff and killing people. These largely German mobs spent the early months of their campaign creating mayhem wherever they went. They massacred Jews along the Rhine, storming the palaces of bishops who tried to protect the Jews. As the great writer and historian Hilaire Belloc notes, quote, "Their anarchy filled the spring of 96. They trailed off in successive mobs eastward to die well-merited deaths at the hands of the outraged peasants of the Danube whom they despoiled, or at the hands of the Turks in the salty dust of Anatolia. Despite this unsanctioned mobs being responsible for most, if not all, of the bad PR that the Crusades have suffered, Belloc rightly observes that, quote, in the military story of the Crusades, they count for nothing. Despite the rocky start, the Crusades, at least the First Crusade, was successful, liberating Christians from Muslim Turkish oppression in Nicaea, Edessa, Antioch, and elsewhere, before finally capturing Jerusalem and then establishing the Crusader kingdom in 1099. This period, the High Middle Ages, marks, to my mind, the height of...
Now, a lot of what he's talking about here, some of it is historically accurate. However, he is being very selective here to try and frame this as a defensive war. Largely because if you learn about the prelude to the First Crusade, one of the things you learn about in, college level courses is that there was an event that is referred to as the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Okay? Now, this occurred in 1009. And in 1027, it was allowed to be rebuilt. However, it was much diminished, we'll say. And it was finished in 1048, which is roughly, 40-ish years before the First Crusade kicks off. However, important to note about the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is that Pope Sergius IV, at the time that it happened, sent out a letter to the monarchs and churches of Europe calling for a holy war in the Middle East, the expulsion of Muslims from the Holy Land. And these events were directly connected to Pope Urban II, the guy who called for the First Crusade, at Claremont. So he's deliberately leaving this part out, that the original inciting event happened almost a century prior to this call for a mass invasion of the Middle East. And not only that, Worship of Olympians, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. And that the church that they were initially going to go crusade about had already been rebuilt 40 years previously. So the issue here is that the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was one of those events that got widely reported. And if you were a peasant or if you were nobility, it was something that you would have heard about, which is why Pope Urban II drew upon that particular event at the Council of Claremont, right? So all of this to say that the First Crusade was very explicitly not a defensive one, but rather part of a premeditated plan to get revenge for the desecration of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which, for those of you who don't know, it was essentially like purported to be like the church that held the tomb of Jesus. Is it actually the place that Jesus was interred and then like was resurrected? Debatable. But yeah. Apparently, the church was said to have contained both the site where Jesus was crucified as well as his empty tomb. Debatable, but in the parlance of, like, 1000 AD, it was like the most holy place known in Christianity at the time. And so the destruction of it was considered like a huge religious outrage. But one that had happened, in your grandfather's generation or even your great-grandfather's generation by the time the First Crusade came around. This was not something that affected everyday, peasant or noble life in Europe. Instead, this was largely seen by the presiding members of the church as a way of kind of venting the petty frustrations of European nobility. I.e., it was a way of basically getting rid of really inconvenient political figures in like the feudal societies of Europe. So it was a way of getting rid of inconvenient people. It was a way of getting highly motivated folks to go and, effectively colonize other parts of the globe, before that trend really kicked off. And it was also a way to kind of reclaim some semblance of, European identity that like transcended like the borders of feudal fiefdoms, as well as, well, make some money, effectively. Yeah, it must have gotten too hot in Europe.
Western culture.
Too much warm gas.
Much of the greatest art, architecture, philosophy, literature, even perhaps political order that our civilization has ever produced occurred during this period. And our modern secular age cannot understand how it happened. They want to produce it again. They have no idea how it happened the first time. Good luck. Since the Enlightenment, so-called, our elites have scratched their heads at what might have motivated the Crusaders at home and abroad. They've sought for economic motives, political motives, any motive other than the motive clearly stated by the Crusaders themselves.
I mean, it was a religious war, Michael, so like, yeah, the religious authorities are going to be the ones saying that it's for religious reasons. Like it was literally called for by the Pope. Yeah, it's a religious war, but let's not pretend that popes were always operating on religious lines. Okay, let's not pretend the church leaders were always, making their decisions based on, the love of God as opposed to political machinations. Like, let's be honest here, Michael. You know that's not true. I know you have a degree in history, and I believe you also have a degree in what was it? Italian? So I know at some point you encountered textbooks that include the Borgia family. That Borgia family. The one that basically bought and sold the position of Pope for like a century.
Scholars have insisted.
Finally off work. Thank you for helping me get through it. Got paid today, so felt like sharing.
Well,
From Caracal.
Caracal, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. And folks, we have been going for over 5.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because I need the oil in order to live.
In recent decades, centuries even, that the Crusades were but an excuse amid a medieval population boom.
The Borgia family, the one with the sex parties.
Yeah, you know, but the sex parties were for God, if we're going by Michael Knowles' logic.
For disinherited second and third sons, you know, all the spares of the family.
Okay, but like, unironically, that was a huge problem for European nobility. Because guess what happened? Guys, can anyone take a guess? What would happen if you had like 4 sons and 1 country or 1 fiefdom? What do you think would happen in those circumstances? Especially if you either had a sizable fiefdom. What do you think would happen? What was the outcome in a lot of those cases? Was it just peacefully transferred to the oldest one and everyone got along with that idea? Anyone? Bueller? Everyone would share and get along? No, actually, they would do the opposite. They'd kill each other. They'd do little civil wars. It was a real fun time. Just assassinations and civil wars and murders. So yeah, it turns out when you have a hereditary system of governance, a lot rides on the line. And so it was really a lot easier to just send your extra sons out to do a war on the other side of the planet.
To grab some land and wealth for themselves. But as the eminent historian of the Crusades, Thomas Madden, points out, quote, "The advent of computer databases have opened up new vistas of research and analysis. We can now test that theory. And the analysis clearly shows that, quote, the great majority of these knightly crusaders were not spare sons, but instead the lords of their estates." And this is Madden speaking, it was not...
Well, yeah, the majority of them would be the lords of the estates. Because they had the resources to send to go get more wealth and riches by fighting and stealing it from people. Like that, yeah. A lot of the main backers were doing it to get money, Michael. In Michael Knowles' conception, does he think that like these wealthy families that have built up immense amounts of wealth over like 1,000 years of accumulation, generation to generation, does he think that they went alone? Or does he think that maybe he would recruit people? Amber Brains,
Look, I'm finally getting a hoodie. Yay, I can be warm and fight my flares in style.
Heck yeah! Amber Brains, I hope you like your hoodie! Thank you very much for buying one. Hell yeah! It's been a while since we got... I didn't even recognize that notification, my goodness. But yeah, no. Lords with money... You're Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono.
The weasels do not approve of this, Knowles. He could not catch the rabbit.
But like... No, they would hire the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th sons because those sons would have military training, you know? Like the lords and their households would go with effectively mercenary escorts hired and made up of like 2nd and 3rd sons. And on top of that, like they were going to get a return on their investment. You don't just uproot your entire family's livelihood and wealth with no expectation of getting a return on that investment. Like they're not going to slaughter people out of the goodness of their hearts. I know, crazy concept here.
Not those with the least who took up the cross, but rather those with the most. In purely material terms, Crusaders were impoverished rather than enriched by taking up the cross. They did it for one reason, the reason that entirely eludes our modern elites. They did it for love of God. The motivation was religious. And the Crusaders held Jerusalem for almost a century. But eventually, they were defeated by Saladin at the Battle of Hattin in 1187. Subsequent crusades defended and even restored Latin Christian control over territories in and around the Holy Land, but they never...
Now, like, here's the thing, right? Michael Knowles is trying to point at the fact that a lot of crusaders didn't ultimately wind up becoming wealthy as evidence of, like, see, they weren't doing it for money, except that, like, a lot of them did become wealthy, just not most of them. Because, again, much like in your average gold rush, some people get very, very wealthy, but most people don't. Most people just kind of, you know, sift day in and day out and make just enough money to live. And then by the time the gold rush is over, they've basically just kind of squeaked by. That is most people. But if you're really lucky, you can make a lot of money. And that is basically the financial and economic legacy of the Crusades in a very tiny nutshell.
Again securely held Jerusalem. The Crusader states fully collapsed at the end of the 13th century, after which the Holy Land was ruled by the Muslim Mamluk Empire, followed by the Muslim Ottoman Empire, followed after World War I by the at least somewhat Christian British Empire, which had promised a portion of it to the Jews, who received their state by way of UN resolution in 1947, and finally by way of war in 1948, a Jewish victory that nearby Muslim states and non-state militants have attempted to reverse ever since up to the present day. The Holy Land, the focal point of so much conflict, is not particularly rich in natural resources. At first glance, it is not located in any particularly strategic area.
I mean, I guess you could come to that conclusion if you are blind and therefore aren't getting that much information from a glance. But otherwise, it's like it's like the trade hub of the world, where the entire world gets condensed into needing to cross the Middle East, and that turns it into one of the wealthiest positions on the entire globe.
There is no particularly well-defined Palestinian national identity, and the area that the Palestinians wish to call a nation is not even geographically cohesive.
I mean, it used to be.
But the conflict is not really about any of that, despite what...
I don't think you can argue that there's not a well-defined Palestinian identity, because, like, very clearly there is. Like, people identify themselves as Palestinian. Like, that clearly, they are a cohesive people. And one of their goals that has persisted for, like, the last century is having a state of their own. So, like, by the metrics you're trying to use here, Michael, you're just wrong.
These modern self-styled geniuses think. The conflict is about religion, which the West can no longer understand.
Again, saying that the conflict is entirely about religion is simply incorrect. He's trying to frame it as like, yes, the liberal elites of the West don't believe in religion and therefore are ignoring this cause. And it's like, no. You don't have to believe in a religion in order to understand how it can cause strife. You just have to know your history.
Because the West has lost its faith. Now, we're still human in the West. Man is still a religious creature, even here. So even in the secular West, we follow some kind of religion. We sacrifice our effort and our material goods for some kind of god or gods, including the people with the big estates and all the most to lose. Only now our religion is confused. We sacrifice to the nature gods to stave off climate change. We sacrifice to...
That's not how staving off climate change works, Michael. Like, I guess if words don't mean anything anymore, I feel like you started this out saying words mean things, but now you're just not using words correctly.
To the war gods for democracy around the world. But it's all kind of scattershot, half-baked and unimpressive. Other peoples are not so confused. Other peoples still know what they believe in and are willing to fight for it. It is an incredible irony of the West, an incredible irony in all of our history that this civilization, once called Christendom, fought a millennium and a half of holy wars to defend its civilization against an aggressive rival, only now to throw open its borders and invite the very same...
I mean, again, just going to back this up.
Of the tyranny of the West they believe in and are willing to fight for it. It is an incredible irony of the West, an incredible irony in all of our history that this civilization, once called Christendom, fought a millennium and a half of holy wars to defend its civilization against an aggressive rival.
Just want to point out here, if you're fighting a holy war, it's not in defense of your civilization. A holy war is definitionally in defense of your religion, which is not synonymous with civilization, as much as Michael Knowles wishes it was.
Only now to throw open its borders and invite the very same rival in. We think we're now too good for holy wars. In fact, we're no longer good enough. All conflict, Cardinal Manning reminds us, is ultimately theological.
This man is extraordinarily racist, and he's hiding behind religious differences in order to, try and make it palatable to his audience.
Conflict will not disappear because we no longer understand theology or practice our faith.
Oh, Stadman, I saw you at me on Twitter, and I got really confused because I couldn't figure out who you were talking to because they had me blocked. And anyway, that's how I found out that apparently Adam Friended from the Stitch and Adam podcast apparently blocked me. I've never interacted with him before, but he has me blocked on Twitter for some reason.
Conflict, in fact, will get much worse.
I guess I did make a video or two criticizing their god awful show, so I guess fair, but I was surprised.
If you think holy war is bad, just wait till you see unholy war. And if you think the West...
Oh, damn, dog. Damn, dog. Oh, wait until you see unholy war. What are they gonna do? What's the unholy war gonna do, Michael? Are we gonna get some necromancy or something?
Once called Christendom is bad. Just wait till you see, God forbid, what replaces it. Thank you very much.
Also, just as an FYI, if you want to argue that the Crusades were really just and good, you might not want to talk too much about that first Crusade. You might have talked a little bit too much about that first Crusade there, Michael, because it ended with the siege of Jerusalem, that resulted in like 100,000 civilians being butchered by the First Crusade. Mostly Muslims and Jewish folks. So, yeah, not exactly the proudest moment for the Prince of Peace, I guess.
Thank you very much. Very kind, thank you.
All
now,
right.
I believe, even after saying all that, we do still have time for questions, right?
We do. We're
Good.
going to be starting our Q&A. So if you guys have questions for Mr. Knowles, you can go ahead. We're going to ask that you go that side of the room and start forming a line around here. We have an orange line. Please stand behind that. And only one question per person. No follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you know, we have a rule at the Daily Wire, which I hate, but I like the Daily Wire, but I hate the rule. And the rule is that if you disagree with me, you can cut to the front. So I know when Ben came to Berkeley years and years ago, it basically shut the city down and they blew stuff up. But then I was talking to my friend, Mr. Matt Walsh, and I said, are they going to go crazy there? And he said, no, I showed up. Basically, no one protested. And then
Yeah, because no one cares about you guys anymore, except for me. I care.
When I looked outside, there was a very small protest that I couldn't tell if it was a homeless encampment or it wasn't rowdy, you know. But if any of the protesters happen to be here, you're welcome to cut to the front of the line against my will.
As a passionate supporter of traditional gender roles, do you think there's room for women to enter the workplace in a proper Christian marriage? And if so, how does that affect the dynamic of the relationship?
Now, women have always worked, you know. I'm about as trad as it gets, but we shouldn't be basing our understanding of political economies on some, you know, a 1950s sitcom or something like that. Women still worked, and they still are expected to work today. The question is how exactly they work. And by the way, women still worked even in ways that affected the public economy, though frequently it was from the position of the home or the community. So. You know, I tend to side with Simone de Beauvoir on this question, the French feminist, who said that the push to get women to desire careers and to enter into the workforce was really just a way to advance a feminist conception of women's lib and ultimately to deprive women of the choice, which most of them really want to make, to be married and make a home and have a family. I think that's what it was about, and I believe her when she says it. So, you know, there's great diversity and variety in the world. If a woman really wants to go make spreadsheets for the rest of her life for Mr. McGillicuddy, who's going to toss her out the moment she doesn't make money for him anymore, she's free to do that.
Man, that sounds like a terrible job, Michael. Why would men want to do that job, though? Why would you send a man out to do that job if Mr. McGillicuddy is so mean?
But no women are laboring under the misconception that they can't go do that today. In fact, what they're told is that they can't do the opposite, that they can't stay home, they can't have a family, they can't manage a home economy.
Okay, can I just say something to all conservatives? This is just a message to you conservatives out there. I want you to think really hard and ask yourself, have you ever seen a leftist or a liberal ever say that a woman can't stay home and have babies and be a homemaker if they want to? Have you ever encountered that? Have any of you in chat, have any single one of you ever encountered that scenario? Any single one of you? Nope. Stadman? Nope. No one's saying that? We want to make it easier, actually? Yeah. I think women should be able to stay home and take care of children and raise them if they want to. I think we should have a society that helps people do that, actually, if that is what they want to do with their lives. You know, we should have, decommodified housing. We should have Medicare for all. We should have, food bank, federally stocked food banks. We should have these things so that if somebody just wants to stay home and raise their kids, they can definitely do that even without a job that pays in in society, We couldn't do that. We could do that, by the way. We could if we wanted to do that. If we collectively gathered enough political capital amongst ourselves, we could do that. But Michael Knowles doesn't want that. He wants women to be forced into the workplace, whether they'd like to be there or not, to work minimum wage jobs, and eventually, hopefully marry someone wealthier than them, a man who can take them away from all of this and then work barefoot in the kitchen all day, raising the children, pumping a new one out every 9 months like clockwork.
And it's because of what Simone de Beauvoir said, which is that if women are given that choice, pretty much all of them will make it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, for sure. Hi, Michael. Just a quick question to clarify.
Honestly, trains and bullshit, the one thing I do hear is that you can't stay home and take care of the kids if you're a man. If you are a man, then society tells you that you shouldn't stay home and take care of your kids because that's women's work. Yep, I have heard it said to men. I've never heard it said to women. Elaine's parents never said that specifically, but they thought it was somehow feminist to not teach her to cook and other basic life skills. Yeah, that's not good. Hot take, everyone should learn how to cook. Everyone should know how to cook at least one signature dish.
Are you aware of the fake elector scheme purported by Donald Trump during the 2020 election to fake a slate of electors?
I'm not familiar with any fake elector schemes, so perhaps you could enlighten me. Please, pass the microphone, please.
She said it could, yeah. So just to clarify, typically states certify electors and send to D.C. to kind of certify the vote. Yep. What Donald Trump tried to do, along with John Eastman, his lawyer, is fake slates of electors. Great for stealing election, maybe. Fake a slate of electors for each of the swing states. Try to submit them during January 6th and try to get Pence to certify the vote in his favor.
So you're saying there was a controversy over.
I'm developing my own steak recipe and own way of preparing steak.
Cool. Thank you for the $5 dono, Olympians.
Who had really won the electors in a state, and there were two sides who were disagreeing over that.
Except the fake elector scheme was taking place, I believe, prior to the election, right?
And so they were trying to work out during the certification process on January 6th, the worst day in history of this.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You can't legally just create another slate of electors. That's actually illegal and election tampering.
Any republic, what to do about it. So my question to you is, is there any historical precedent for that? For what you call the fake elector scheme?
Sure. So there's one case in which I believe in Hawaii, where it was in between Nixon and Kennedy, but not only was that case set as not precedent, it was also due to an actual recount that the electors were certified.
You're missing another case. You're missing the actual historical precedent, which was the Compromise of 1877, when during the 1876 presidential election, basically the exact same thing happened. And so, because there was a controversy over who had won, and we still have a separation of powers between the executive, the judicial, and the legislative, as well as, at least in those days, a separation of powers between the states and the federal government, then a compromise was worked out to deal with what happens from time to time, a contested election. Now, we've had contested elections in more recent memory, like the 2000 election, when Democrats denied that George W. Bush had legitimately won the election. So they threw that one into the court.
Just by the just as an FYI, the Compromise of 1877 is also called the Corrupt Bargain. Just in case you guys forgot about that. Basically, what was happening was Congress was filibustering the certified results, and yeah, this was to end Reconstruction. It literally ended the process of ensuring equality between African Americans and white citizens. So, like, it wasn't good.
And that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and then they still didn't accept the results after George W. Bush won it. So it seems to me what ought to have happened on January 6th, the worst day in this or any republic, according to some people, is that maybe we should have followed the historical precedent when almost that exact same thing had happened from 1877. And actually, that was precisely what was proposed by Senator Ted Cruz, as well as some...
Also, I can't help but notice that, like, this absolutely is not the same as what Donald Trump did. Like, what was going on was filibustering the certification of the results and the results themselves indefinitely. And so that is what then led to the corrupt bargain that, like, solidified the presidency of Rutherford B. Hayes. And so when he's talking about this in particular here, he's being disingenuous. Because alternative slates of electors, to my knowledge, were not created. Let's see. Let me take a look here. In the November 1876 United States presidential election, Samuel J. Tilden received 184 uncontested electoral votes, and Rutherford B. Hayes received 165, with 185 votes necessary for a majority. 4 states, Florida, Louisiana, Oregon, and South Carolina, returned disputed slates of presidential electors, with a total of 20 votes at stake. Any of the disputes being resolved in Tilden's favor would secure him the presidency, while Hayes needed all 20 votes to be certified in his favor. To resolve these disputes in the absence of a clear constitutional directive, Congress passed the Electoral Commission Act, which established a 15-member commission of 8 Republicans and 7 Democrats to review contested elections. The commission voted 8-7 along party lines to certify each disputed vote in favor of Hayes. Under the Act, the Commission's findings were final unless rejected by both the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate, controlled by Republicans, declined to do so, but Democratic representatives in the House resorted to dilatory tactics by raising spurious objections to electors from Vermont and Wisconsin and filibustering the debate on those objections, which threatened to extend the controversy beyond the scheduled inauguration on March 5th. However, Speaker of the House Samuel J. Randall refused to entertain the dilatory motions, and eventually the filibusters gave up. A few Democrats complained loudly that Tilden had cheated. There was talk that Tilden had been cheated. There's talk of forming armed units that would march on Washington, but President Grant tightened military security and nobody marched on Washington. So basically, what he's trying to say here is just there's not a parallel. There's not a parallel here between 1870, the corrupt bargain of 1877, and January 6th, or the alternative slate of electors, the fake elector scheme. It's just not. It's just not true.
Supporters in the House of Representatives. And that was all going just swimmingly until the Democrats basically rammed it through and the Republicans lost their steam. If you are really of the opinion that when one party in the country shuts down the country, locks people in their homes, changes the voting rules, in some cases unconstitutionally, like in the case of Pennsylvania, which had prohibited widespread mail-in ballots in its constitution.
It didn't. He's just lying.
And then, after all of that, changes the election and then slows down the counting of the votes by not only hours, but days and weeks. And there were questions in people's minds over the integrity of the election. After Democrats had denied the results of multiple elections just within living memory, if you deny...
There's a difference between saying that, oh, Al Gore probably won the 2000 election, and actively making a plan to overthrow the government in order to secure your ascension as president, rather than your duly elected opponent. Also, every single legal challenge, barring like 2 on technicalities, was flatly rejected by the courts, Michael.
Half the country has the right to maybe work out that controversy, then I suppose you think...
We did work it out in the courts, and the court said, nah.
We ought to just give the Democrats all of the elections. But if you believe, as I do, that it's legitimate to object to elections that are conducted unfairly and illegally in some cases, then you have to work out some kind of...
Damn, you have evidence of an illegal election, Michael? You should present that in court. You should take it to court, Michael. Oh, wait, he won't, because he's lying.
Compromise, and what would have happened is, well, exactly what the Republicans tried to do.
Sorry.
Please search up the...
One more. You can give them one more.
For sure. Okay, for sure. So I understand that might be the case. However, in this specific circumstance, Donald Trump selected random people who had there was no basis for a recount. There was no evidence for it.
What is the basis to be an elector? What is the qualification?
The qualifications that the state has to certify, which are not being... The state did not certify it.
How do you become an elector before the certification of the results?
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what the process is.
You're not exactly sure about a lot of things. So I don't mean to knock you, because a lot of people share your ignorance. They share the ignorance of the actual precedent that preceded the January 6th in presidential elections. But this is why I think people get very passionate on this subject, as you have been, without very many facts. And it's why many people call this an insurrection or a coup d'etat.
Well, but you can be an elector. Like, you're getting him on this as like a technicality that like he doesn't know how electors are chosen, and like the parties just choose them internally to like reward them for service to the party. But like, there's a difference between certified electors and just random people, which I believe is the point that this young man was trying to make. Like, there's a difference between just a random group of people and the certified electors of the state. The certified electors are the ones certified by the state as the rightful slate of electors.
Or
if you are not in that group, you are just a guy.
You know, somehow turning America into a banana republic. And
Read the Eastman memos.
Those very same people will support the side that is currently attempting to imprison its political rivals and to justify the assassination of him twice and counting.
The Democrats haven't tried to justify attempted assassinations on Donald Trump. What are you talking about, bro? Also, let's be real here. Let's just take a look. Who's talking about using, locking up political enemies? Who's doing that? Could it be this guy? Could it be this guy? The guy who worked with him for 2 years? Who's saying that he wants to deploy troops against American citizens? Let's see. Let's see. It came back with a proposal to supplement federal police already based in Washington with a few thousand National Guard members, a battalion from the 82nd Airborne Division that could be summoned on short notice from North Carolina, and several hundred soldiers with the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, a unit at nearby Fort Myer, whose role is mostly ceremonial at Arlington National Cemetery, but Trump never gave the final order to put active duty soldiers in the streets. He wanted to do it. He was suggestive of it, said one person familiar with the matter, who, like others, spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive issue. But that's also the kind of typical. That's also kind of typical of his decision making. He knows that if he gives the order, he owns it. Active duty troops got as close to Washington as nearby Fort Bolivar, Virginia, and other installations on the outskirts of the city. It was not the only time that Trump, as president, wanted to deploy the armed forces within the United States against the advice of civilian and military leaders. He also sent active duty troops to bolster security at the southern border and sought military hardware for a ceremonial parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, with less than 2 weeks until Election Day, some of Trump's most senior former advisors are warning Americans to take his militaristic impulses seriously. His longest-serving chief of staff, John Kelly, told the New York Times that he feels Trump meets the definition of fascist, expected personal loyalty from military leaders, and spoke admiringly of Adolf Hitler. Let's see. In running to retake the White House, Trump has named his unfulfilled demands to deploy the military against civil unrest as one of his top regrets, and one he aims not to repeat. His allies have laid plans for him to do so by invoking emergency authority under the Insurrection Act of 1807. The next time, I'm not waiting, he said at a March 13th, 2023 campaign speech in Davenport, Iowa. In a Fox News interview October 13th, he said the military could handle his domestic political opponents, such as congressional Democrats and election protesters, whom he deemed the enemy from within. So, yeah, I think we know who wants to do that right now.
Doesn't seem to support democracy to me.
I mean, Michael Knowles, you don't support democracy. We know that. You're a fascist. You want Donald Trump to become your dictator daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, your big dictator daddy.
Hi, Michael. Honored to speak with you. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you so much.
Just wanted to ask, you said that all war is necessarily theological. So given that even animal tribes, chimpanzee tribes, have wars, what makes all war theological?
I don't think that chimpanzees have wars. I think animals fight. But I don't think that we're merely an animal.
Well, wait, they do have wars, though. Like, they'll like form like posses and like sally forth to attack a neighboring society of chimpanzees. Like, they absolutely do that.
Because I take theology seriously, I think that man is different from the lower beasts. So what differentiates us is that we possess intellect and will. So we can reason abstractly, we have a sense of the moral law, and we...
Wait, but we can also see similar behaviors in other animals, just maybe to lesser degrees, you know? Like we have evidence of like gorillas who've been taught sign language able to grasp abstract concepts like death, for example, or the idea of non-existence from existence. You know, like we have evidence that like being able to think abstractly or like understand or even communicate is not unique to humans. So like his argument's just kind of flat on that one.
We can be held to account for violating the moral law. This is why if I go rob somebody in San Francisco, well, in this city, I actually won't be held to account, but in like normal cities, you would be arrested and tried for that. But if a monkey went and robbed somebody and took a pie out of a window, you wouldn't put the monkey on trial. So this pertains to human beings specifically. And the reason that all human conflict ultimately is theological is because man is made in the image and likeness of God, and we possess intellect and will, and we possess freedom, which is the greatest gift that God has given us, and we can abuse our freedom. And the abuse of our freedom ultimately boils down beyond questions of mere politics, and even beyond questions of mere practical morality, but even to questions of what it means to be a human being. Now we're dealing with those anthropological questions with the transgender movement, where people don't know what a man is or what a woman is. It gets down to epistemological questions, how we can understand anything at all, how we know that we can rely on our faculties of reason. It gets down to questions of being. What does it even mean to be? And then ultimately, inevitably, you have to get down to a question, well, what is the source of all being? What is the source of all that there is? Why are my words intelligible? What's at the fundament of all of it? You know, what is the unmoved mover and the uncaused cause, whom we call God? There's no avoiding that. You can put your head in...
I mean, there is... Like, you don't have to call it God. It might be something else. The plain fact here is that you just don't know. You know, like... And in the whole of not knowing, you simply place God. If your belief in God is simply a belief in not understanding something, then, like, can you really call just something you don't understand God? Is that sufficient for you? That seems really sad to me. It seems like a thought-terminating cliche. Like, oh, well, it's simply God, and I won't ask any more questions.
In the sand, as we do in the modern West now. But
good morning, Elaine Malachi.
The question is still there, whether we wish to answer it or not. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, Michael. I had a whole speech planned, but I was told to keep this super short, so hopefully we have some back and forth. My question boils down to this. You're a Catholic, right? So you believe that if we pray to Mary, our prayers can be enhanced in that Mary has a special relationship with Jesus.
I think God loves his mother.
Yes. I would agree with you there. So my question is, in Matthew, there's a point where Jesus is speaking and his disciples come up to him and they say, "Sir, your mother and your brothers are here to speak with you." And he says, "Who is my mother? Who are my brothers?" And he says, "Them that do the will of my Father, they are my mother and my brothers."
Ooh, just a heads up. We are only 4 likes away on the YouTube stream from hitting 150 likes. Let's do it. I believe in you guys. And also, please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. You guys have been wonderful tonight.
And I think that this is talking about the different relationship between the familial relationship that we have with Christ and like our relationship with him versus his relationship. So we are told that we can come boldly to the throne of grace. So my question is, in what way are our prayers enhanced as opposed to us just going to God directly?
Well, a really, really good question. Our Lord tells us this. You know, who are my brothers? Who is my mother? Those who do the will of my Father. But then, of course, what is the utterance of Mary that begins the whole story? The angel Gabriel comes to Mary and says, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you." You know, you're going to conceive. And what does Mary say? She says, "I am the Lord's handmaiden; His will be done." So she does the will of God the Father.
Yeah, but how is that different from other Christians? Like, presumably other Christians have done the will of God the Father, hence they're Christian.
When our Lord says, I come not to bring peace but a sword, and I'll turn families against one another, I'll turn son against father, does he then mean that we ought to ignore the commandment to revere our parents? I don't think so, because he says, not a jot or tittle will pass from the law until all is completed. He is the fulfillment of the law. So what is he saying? I think he is saying much what you're describing, about a personal relationship of grace that we can have with God. But this is not constricted. This is only expanded by the community of saints, because our Lord loves his friends. Just as if you wanted a prayer, if your family member were sick, you'd turn to Joe down the street and say, "Hey, Joe, man, can you pray for me?" Everybody does that. And Joe's just some guy. He's just Joe. That guy's nothing, man. I mean, he's like a little something, but he's not the mother of our Lord. So if I'm going to ask Joe to pray for me, why wouldn't I ask the mother of God to pray for me? Because don't forget, the first miracle that we see in the Gospels, the first miracle of Christ's ministry, is the wedding at Cana. And what happens at the wedding at Cana? Someone comes up to Mary, and then Mary says, "Hey, go to my son and do whatever he tells you to do." And what does our Lord say? He says, "What is it between you and me, woman? My hour is not yet come." But then what does he do? He does what his mother asks, because he's a good son. And she's a perfect woman. So, it's...
Wait, she's a perfect woman? Okay, I have to admit, I have a blind spot here. Is Mary supposed to be perfect in Catholic conceptions of theology? Like in Catholic theology, is she perfect? Perfect and perfection carry a lot of weight in Christian theology. Yeah, like nobody's supposed to be perfect except Jesus. I'm wondering, is Michael Knowles using language a bit loosely here?
It seems to me like that's a good thing to do. And just as a practical matter, and historical matter, because we've been talking about history and a lot of Christian history all evening, Christians have prayed to Mary and to the saints in heaven who are depicted, I believe, and as is traditionally understood, in the book of the Apocalypse. The saints holding their bowls with the incense coming up. And the incense is the prayers of the saints. Who are they praying for? They're not praying for the damned in hell. They're there forever. They're not praying for the people in heaven. They're praying for us. So they are bringing our prayers to the Father. However, just as an historical matter, the fact that Christians have always prayed to Mary and to the saints, if I were a modern person who was skeptical of this, that would raise my eyebrow. And I'd say, well, who's most likely to have it right? All the doctors and fathers of the church and all Christians for 2,000 years, or not all, but most Christians for 2,000 years, or like me living in 2024 when nobody knows anything or even what a woman is. I think it brings up a little bit of an epistemic humility, and that could be helpful to us, because it was, I think, John Henry Newman, who was very anti-Catholic, and then he converted and became a Catholic saint. It's funny how history works sometimes. But he said, look, I've got plenty of questions. I've got all sorts of questions about the faith. If you knew everything about the faith, it probably wouldn't be the true faith. But 10,000 questions does not make one doubt. And that's a great cigar box you have, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Just really quickly. Thank you, guys. So,
for the YouTube audience, that's Mayflower cigars that he's holding.
Yes.
I don't want that to be missed.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm the only one. I had you sign it, and you signed it, so thank you so much
My
for
man,
that.
all right. But that was your box. I signed it up there, and I was hoping there would be stogies in there that I could pilfer and smoke.
Well,
but it was totally empty, other than magic marker.
Yeah, I figured I'd get in trouble because there's signs all over saying, like, no tobacco on campus. But
forget about that. Listen,
that's what I was going to say.
There's barely any Berkeley admins in here. Anyway.
Yeah, I was like, wait, he took all... Anyway.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
So, thank you for your answer, and it was really good. My only question was, you mentioned, like, I might ask my brother to pray for me, and that makes sense to me because, the prayer of a righteous man avails much, so if fellow Christians praying for each other, that makes sense to me. I just get hung up on, there's a verse in Timothy, I believe it's chapter 5, 1 Timothy 5, maybe don't quote me on it, but it says that there's one God and one mediator between man and God. That is the person Jesus Christ. Yeah. So it would seem that me asking my brother to pray for me is just, the prayer of a righteous man avails much, just asking for that intercession. But for me to pray to Mary seems like I'm putting her in the position to mediate between me and God.
Why does it seem that way? You just said you're asking your brother for intercessory prayer, but then when you do the same thing to Mary, you're asking her to be the mediator between you and God. But I don't see why isn't it just intercessory prayer all around?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. When it comes to questions of theology, I got to be honest with you guys. That I always ask this question, like, Why the F do I need someone to pray for me if I can just go talk to God directly? Why on earth does anyone need others to go and pray on their behalf if you can just go talk to God directly? Like, he's God. Well, no, did he just make a good point? Well, no, because none of it's real, number one. And two, also, like, his point is that other people praying for you does help. So, get as many people to pray for you as possible.
Well,
I agree that Mary is better than your brother.
I'm not
but,
praying. I'm not praying to my brother.
Well, you are, because to pray is to ask. I mean, there are multiple senses of pray, but to pray is like, I pray thee, sir, give me a Mayflower cigar. But you won't answer that prayer, unfortunately.
Absolutely not. The ports are shut down. I can't get any more. Yeah, I have to wrap it up. So, if there's one mediator between man and God, so that doesn't change what it says in Timothy, then maybe I shouldn't ask my brother to pray for me. I know that's not true.
But you do it anyway. We all do it naturally, and we've done it for 2,000 years. And maybe it's because there's a difference between mediation and intercession, and maybe even there's a difference between a mediator and a co-mediatrix and intercessors. And
well, you don't need to, but we've been doing it anyway, so that's clearly we're clearly all of us are doing it according to natural law. And it's like, buddy, if you're doing any of this because you have the natural inclination that is leading you to this conclusion, that's insane. That is actual insanity. Like, if you were stuck on a coconut island, you would never in 1,000 years come up with the story of Christianity as a way to explain a spirit, like any kind of like religious reason for why anything exists. You would not be able to come up with that. Which is not a point in its favor, like it's a unique special snowflake. I'm just saying, like, this is not a result of, like, the natural, it's only natural. God created everything. Of course Christianity's the answer. Like, nah.
Maybe there's a difference between forms of worship, like latria and dulia and hyperdulia. And these are sophisticated questions, and I understand it's hard to figure it out.
He's just throwing out theological terminology in order to, like, sound smart and sidestep this entire conversation.
But fortunately, we're not like the modern liberals. We didn't just, to quote Kamala Harris, fall out of a coconut tree. We have this beautiful civilization and we have this church which has endured as an institution for 2,000 years and has actually answered these questions. Even you can basically ask St. Thomas Aquinas what to have for breakfast on Tuesday. He'll give you an answer, or pretty close to it. So I agree; these are sophisticated questions, and you're obviously quite interested and quite bright. And so I would encourage you to pursue those answers, because the answers are there.
Thank you so much for coming.
Like, just to take one example of one of the things he said, he used the term hyperdulia, which is just a fancy-sounding word that refers to, like, the special kind of worship in Catholicism that is reserved for, like, the Virgin Mary. Like, you don't gotta use that word. No one knows what that word means. Come on, you just use it to try and sound fancy.
Hi, Michael. I loved you in House of Shades. It's a great movie.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So one of the things that you
Did
said.
you like any of my other acting work or no?
Oh, coming out swinging. Just in case any of you forgot, House of Shades. That's the that's an interesting film.
And the one where there was some girl that was having sex with her brother you were in, that was a great one as well.
I actually don't remember. I can't tell if this is a bit you're doing.
This is not a bit. I swear to
remember.
God, you say... No, it doesn't matter. Anyway.
I don't think I did that. Listen, I've done a lot of...
You were not the brother. You were accusing them of incest. Don't worry. You're clean. Anyway.
Huh.
So one of the
I'll
things...
have to go back to my catalog. I've done a lot of roles in acting.
Uh-huh.
And the only one they ever want to bring up is when I play a half-gay guy in a Yale movie. Which, if you're only half-gay in a Yale movie, is pretty straight, actually, on a normal curve. But people get very...
I mean, I guess...
What the fuck, Nicole?
It's not what you think.
Not what I think. Are you fucking your brother?
No!
What? Oh, I like it when you're rough with me, pretty lady. Hmm? You asshole! Guys, quit it! This is some serious shit! You're fucking right, it's serious shit! God, I think you broke my nose! I'm gonna do fucking worse than that! What are you gonna say? Because you have an incest with your sister? I'm adopted, remember? That makes it better! Guys, shut the fuck up! 30 days!
Guys, we're almost there!
Fuck! God, this is so gay. This is just too surreal for me. You son of a bitch!
Eric! Eric!
What? Give me one good reason I shouldn't beat the shit out of him, huh?
I'll give you two! I love you, and I'm pregnant!
Fuck!
Fuck. Maybe if you stopped whacking off to Lara Croft and left the house once in a while, you might find some adventure and get a real woman. Maybe if you stopped whacking off to Lara Croft every once in a while, left the house, you would get some adventure.
Holy shit, this is like a little bit. Would you get out of here, please?
I haven't really found my thing yet. You're in. Bear tenor. I damn near killed him. Who is she? It's like a stock joke.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
Yeah, you might recognize some of the clips from here because I used them for our soundboard.
This is just too surreal for me.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die. So, you want to go out after we wrap this up? Maybe have some sex?
Ew, what's
Don't
wrong?
make me show a hoe.
Listen, man, there's no need for that. She'll make it up to you. Let it slide, baby. Is that a threat? That's a promise, sucker.
No Jimmy. And so when he called me, he didn't even tell me what it was about. And I said, yeah, I'm absolutely in. And he said, okay, it's a Chinese hopping vampire movie. And I thought he was joking. I didn't think that was a genre of film. But it is, and it's really good. And yeah, I'm just thrilled that I could be a part of it.
You're perfect. Your clothes are perfect. Don't tell me you speak with a Latino accent, because that would be really weird.
You talking to me, man?
My partner would never snitch on me. What you take me for, man?
I think this is like the biggest movie he's been in.
I'm Bosco.
No, I'm going to be Bosco.
No, that's me.
And your accent sounds really fake.
Don't be mad at me, I'm just the player.
Looks like you're wearing a costume.
I'm more Hispanic than you, and I'm not even Hispanic. My name is Bosco. You call me Bosco.
Steve Fernandez.
Like I remember seeing this in video rental stores at some point. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $5 dono. So earlier it was Dommy Mommy Jack, and now it's Glasses Jack. Our cup runneth over. Just a little bit of both.
Alex Haynes, as I live and breathe.
Cody, so nice to see you.
Coincidence. Oh my, I can't believe you're here. I tell you, Manhattan may be big, but it's still an island. And you're an actor. You're acting, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I am acting.
Wow. I'm so jealous. I wish I could do that. You know, I care about money or success.
Juggling offers, you know. We're gonna some of my own stuff.
Yeah, playing hard to get.
That's what you gotta do, huh? You gotta...
It's been tough.
Whoa.
Sorry. This girl is about to make the biggest mistake of her life.
What?
Yeah, she's gonna leave the bar without meeting me.
Yeah, let's get coffee though, huh? Yeah, Facebook me, bro. Hey, let me buy you something!
Yeah. Fun stuff. Thanks for that acting reel, Michael Knowles.
Very confused about this because in modern days, people don't understand what acting is. So, like, for instance, if I'm in a...
You know, I'm just gonna spitball this here, Michael Knowles, but I don't think you know what acting is either. Just, you know, judging from your shtick.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
A movie or a play or a television show, and I go on stage, and my name is Billy. My name isn't really Billy. You see, my name is Michael, but on stage or in a movie or something, that would be my name. If I'm a soldier, if I'm a football player, if I'm a half homosexual, or whatever, these are things that I am not.
Half a homosexual?
Not in my real life, but I pretend to be it if I'm an actor. What's difficult about our modern age is people confuse make-believe and reality. So today, if a guy comes out and he says, hey, I'm a woman, you'd say, okay, well, I don't know what play I'm watching. I didn't know I went to the theater, but he would say, no, I'm really a woman. I'm really a woman. And that's a problem, I guess. When you lose your mooring in objective reality, you confuse make-believe for the real thing.
So speaking of which, one of the things you said we would lose had we lost the battle of tours was modern science. But in your show, I see you often say that science is mostly fake in regards to transgenderism, climate change, cigars that might give you cancer.
Science is mostly fake.
Yeah,
but science is good.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, so you know your enemy's both strong and weak. Yeah.
Natural philosophy is good, but
Right.
like the notion that a little boy is actually a girl, which we call science today, in the same way that we mistakenly call a little boy a girl, that is fake and not good.
You know, there's a really unfortunate thing. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oops. Girl does actually mean either sex. Whoops. Sorry.
Right. So my question is, when I read all these studies...
The etymology of girl was that it was a word that was originally used for both boys and girls.
Some of which, of course, you think are fake, or talk to the most educated researchers in my life, it all seems to disagree with you. So how do you pursue evidence-based policy if you ignore so much of the evidence? Or do you flip the script like your coworker says and put your feelings over facts?
Which studies do you read?
Yeah, the fake ones, I guess.
Yeah, can you cite the studies you're talking about?
Yeah, I've got them all in my pocket, and we can just read
Could you
them.
name even one of them off the top of your head?
No, I just threw them all out.
I know, but this
they're
is
all
my
fake,
point.
right?
So these people you're being sarcastic because it's the last refuge of someone who has no answer. But you say that I
mean, you wanted a name of a study off. See, this is why you should never go and talk to these people unprepared. Like, if this guy had actually brought like a couple of the studies with him, that would have been so badass though. That would have been so badass if he had been able to like reach into his back pocket, actually pull out like one of the studies, or like throw up like a Excel spreadsheet of like, oh yeah, here's the name and URL of like 20 different studies. Here you go. Knock yourself out, kid.
I don't believe in modern science, and you're such a sophisticate.
Well, yeah, of course, he'd just dismiss it in the moment. But, like, it would be really good rhetorically.
All these studies, you don't read them. None of these people read them, and half the studies are irreplicable. So that's my
if they're not replicable, then they're not really subject to peer review. Like, you need, like, if you mean that they're not replicable in the sense that, like, the people the studies were done on proceeded then to, like, grow up and, like, or like get older and, like, continue with their treatment, like, I guess, but, like, you can just do a study again on the same cohort and repeat the circumstances of the study. That's typically how studies on people work.
Complaint with modern science is that it is fake, and you're proving to me that it's fake. You're not even relying on it. You're relying on a kind of gut intuition, which is really just a half-baked...
Wait, but that's what you were doing. That's what you're doing. You call all the science fake, man. If you're calling all the science fake, you're the one relying on a gut feeling about the world to guide your actions.
Religious sense that a boy can be a girl and that the sun god is going to kill us all in 12 years or whatever AOC said 15 years ago. And, you know, it's really...
I mean, like, he says that in, like, a really dismissive way, but also he literally talked about the book of the apocalypse seriously in this talk already. Like, you can't be like, oh yeah, the sun's gonna kill us all. When you seriously brought up a religious text purporting to show the end of the world at the hands of supernatural beings. Like, you can't take the moral high ground on this when you are literally offering no other explanation here. You're just saying the science is fake, but you know what's really trustworthy? This book that says at some point in the future a monster's gonna rise out of the ocean and destroy us all.
Unfortunately, it's not grounded in any serious philosophy or theology or certainly anthropology. But it's also not...
Hey, you know, it's not grounded in any serious, you know, any of those things. Giant monsters rising out of the sea to destroy the planet. Like... I just need this.
For a while in the 1970s, our town was run by a freaky cult. Every few years, the remaining members predict the world's gonna end, and they have an all-night vigil in the park. Tonight, the followers of reasonableism will be joining together to await the return of Zorp, the giant lizard god who will destroy the earth with his cleansing fire of judgment.
His position is just as founded as the reasonableist position from the hit television show Parks and Rec. That's what he's bringing to the table right now.
Not even grounded in modern science. So even according to your own...
But you don't believe in modern science, Michael. You already established that. That was the main point that this questioner was bringing up.
Stated principles and premises, your arguments don't hold up. And it's not just you. I don't mean to pick on you, but that's true of most of the libs these days, I'm afraid. Sure, you can take one more. I don't mind.
Does cigars give you cancer?
Well, cigars are great. So I got two studies for you. Cigars are great. Do you think that cigars give you cancer? They make it more likely that you'll die of cancer.
I don't know. Ask Rush Limbaugh.
Say it again.
Ask Rush Limbaugh.
Well, people die of cancer. You know, the vast majority of people who die of lung cancer are non-smokers. Like
Most smokers die of lung cancer. Like, how can he lie like this?
Well, people die of cancer. You know, the vast majority of people who die of lung cancer are non-smokers.
That's not true. 80 to 90%. Cigarette smoking is responsible to 80 to 90% of all lung cancer cases, making it the top cause of the disease. Those who smoke it are as much as 30 times more likely to get lung cancer than those who don't. You actual dipshit.
Like 80%. But would you say that because you're Mr. Science, would you say that the scientific consensus is that cigars lead to an increased risk of mortality from things like cancer, heart disease, or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. What studies are you going to cite?
None of them. They're all fake.
None of them. They don't exist. Is the problem. Now, there are 2 studies.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Cancer, heart disease, or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. What studies are you going to cite?
None of them. They're all fake.
None of them. They don't exist. Is the problem. Now, there are 2 studies conducted by the American Cancer Society and I think a government agency, but I forget which one, so I won't state it, which came out. Might have been the American Medical Association. Both.
Well, here's the American Lung Association. Just take a look here. Oh, here's a study from 2022. Health effects of premium cigars. Let's see. See, just a lot. Summary and conclusions. This list includes tobacco. So, cigar smoke, including premium cigar smoke, contains many HPHCs capable of causing cancer and multiple other negative health effects. Smokers of premium cigars will be exposed to this toxic and carcinogenic mixture when they use these products. The level of exposure of specific HPHCs in premium cigar users will depend on how the cigars are smoked, including frequency of smoking and depth of inhalation. The overall exposure to HPHCs in daily uses of traditional cigars appears to be similar to daily smokers of non-premium cigars and daily smokers of cigarettes. Biomarker data shows showing equivalent exposure comparing daily traditional cigar and cigarette smokers are based on data from a combination of large and premium cigars, etc., etc., etc. Okay. There's conclusive evidence that smoke from cigars in general, including premium cigar smoke, contains many hazardous and potentially hazardous constituents capable of causing cardiovascular disease, lung disease, cancer, and other types of negative health effects. There is conclusive evidence that the chemical nature of emissions from cigars in general, including premium cigars, are similar to those of cigarette smoke. So, yeah. Let's see. All-cause mortality. Let's see. Several have examined the association of any cigar use, including premium cigars, with all-cause mortality. This section provides an overview of the evidence from epidemiological studies examining risk of all-cause mortality with primary cigar smoking. All but one... Okay. A meta-analysis of studies was not performed in these reviews. Therefore, the results of the individual studies are presented in the chapter annex. All but one study observed increased risk of mortality from 2 to 40%. Notably, findings from a study of 442,455 white male participants in the American Cancer Society Cancer Prevention Study found an 8% increase in all mortality for current primary cigar smokers and a 12% increase in mortality among secondary cigar smokers compared to never smokers. One study, using data from 19,018 Whitehall study participants from the British Civil Service, observed lower mortality rates for current primary cigar smokers compared to never smokers. However, this study included relatively few deaths from primary cigar smokers. Okay. Since these reviews, 4 additional prospective epidemiological studies examining the association of cigar smoking and mortality have been published, including 3. Let's see. The results are largely consistent with those included in the prior reviews and support the conclusion of an increased risk of mortality. Yup. Okay. They followed up with people from a study. Cigar use category includes use of little cigars, blah, 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 blah. 95% confidence interval. Found increased all mortality among current primary cigar smokers compared to never tobacco users. Okay. Yeah, in other news, inhaling smoke into your lungs is bad because they're made for oxygen and not smoke. Okay.
Both tested the health effects of premium cigars, and Mayflower cigars are long filler, all tobacco, premium cigars made at the very finest factory in Esteli, Nicaragua. Thank you very much. So these two studies, conducted by people who have no interest in proving that cigars are basically fine in moderation.
Also, cigar and pipe smoking and lung cancer risk, a multi-center study from Europe. Guess what? It found smoking cigars, cigarillos, and pipe tobacco might exert a carcinogenic effect on the lung comparable to that of cigarettes. And, like, there are so many studies. There are so many studies.
They determined that up to as many as 4 cigars per day has no increased risk that is statistically significant with mortality. In fact,
yes, actually, very significant statistical increases if you begin regularly smoking.
One of the studies found that premium cigar smokers who smoke in moderation, meaning fewer than 4 per day, actually live slightly longer than people who don't smoke premium cigars.
I'm sorry, what? Okay. I've smoked cigars before, okay? If you're smoking 4 cigars per day, that is not moderation, okay? Smoking 4 cigars in a day is not moderation whatsoever. Good golly. Also, again, like, he's just wrong. There's so much documented evidence. Yeah, this goes over extension of chapters on pipes and cigars from the 1973 and 1979 reports by the U.S. Surgeon General. And studies published during the last 2 decades are emphasized. So, like, a lot of the information we have on smoking data comes from, like, the late 70s, or like early to late 70s, with studies on tobacco use going back, decades before that. And so it might be hard to find some of these studies to, like, back up the anti-smoking position, because smoking is not good for you. But, like, yeah, you can find it here. Here, the Cancer Prevention Study 1 of the American Cancer Society, conducted between 1959 and 1972, one of the largest prospective cohort studies ever undertaken, following more than 1 million individuals for 12 years. Many results from CPS-1 study have been previously published, but for cigar-related mortality rates, only summary rates from the first 4 years of the follow-up period have been published. The ACS has made this data available for a more detailed analysis. Because of the size of the dataset, the detail of smoking behavior information gathered, and the relatively large number of cigar smokers among the subjects, this study provides an opportunity to consider the relationship of number of cigars per day and inhalation to mortality rates from many diseases. Data from CPS-1 was used because of the larger number of cigar smokers in the study in comparison to CPS-2. Let's see. There is a consistent pattern of elevated overall mortality for all groups of smokers, and a dose-response effect for increasing exposure to tobacco smoke is present in the CPS-1 data. The exposure is variously measured as cigars, cigarettes, pipes per day, grams of tobacco per day, lifetime dose in pack years, duration of smoking, etc., and can be further modified by describing the level of inhalation of smoke. In a Swedish prospective mortality study which followed 25,129 men from 1963 through 1979, the all-cause mortality rate for cigar-only smokers was 1.39 compared to never smokers. So 39% higher. The corresponding RR for cigarette smokers only is 1.45. Cigar-only group is based on smoking behavior at the time of the initial survey, thus is a combination of primary and secondary cigar smokers. The authors note no information is available on inhalation patterns of Swedish cigar smokers. Yeah, in a 12-year follow-up study of 46,000 individuals of both sexes in Washington County, Maryland, for pipe/cigar smokers, a RR of all-cause mortality of 1.83 was calculated for men under 50 years of age and 1.13 for men over 50 years of age, providing an overall rate of 1.2. These rates were adjusted for age, housing, quality, etc., etc., etc. So just as an FYI, smoking cigars, if you were under the age of 50, made you 83% more likely to die. That's not great. I might be reading these numbers wrong, but that's a much bigger number than 1.1. 1.8, a lot bigger than 1.1. All right.
So, once again, I think statistics are easily manipulated and often bunk, but the reality is that the people...
Yeah, so exactly what this guy was accusing you of. You don't believe the science because you think that science is, I don't know. I mean, honestly, Michael Knowles would probably think that, like, statistics are a Jewish science. He'd probably even use that term.
People who like to cite statistics usually know far less.
Which, to be clear, is deeply anti-Semitic, but I happen to believe that Michael Knowles is anti-Semitic, so...
...than the people they think they're mocking.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for coming. So, as a Christian, whenever I find myself debating an atheist on the existence of God, often the first arguments I go to are the philosophical, metaphysical arguments, the ontological argument, the cosmological, some of the Aristotelian arguments.
Yeah.
And I get this response, well, philosophy can't prove anything, and I'm taken aback because the metaphysical underlies all of science and empirical measurements.
Also because only philosophy can prove things.
Yeah.
So they think, because with deductive reasoning, you can actually come to firm conclusions, but with inductive reasoning, like in modern science, you actually can never come to firm conclusions. So it's kind of ironic that people think that.
Yeah, so often the response I get is you can't prove anything with philosophy. And I respond by pointing out what you just pointed out, that if I am requiring data, I need to be able to assume that the measurements that I'm taking and my senses are reliable, which is a metaphysical conclusion.
Right.
So how
even mathematics is based on axioms.
I mean, I guess it is, but I would just say that in order to exist and function, we need to make assumptions about life, and so like there are there's like a set of necessary assumptions you need to make just in order to get through your day.
That can't be proven, like A equals A or A plus B equals B plus A. So at a certain point, you have to arrive at first principles, or you're just a drooling, babbling baboon like many of these people that I suspect you're talking to.
Precisely. So I guess my question would be, even after those statements of you assume metaphysical conclusions in your daily life, how do you approach these people when discussing the existence of God without going to, because of course you can prove the historicity of the resurrection. Like, I think that's perfect.
Of course. No one would ever doubt that except for a lot of people, most serious academics don't believe you can prove the historicity of the resurrection. You can certainly prove that there were groups of people who believed that it was true, but you can't prove that it happened. That's kind of one of the issues here.
Perfectly fine too, but maintaining the basis of philosophy in an age where it seems like people are uneducated on the process of logical reasoning.
You know how I approach them? With saintly patience, that's how. With great endurance and grace. No, I do, I try to be patient because I was that guy. I was an atheist for like 10 years, and this is not false modesty, but I think I'm fairly sloppily educated.
Yeah. You've demonstrated that quite a bit tonight.
I've read a book or two, so I guess that puts me ahead of a lot of PhDs these days. But still, compared to even a middle schooler 70 or 80 years ago, my education is relatively weak. And so the fact that I've had to come to things that third graders used to know and be able to prove pretty well at age 23 means that when I look at someone who doesn't...
I'm sorry, what did third graders know that you are finding difficult now? Like what that you as a third grader you could prove God exists? Like what?
Yet have some understanding. I think, well, there but for the grace of God go I. That there I did go for a very long time. And so it's not merely a matter of idle speculation and kind of academic fun that I might convince this person of this thing. It's a matter of his eternal soul. This really matters. It's not an ivory tower tea party. We're living real life here, and no one here gets out alive in this temporal world. And so we gotta come to real conclusions. There's a real spiritual warfare that goes on. So that's how I try to approach it. Because I think, even when someone has all sorts of wrong answers, I think you're still further along than I was 10 years ago.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I want to preface this by saying that I'm Catholic, and I do believe abortion is wrong.
What's this but? I like it so far.
I still think that it's good to be charitable and to intellectually challenge arguments. So I'm going to try to make the best possible case for the permissibility of abortion.
Sure.
I'm going to use a thought experiment. For the thought experiment, I'm going to assume that the fetus in the womb is just as much as a person with the same amount of rights as, say, an 8-year-old child or any living adult.
Mm-hmm.
In this thought experiment, we can imagine a mother and her 8-year-old child.
Oh,
and
boy.
The 8-year-old child has a form of complications such that he needs a kidney. And the mother's the only person who has a kidney that would suffice to help the child live. If the child does not get this kidney, he will die. Does the mother have a moral obligation to donate her kidney to the child? If yes, should we make a law enforcing this? If no, then why is it different in the case of abortion where the woman's body is being used unwillingly, unwantedly?
Yeah. Good question. A woman does not have a moral obligation necessarily, though one would imagine that justice and, or rather that charity and orders of charity, meaning that we owe more to our children than we do to some stranger down the street.
This is a fascinating answer from Michael Knowles. I'm willing to bet it's because, like, the caveat at the end that there would be legislation around enforcing this type of choice. But it's really interesting that he immediately backs off the argument that a woman's body should be used even against her will to keep a baby alive, a child alive. But he immediately revokes that if that entity is inside her body. That's so fascinating.
Street. We owe more to our country than we do to someone else's country. One would hope that charity and the order of charity would impel the mother to give the child her kidney, which she doesn't even need and which will help the child to live. But it would not be morally obligatory, in my layman's perspective, because her kidney is for her. So things are for other things, and the way that we know the nature of things.
Her kidney's for her, then surely her body is for her, Michael? Like, the barest extension of your logic to the scenario of abortion would also indicate that her body is for her, Michael?
Is largely by what they're for. You know, my eye is for seeing, my Mayflower cigar is for smoking, my microphone is to bring my mellifluous tones to your ears, and her kidney is for cleaning her blood. Now, the reason that it's different in the case of, say, abortion, you know, why? Well, if she doesn't have to give the kid her kidney, why does she have to at least rent the kid her womb? You know, why does she have to at least allow the child use of her womb?
Well, okay, but wait. Flawed reasoning right here. It's not just the use of the womb. When you're pregnant, it's the use of every other part of you. Like, the rest of your entire body undergoes changes in order to keep that thing inside of you alive. Like, your kidneys work harder, your organs work harder, everything squishes and sloshes around. You know, like, it's a whole thing. So it's not just the womb, you're using your entire body, you know, a significant portion of the food you take in, you know, your altered brain chemistry. Yeah, absolutely catastrophic effects on the body, especially if they are unwanted changes.
Is because her womb is for gestating children. That's what it's for. That's why the womb is different than a lung or an eyeball or a kidney or anything else. That's what it's for. The woman's biology is ordered toward, in principle, having a child, and that's why it's so unnatural and so profoundly wicked for a mother to kill her own child, and because the social effects of that are great too.
Okay, but the fundamental reason that you're arguing here is just that you believe that God formed the female body in order to give birth, and that it is wicked to reject that mission given to female folks by God. But my question here is, why does that give you the right to take away other women's body autonomy? Like, why? Like, sure, you believe that, but other people don't believe that. Why should people who don't believe what you believe be forced to do what you believe? Like, you're not offering an explanation. Like, if you don't believe in God, if you don't believe in, like, a creator that meticulously formed the human body with express purposes for different organs and whatnot, and you believe that our form happens to arise out of the chaos of, you know, the universe and the evolutionary forces that surround us, then, like, there's really no reason at all to go along with Michael Knowles' line of reasoning here. It is entirely centered on, well, something made you with a purpose, and if you got that part in there, and you know, if you don't want to use it, then, well, sucks to suck. And like that's really it. Like, okay, you made it for a purpose, but that doesn't mean you have to use it for that purpose. You know, like, I don't know, eyes are for seeing, but you know, you can close your eyes, right? Like, you can cover them, you can shut them, you can turn your brain off for 8 hours a night. Like, you can do a lot of things with them. as you will. And turns out some people would will that their uterus not be used for a baby just at that particular moment or ever. And I think that's totally fine. And your response to that seems to just be, well, it's made to do that, though. And it's like, okay, but like...
Evil, as Mother Teresa pointed out in her UN acceptance speech, she said, abortion is the greatest evil in the world because if a mother can kill her own child, there's nothing that we won't do one to another. Very good question.
But there's already nothing we won't do to one another. Like that's the thing, Michael. We live in a world where all the violence is on the table at any given time. Like that's the world we live in right now.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
And so when you say, well, if you do abortion, that means all the evils are on the table. Which ones are off the table right now, Michael? Just curious.
Stand on the T.
Hello. Thank you for coming, Michael. So,
well, yes. Also, Renafi, his worldview also does dictate that any woman with a uterus that cannot conceive is in some way like a failure to God. Like it's pretty disgusting, no matter how you slice it.
Conservatives are against the ideology of political correctness and social justice, which is the ideology that says that white people should hate their culture and that Asians and whites should be treated worse than blacks and Hispanics. So that same ideology said it was okay for Zionists to throw Palestinians off their homeland and deny Palestinians the right to live in their homeland.
I don't know if it was the same ideology. It was
this dude's so nervous. I feel sorry for him.
It was the ideology of Zionism, is what you're saying.
It's the ideology.
Which is different
that's
than
the reason
political
why that's the reason why the whole world supported it. They condemned apartheid South Africa because it was white people doing it, but they don't condemn it when it's Jews doing it because they're considered more oppressed.
Everybody condemns Israel. What are you talking about? We're like the only country in the world
What?
that doesn't condemn Israel.
We give them more money than any other country in the world.
We do, but I'm saying
yes, and
most
other
countries,
other
including
countries,
in the West,
other countries do too. But we sanction apartheid South Africa because it's white people doing it.
The Jews
This guy's crazy and making me feel uncomfortable.
are pretty white. I mean, some of them are a little dusky, but some are pretty white. So, what is your question? Are you saying that Zionism is the same thing as political correctness?
Yes, I believe that conservatives shouldn't support Israel because it's the
I know
same
what you
ideology.
believe. I'm trying to figure out what your question is.
Because it's the same ideology as political correctness that says that white people should hate their culture and that
I get the feeling that this guy's like just a severely mentally ill Nazi. That's what I'm picking up here.
White people and Asians should be treated worse. It's denying an indigenous population the right to live in their homeland.
We found the median Michael Knowles fan. True.
Imagine if people took it a step further and said that Native Americans and black people should throw white people out of their homeland because of political correctness.
Wait, hold on. At first you said that Zionism denies the indigenous people the right to their homeland.
Because
of
the Holocaust.
But in the first thing you said, the Palestinian Arabs would be the indigenous people who now have the right to throw the occupying Jews out of what is the Palestinian Arabs' homeland.
I support a state.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to make some sense of what you're saying. I'm trying to just make some sense of the things.
Yeah, no, he's a Nazi. Like any of these people who advocate for ethno-states are always like, yeah, we should have a nation of our own, but I don't support violence of any kind. We'll just somehow get millions of people who have a different skin color from us to move to a different place. Haha. No violence.
Because then the second part you said, imagine if the Lakota Sioux, say, tried to throw the white Americans out of America because it was their indigenous homeland. But that is the argument you're advocating, actually, right? By opposing.
By opposing Zionism on indigenous grounds, that's the same argument.
What I'm saying is that people can do different things based on how oppressed they are. If white people did what the Jews did in 1948, they would be condemned by a long shot.
You're saying if white...
Yeah, no, this guy's a Nazi, guys. Wait, we are listening to a raving, scared Nazi that it sounds like he just shit himself. Like he farted and shitted, okay? Because like he's trying to say if white people did what the Jews did in 1948, oh man, like yeah, no, this is that some Holocaust apologia? Yep.
White people went into some land that they hadn't been in a long time.
If white people went to a country and threw out a population, they would be.
We've done that, haven't we?
That was.
I mean, we try to be nice to the people, but you know that's happened. Wars of conquest happen.
1948 was different than the 1600s.
How so?
Well, 1600s it was okay to conquer other countries. In
what changed about practical morality?
In the 1940s, there was the UN. It made clear that conquering other countries were not acceptable.
But how did that change the moral law? Just because the UN said so? So if I say so, can I change the moral law?
The only reason that people supported Israel was because of the Holocaust.
Okay, you know, you keep like speaking quickly and changing all the topics and interrupting
me. No, my ideology
I'm trying to figure out what you're asking.
We've actually hit a point where I feel bad for Michael Knowles because I don't really know that there's a good way to handle this. I take it back. I don't feel bad for Michael Knowles. He's a bad person, and I only wish bad things upon him. So, this is actually kind of fun to see him squirm when faced with the inevitable consequences of his terrible politics. So, you know what?
Asking because a lot of people have questions about Zionism and Israel. That was what our whole speech was about holy war, not just with the Jews and the Muslims, but with Christians as well.
My question is, as a conservative that believes that all people should be judged equally, why do you support Israel and condemn? And why do you support Israel when you're against political correctness and social justice?
Well, because I don't see why I shouldn't, as a practical matter, support Israel. You bring up the notion of Zionism, and Zionism has a religious aspect and a historical aspect. The historical aspect is exactly the kind of argument you're making about the Native American Indians, that because the Jews lived in this land a long time ago, they have a right to it now. But I don't really buy indigenous arguments. I don't buy it for the Lakota Sioux. I don't really buy it for anybody. However, I pointed out in my speech, if you were in favor of the Palestinian Arabs having a state, you probably wouldn't want to make the indigenous arguments because Palestinian Arabs are not indigenous to the land by any stretch. They invaded in the 7th century and conquered.
Yeah, they've only been there for 1,300 years. Like you're on flimsy ground when you can trace back a family lineage 1,300 years in a given area, and he's trying to argue that that is not a sufficient amount of time to create an indigenous group of people.
Many lands that were actually controlled by Christians. So that I don't think that argument works. Then there's a religious argument to Zionism, which says that the Jews have a right from God to this land.
True. The correct way to handle this, Mix Vivian, is exactly how you describe. Fuck off, you Nazi shit cunt. Exactly.
And as a Christian, one's view of what is meant by Israel and what is meant by the Holy Land and the fulfillment of the old law and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, Michael Knowles is up there saying the quiet part out loud, which is that he supports the state of Israel because he believes it will bring about the end of days. He believes that by supporting Israel, it will bring about the apocalypse and, by extension, wipe out all of the Jews, which is something he's actually in favor of, given that he is adopting this particular flavor of religiosity.
Would impel a Christian not to totally agree with that point of view. So I'm not saying that I agree in principle with either of those arguments. But as a practical matter, it just seems to me that the state of Israel is doing pretty good stuff with the land. And so what I really care about from the perspective of...
I mean, when he says this, what he means is he thinks that it is good that the state of Israel is pushing Muslims off of land. Like he supports that full stop.
The Holy Land is that the holy sites are protected, that Christians are permitted to go on pilgrimage there. And when I look at the alternative, which is a bunch of Palestinian Arabs who elected Hamas, and I look at the history of Christian-Muslim relations, which has basically been a 1,400-year unimpeded story of Muslims trying to invade all of Western Christendom.
Yeah, ignore the 9 crusades.
Desecrate our churches and abuse our relics and so on and so forth, then I'm not really inclined to create yet another particularly radical Muslim nation, particularly with authority over the holy sites. So you can call it Zionism. I wouldn't call it Zionism. Just call it a kind of practical and prudential support for the state of Israel.
Yeah, a practical Zionism, I guess.
Given the alternative. And then you make this claim that...
He's literally saying, like, well, I think the state of Israel is good because it means there are less Muslims there. like, this man really is, like, evil, you know? Like, he really is like a demon in a skin suit.
Political correctness is identical with Zionism. I mean, it just isn't. I don't know what to say. Zionism is a philosophy that came out of the 19th century that made all these claims about the Jews' rights to the Holy Land.
Ah, yes, a nice practical ethnic cleansing. That's the kind of thing Michael Knowles loves.
Political correctness is a liberal ideology that emerges in the 20th century, which we now call wokeness or whatever, which has all sorts of influences from the Western Marxist tradition to the, the deconstructionists and the post-structuralists and all sorts of kind of postmodern academic theories. And it's nasty and silly and wrong. But I don't really see the connection between the two things. And just as a practical matter, I'm yet to be convinced that handing over the Holy Sepulchre to a bunch of fanatical Islamists would be a good idea. I don't think it was a good idea in the 11th century or the 12th century or the 13th century, and I don't think that it's a good idea in the 21st. We let you get a lot of, I wouldn't say questions in, but sort of fragments of sentences in, so we do have to get to more questions. If there's time at the end, though, I'm happy to hear more verbal ejaculations, if you like.
Michael, why on earth would you use that phrasing? Why would you do that? Why would you do that, though?
If there's time at the end, though, I'm happy to hear more verbal ejaculations, if you like.
Cool. Jail. Straight to jail. Send him to jail.
That was actually going to be our last question.
No, you've got to look. This is a very put together person here who we should have one more.
All right, we can do one more.
All right.
Hello, Michael. I just want to say first that I love your Mayflower cigars, and
you're a man of excellent taste, I can tell.
I actually run your Mayflower cigars Instagram, Mayflower.
Is it you?
I gotta say, having this insight into the conservative, the young conservative men who are, bolstering Michael Knowles' celebrity. I'm not impressed. I don't think they're sending their best. I
was wondering who did it, because it's not us. It's not internal. You're doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
You're hired for exactly the rate that we've been paying you up until this point.
My question was your opinion on the Daily Wire's decision to Candace Owens and her opinions of Israel.
Why did I agree to take one more question? I don't know. Well, I basically think the same thing I've thought the whole time, which is, I am good friends with Candace Owens and with her family. I'm the godfather to Candace's daughter.
Oh my God, what? Oh my God. Candace Owens trusted this ghoul with her her daughter? Are you kidding me? I wouldn't leave I wouldn't leave a daughter of any age in any amount of proximity to Michael Knowles.
And also extremely close friends with the guys who, founded and run Daily Wire. I've been friends with them since before the Daily Wire existed.
The guys? You mean Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring?
So I guess all I'll say on it, while in charity restraining from, spilling tea or telling tales out of school or whatever, which would be unbecoming, is there are all sorts of theories that crop up about nasty, ill motivations, and it's really lunatic ideological things from people who love the Daily Wire and they don't like Candace, or they love Candace and they hate the Daily Wire, whatever. And I would say I don't find those wild and passionate theories to be convincing as someone who is rather close to everyone involved in the matter. So it's a pity when friends, bicker, and that's especially true when it occurs on a national or international stage. It isn't the first time that this sort of thing has happened in media or political organizations. And I think that people ought to be permitted to part company in a way that does not besmirch the character of anyone involved or, lead people to be extraordinarily partisan on either side. People have good faculties of reason. They can judge things for themselves. And I certainly don't think friends ought to ever, gossip and spill tea behind anyone's back. Certainly not on the campus of UC Berkeley. No way, man. Wonderful to be with all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
I think he genuinely got uncomfortable at that question.
A true pleasure. Thank you. See you next time. I'll try not to step over any drug addicts on my way out of town. See you later. Thanks.
Wow. So I'm still not over his offer to let this room full of college students verbally ejaculate all over him. I'm still not over him telling a room full of college students that he wants them to ejaculate verbally on him. I'm also still not over that he thinks smoking 4 cigars a day is a moderation of using cigars. I don't like that's not a moderate use of cigars. That's a heavy usage of cigars. Goodness. So I think we learned that Michael Knowles' history degree is actually quite bad, quite poorly implemented here. He does not seem to have a good grasp on the Crusades or science or why it's not a good idea to inhale smoke into your lungs. Actually, that's an excellent point right there. Yeah, he talked a lot about what uteruses are made for, what kidneys are made for. He didn't really talk a whole lot about what lungs are made for. And it's curious because notably lungs are not made for inhaling smoke. They're made to inhale air. That's the thing that keeps you alive, not the smoke. Let's see. I feel like there's a great deal missing from the coverage of this election from the POV of Harris supporters. In what sense? Like how the Democrats themselves aren't running a particularly effective election? Well, yeah. I mean, I talked about that at length earlier today. I've been going for 7.5 hours. But generally speaking, how do I put this? I think it is more valuable for me to debunk conservative propaganda in a lot of cases than to, like, get into it with folks like Jill Stein supporters. Does that make sense? Mostly because, like, it's really disheartening for me. I get really frustrated with how Democrats handle their campaigns, because primarily Democrat campaigns inevitably for like the Congress or the presidency inevitably widen out what their messaging is intended for. And so it's very, very frustrating to do a segment about how like Kamala Harris is trying to communicate in an election year. And a lot of people just don't really understand, and you can say it as many times as you want, but a lot of people just don't get that fundamentally a lot of messaging from a campaign, any given campaign, is not going to be intended for them. It's going to be intended for other people. And a lot of people get angry when they see campaign messaging that is not intended for them and does not serve them. And it's frustrating and anger inducing. And like, I get it. It's also just one of those bitter pills that, like, yeah, sometimes we need to reach out to folks outside of your ideological demographic, you know? And it's frustrating for me because I'd love all of the candidates to run socialist campaigns, but, you know, they're not going to do that. There's something to be said for the fact that people have been criticizing them for ignoring their base for months now. Well, yeah, and I did talk about that earlier today, but like to kind of reiterate my points, like they're going for a strategy that is aiming squarely at white non-college voters, specifically to peel off that demographic, because there is a pretty established trend over the last 8 years that Donald Trump has lost about 6% of his support in that particular demographic, which is, if you can peel off another 1 or 2% before the election day, that basically destroys any chance of him winning a general election. Like that demographic block is so large compared to all of the others that if you can peel 1 or 2% off, that's basically the death knell of the Republican Party. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to do a low-risk campaign that is assuming that a lot of the base is already locked up, and they're going for the jugular of the white non-college voter, which definitely has a good shot at working, but is devastating when it comes to, like, you know, the enthusiasm of the base. And at the end of the day, we kind of have to realize that, like, the people who are running Kamala Harris's campaign are largely a lot of the same people that were running Joe Biden's campaign, and they're not. What they're doing is going for this much more moderate conservative approach that really doesn't risk all that much rhetorically. Like, it doesn't put Kamala Harris in the position of making promises that she's going to later feel like she has to fulfill to a more left-leaning and energized movement. And that's deeply unfortunate for us, you know, for the sake of building leftist power. And, you know, part of it is a bit inevitable because, like, the campaign infrastructure was kind of already baked in, and making those big changes, you know, a month or two out from the election is a pretty big risk. So I think a lot of a lot of what's been going on has been trying to mitigate risk and taking the safest options. And I think, honestly, when it comes to taking the safest options, they really don't want to roll the dice on, an energized youth vote turnout. Because in a general political term, like that's a fairly large risk. And I think it would work if she kept up more left-leaning rhetoric and making those left-leaning promises, attaching herself to a ceasefire or like arms embargo, like things like that would absolutely energize the base. But that base is so small, or not even. Sorry, when I say the base, I mean like the base of leftist voters. Because the wider Democratic base like wants a ceasefire, but isn't necessarily like engaged on that topic. They're more engaged on a lot of the stuff that the campaign has currently been messaging on. There's not much they could have changed, but I also feel like they could more explicitly share the message. Protecting the status quo has to be good enough sometimes. Well, yeah, but like that's the thing, right? Like that is the message that they've been putting out, but they don't like phrasing it in that blunt way is not an effective campaign strategy either. Like there's not really room for them via official communications to like put a hand on the shoulder of like the left-leaning communities online and be like, hey, bud, listen, we know a lot of this isn't for you, but sometimes we got to do things we don't like in order to prevent the rise of fascism. Like they can't necessarily do that because that's not energizing communication. That's not an energizing communication strategy. Rather, instead, they're looking at, economics, the border stuff. They're looking at the endorsements from Republicans, and they're basically saying, we are going to put our foot on the gas pedal of what we believe is resonating with these white non-college voters. And if we can peel off 1 or 2%, that basically seals the deal of the election in our favor. We can lose the support of a lot of these farther left groups that are saying they're going to vote for Jill Stein no matter what, and we can write them off. We will lose their support, but we will win the election. And like that's ultimately where they're putting their money. That's like I think it is the fundamental reason why the Democrats are putting a ground game in a big way in Florida. Yeah. Do you think there's a better chance of that than peeling off the 1 or 2% who would vote for Stein or West? Yeah, I do. Jill is a wasted vote. Yep. Yeah, because again, we did some back of the napkin math earlier. But like around 40% of the general electorate fall into the category of white and not like non-college. And if you translate that into how many people voted in the last election, like it's like 61 million. And that's 61 million people who voted in the last election. If you peel off 1 or 2%, if you peel off 1% of that, that's over 600,000 voters. If you peel off 2 additional percent, that's 1.2 million voters. And that isn't even voters that need to like shift from Donald Trump to Kamala Harris. If they just don't show up, Donald Trump is dead in the water, And that's really a much larger gamble than like, I don't know, how many people voted for Jill Stein last time around? Let's see. Da-da-da. Yeah, third-party candidates picked up like 1.8% of the votes. So like 2 million total. Like I just think that the main strategy is there, and I understand like the electoral sense of it, but it's like it's disappointing and disheartening, you know? I will say I was told by a Stein voter that nothing I could say would change their mind, so there you go. Well, that's the thing, Nate Bookout. Like, campaign strategists look at the rhetoric coming out of a lot of these like third-party voters, and they're basically being told to go fuck themselves, and they're like, well, you know, I don't think we can win them over. You know, so let's win over these people who are more on the edge. You know, Donald Trump has lost, 6 to 8% of support from this key demographic that he needs in order to win. If we can accelerate that just a bit more, because keep in mind, he's already lost 3% from 2020 to today, which represents, if we use just 2020 numbers, a loss of like almost 2 million votes, which, given that the margins were so thin in 2020, like, if you can peel off an additional 2 million votes or 1.2 million votes, like, that's going to be significant. It's really sad people are willing to gamble the future of the country on being stubborn. Well, yeah, I mean, it's... I gotta be honest, like, a lot of it is that they just don't believe They don't believe it can get worse. They don't believe it can get worse. Will Jill take votes away from Trump? Maybe. Not a lot, though. Well, I do agree it does have the stink of blaming a cultural aspect of the youth rather than pointing fingers at the systemic issues. Well, I mean, that part of the issue here is that, like, we're in a systemic... let me put it this way. We're between a systemic rock and a systemic hard place. You know, like, this current election cycle is either we get fascism or we get neoliberalism, and neither of those are going to appeal to the youth, because the youth want to actually fix things. You know, the youth see something is broken and they want to fix it, and as they should. But part of the problem is our system doesn't allow for a fix to happen, you know, like, it's not, or at least not right now. And so it's less cultural, a cultural aspect of the youth, and more just that, like, for a lot of them, this is their first election, and they know a lot is riding on it, and they want to do right. And the frustrating part about reality is that currently doing the right thing for all people involved is not really an option that we have the luxury of taking, you know? They'll find out if the worst case happens. I mean, they will, but that's not really a comfort to me. It's all good, Orion's End. Yeah, it is more possible to have peaceful, powerful political change under democracy than under fascism, right? Like, again, we've been talking tonight about how Donald Trump has been threatening to, put the military against protesters and elected politicians. Like, if Donald Trump wins, there is no effective form of peaceful protest anymore, because he's just going to kill anyone who peacefully protests. Like, that's the plan he has, as far as I can tell. So, yeah, I would rather have, if an election is all about picking your enemies, I'd rather have an enemy like Kamala Harris, who is at the very least committed to the concept of democracy, and also is someone who doesn't really have an ideological underpinning. Like, she will go with whatever is popular and whatever is pushing her out of necessity. And I think that if enough people protest her, that she will actually change her tune when it comes to getting a ceasefire in Gaza. I do believe that. Don't know if I've said this directly, but I greatly appreciate what you do. Well, thank you. It feels really good to hear that after, streaming for 7 hours and 40 minutes. How will Republicans reorganize? I genuinely can't answer that question, largely because, if they lose, it depends on how they lose, right? Like, if for example, Texas goes blue, which is there's maybe a 10% chance of that happening, and that might even be optimistic. But if Texas were to go blue, the Republican Party is effectively dead. I don't know how they continue outside of just painstakingly rebuilding. Because as far as I know right now, the Republican Party is broke. They're pouring every single cent they have into this, and they have nothing left for additional cycles or additional midterms. They're running on empty. And will Trump be gone? Yeah, he'll be gone. He's already he doesn't have the juice to finish out his own campaign. He's running on empty. He's old. He's not gonna be around to do this again. He's gonna want to go sleep on a beach for as long as he can until he sees the inside of a jail cell. As long as Project 2025 does not go to legislation, I'm fine. I mean, if Donald Trump gets elected, it doesn't even need to go to legislation. The scariest part of the project is they are recruiting administrative yes men to surround Donald Trump and facilitate what he tells them to do, whether or not it's legal, If the worst case scenario happens, where would be a good place to move to? Genuinely, I have no idea. Ireland, New Zealand, Iceland, maybe. I don't know. It's I mean, I got to ask the question, where can you go to flee the global hyperpower? Where on earth could you possibly go to escape the reach of the U.S. government? Because there is nowhere. If the United States falls to a fascist, that's it. It's game over. And not really game over, but what ensues is basically a long, protracted struggle for almost inevitably a violent struggle to overthrow our dictator. Hey, Tirolana. That's what I feel like Stein voters need to hear, though they won't listen. Well, that's the thing, Nate Bookout. I've made multiple videos about Stein now, and like every single one is just like, well, you know, if you vote Kamala, you're a genocide enabler, and it's like that. Those are the two options. We either have Kamala Harris or we have Donald Trump. Like, I'm sorry, Stein did not put in the work between last election and this one to build a campaign that's capable of actually winning. Like, that's, at the end of the day, that's on the Stein campaign. So realistically, we have either Kamala Harris or we have Donald Trump, and wishing won't make it, like, won't wishing that it were different won't make it so, you know? It's frustrating. But on every single one of them, they just keep going. It doesn't matter that to them that wishing doesn't make it so. They believe if they wish hard enough, change will happen, and change doesn't happen merely by wishing it to be so. Like, unfortunately, that's just not how the universe works. And they have yet to realize that. Where do you go to escape capitalism? If only I knew. If only I knew. I would say fucking Russia. Don't fucking go to Russia. Jesus. If you go to Russia, they're just going to send you immediately to the front lines. Hey, Wanda G fan. Or Wand G fan. Oh, W and G fan. Gotcha. Isn't the Green Party sold out to the Russians? I mean, maybe. I don't really have direct evidence of that. You know, it's a meme to show the picture of Jill Stein next to Putin, and it would certainly explain some things, but like, I don't have hard evidence that they're like a Russian op. They just really seem like a Russian op. Oh, Milk Toast, I think you got it right. Hear me out, but maybe the Antarctic. Well, Super Jet Guy, it's funny you mentioned that, because basically there's a weird like colonization race for the Arctic, or for the Antarctic. Antarctic. Ah, man, I've been talking for so long, I'm stumbling over my words. There's currently like a colonial rush to like get and strengthen claims on the Antarctic. It's very weird. How about at the same time do a video of the 24-hour sun to disprove flat earthers? Hey, there you go. There you go. The claims on the Antarctic are already set in place via international treaty, but let's see. Okay. Pull this up really quick. Yeah. So basically, the Antarctic Treaty was signed in 1961, or entered into effect in 1961. But after 2048, all parties of the Antarctic Treaty can then revise the agreement. So basically, around 2048, things are going to be a bit different, climate-wise, in Antarctica. And if you have, like, an actual, like, town or something built down there, or, for example, people born down there, that strengthens your claim. So there's been like a weird birthing war in Antarctica. Let's see. Yeah, here's a piece from the New Zealand Herald. The White Continent's secret baby race. Yeah. Emilio Marcos Palma was the first person to be born in Antarctica. Delivered at Esperanza Base on January 7th, 1978, there's a photo of him and his proud parents in the archives of Antarctica, New Zealand. The archives are full of curious artifacts. There are more than 50,000 photos and news clippings. However, the Palma family photo stands out because pregnancy is a disqualifying condition for most Antarctic programs. It is screened for in the pre-employment medical, and should anyone fall pregnant in Antarctica, they are to be returned to Christchurch on the next flight. Photographer Horatio Villalobos took the picture, an assignment he viewed as trivial. It belongs to a period in Argentinian life that is an eternal disgrace, he says. Villalobos flew to Esperanza Base at the behest of the regime overseen by dictator Jorge Rafael Videla. It was a rather bothersome flight in a C-130. It was noisy and uncomfortable, and I had to put up with a son of a bitch who's leading the mission to visit the baby. And so here's a picture of them. Base. Okay. Argentina was competing with Chile to have the first child born on the continent. 10 further children were born below the 60th parallel south, including Chilean national Juan Pablo Camacho, the first person to be conceived, carried, and born on the continent, who arrived on November 21st, 1984. You had two dictatorships who were despised by most of the world competing to give birth to a child in what they claimed was their part of Antarctica, says Villalobos. Oh, baby. There were other families already in Esperanza, and the only novelty was that the baby was going to be born there. It was kind of a silly thing. Chile and Argentina have since banned pregnancy from their Antarctic programs. However, there are still primary schools at their bases for the families of workers. So basically, like, these countries are slowly building up like towns with schools and hospitals and all that kind of stuff. That's so dumb, it's uninhabitable. Well, it's uninhabitable now. That's the key part, right? Like, it's uninhabitable now. Let's see. They're planting babies like flags? Yeah. Well, honestly, it's like Greenland is also like expected to be some prime real estate in the future. It's, you know, just like there's a lot of things going on. Are they thinking because of global warming it will be livable? They're thinking that because of not necessarily that it will be livable, but but that because of global warming, it will be much easier to extract natural resources from Antarctica. That is the thinking. Like, Russia reportedly finds vast oil and gas reserves in British Antarctic territory. Yeah, Russia has reportedly found huge reserves, potentially leading to drilling in the protected region, according to the British publication The Telegraph and several online reports. The reserves uncovered are said to contain around 511 billion barrels worth of oil, equating to around 10 times the North Sea's output over the last 50 years. So, that's a lot of oil. And also, this last part is pretty interesting. Most of the British Antarctic territory is subject to competing claims from Argentina and Chile, which are expected to intensify if the evidence from Russia's seismic surveys are proven by subsequent drilling. Which means that's why Chile and Argentina have kind of slowly been like trying to get more kids born in Antarctica, because the more people you have born there, the stronger your claim can be. And they really, really want to build up communities so that they can have strong claims and to these potential oil fields. Yeah, here's currently a map of the claims. They're all in pizza slices here. Got the Chilean claim, the Argentinian claim, the British claim. And as you can see here, there's a lot of overlap. A lot of overlap between all of these. There's the Norwegian claim, the Australian claim, French claim. And I believe there's also an unofficial US claim. I think it's just the base at the South Pole. And then there's just this completely unclaimed wedge. Unfortunately, you are not allowed to go claim that, so don't even think about it, chat. It's just a competition to them, isn't it? I mean, it's just a competition right now. But if you successfully secure a claim to 511 billion barrels of oil, that basically makes you, like, one of the wealthiest nations on Earth overnight. So, like, that's the, like, it's a silly little, like, oh, look, a baby here, a baby there type thing, and, but it's building up in an attempt to, stake a claim to one of the largest natural deposits of one of the most valuable substances on Earth. So, yeah. End stage capitalism is such a trip. Fun stuff, isn't it? Oh boy. Oh, my eye makeup is so bad after 8 hours of streaming. Don't judge me. I'm not the monster. I'm a monster. Immediately changing my tune. God. All right. Whew. Folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because that's the only way I am able to continue doing, streams until 7:30 in the morning. Politics all night long. You occasionally get the odd news article about fusion, but it always leads nowhere. Nah, dude. Zero, we're getting so close to fusion. It's crazy. Are you doing a marathon or just going extra hard tonight? I didn't start until, after midnight, and and then I drank a lot of energy drinks. So it's been a rough mental week for me, and I'm not doing so hot. But I am awake at 7:40. So, I really feel that Antarctica shouldn't be owned by anyone and should just be for science for the benefit of all. I mean, that'd be cool. I'd really like for space not to be infected by capitalism. I'd like that a lot. Yeah, Ms. Genderlin, it was my dad's birthday the other day, and it's always hard for me. Mom wants me to call him and wish him a happy birthday, but I know if I do, I'm just going to get misgendered and cry. So, I didn't do it, and it made me feel bad. It's kind of one of those lose-lose situations. You feel bad either way. Yeah. Wish you the best physical and mental health. Ho, I'm not getting that this week. Hate that your dad can't accept you. I hate it too. It's frustrating. I talked to my mom and she's like, well, he loves you, sweetie. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. He just doesn't get it. And it's like, well, okay, he doesn't need to get it in order to respect me. Hey, John Bogardus. Hey, Postmodern Prometheus, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Been subscribed for 40 goddamn months. Thank you for being with me for the long haul. I really appreciate you. Can never understand that. My daughter is trans and I couldn't imagine being that way. Yeah, it really sucks that both my parents really just viewed it as me dying. Yeah. Hey, Penny Auntie, where you been? Super glad to see you too. Thank you for the cozy vibes. I'm doing my best. Some parents can't understand that their kids are their own independent humans and not accessories for them to use as they please. Yeah, and then there's a subset of parent who projects too much onto their child, just views their kid as an extension of themselves. And then if their kid bucks those expectations, suddenly they're like, but what does that mean about me? If my child is trans, what does that say about me? If my child is gay, what does that say about me? Yeah. My parents just felt I was a failure anyhow. Being trans just affirmed it. I'm sorry to hear that. You are not a failure, Salmon Moose. Haven't told my dad, probably never will. Honestly, whatever feels right for you, Just been overwhelmingly busy, though I have been able to catch some streams from the couch, which is a no chatting zone No chatting zone. NCZ. Chat should hire Rudy to do a Jesus impression for Jack's dad. You treat Jack nice or you're a dick. I didn't die for this shit. Be nice. Nice relaxing horror movie. I do like horror movies. Oof. Which ones? Well, the other day we streamed Creep and Creep 2 in chat in honor of the Creep tapes being announced. I also really want to see Azrael. It's in theaters right now, but it looks dope as hell. The premise of it is essentially, hey, the rapture happened and now it's the time of tribulations, and there's a cult that thinks if you give up speaking, you will get closer to God and maybe find, forgiveness. And so they cut out their vocal cords, and it's a movie that's almost entirely done without speech, and it's pretty interesting. Oh, Penny, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds cool. Yeah, it is cool. It's your weekend now. Should bring some horror. Binge some horror. Let's go. Whew. 13 Ghosts is my standby schlock. What other horror movies do I really like? I guess I really like the Cornetto trilogy. It doesn't really feel like a horror trilogy, though. But the Cornetto trilogy is great. As far as other horror movies go, Alien. Alien is like a perfect horror movie. God, House of the Devil is good. Just a solid film. Evil Dead 2. Ooh, if we're thinking of like J horror or K horror as the case might be, The Wailing was phenomenal. The Wailing is so good. And so is what's it called? The Curse. Yeah, Noroi the Curse. Oh man, if you haven't seen Noroi the Curse, you are missing out. It is so fucking good. Event Horizon is pretty good. I haven't seen Train to Busan. I need to fix that. The Cornetto trilogy is like Shaun of the Dead. I forget what the second one is called, where they're police officers in a tiny rural town. And then The World's End, something like that. I forget what it's called. Hot Fuzz and World's End. Yes, thank you, Hot Fuzz. Haunting of Hill House is pretty good. I love Haunting of Hill House, but I can't watch it anymore. Yeah. My partner gets a bit too spooked by ghosts, and I didn't know that, and so I inadvertently traumatized her when we watched it because she was trying to be brave, and so she didn't tell me she was really spooked, and now still, yeah, I didn't know until it was too late. Edgar Wright is such a good director. Have any of you seen Noroi the Curse, though? Any of you seen that? No? Nate Bookout, Salmon Moose got us to watch Black Sheep. It is that movie is a trip. No? So many of you are saying no. Here, we'll watch a trailer for it. It's spooky. It's one of the early Shudder exclusive movies. But it's so good.
どうもアンガールズです、今日はですね心霊スポットでありますとある神社に向かって大丈夫ですか回り方
いやーちょっとあっち本当に
それじゃあみんなで行こう
今なんか聞こえてすごいたくさんいる気がする
なんか見えんの
いや見えるわけじゃなくて
その気持ち悪い声っていうのは
私が赤ちゃんの
赤ちゃんの
なんでそんな言い方ができない
みんなにはね投資をやってもらいます
気がついたらその模様を描いちゃってるんですよ
東京都練馬区にある広沼公園で
しました
かぐたばの呪いかぐたばかぐたばことかぐたばとかぐたばってなんだ
かぐたば
呪いさっきなんか映像がおかしくなったんですけど
It's so good. It's so good. Well, you know what? If you guys would like, we can hop on the Discord right now and I can throw this on. How's that sound? How's that sound? I'm basically done streaming. I feel like 8 hours. That's enough content out of me. I've never joined a movie show on Discord before. Ooh. Well, if you go to riverboat.gg/discord, it'll get you right to the Discord. All you gotta do is go down to movie time, hop into movie time, then we chat in the Morby time chat, which is right above movie time. And yeah. There you go. Link. Holy crap, go to bed. No! I'm mentally traumatized. Here you go. Just copy and paste that into your URL. There you go. Riverboat.gg/discord. All right. Paladin, sadly, I am about to go to bed. And by go to bed, I mean throw on Noroi the Curse over on the Discord. My brain's not working too good. Anyway, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. Oh. Good night, everybody.
On a riverboat casino where the whiskey's running dry, I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.